the reset button. I think that the salary on the ballot with proposed property tax reform is a bad look. I don't think it helps us. I'm not going to be in support of this. I don't think this is the right time for anyone to raise their salaries, including the Board of County Commissioners. I think we all need to tighten our belts. I think it's going to be poorly received, and we need to do everything that we can to reflect that we are conscious of the tremendous need that there is in our in our community. So I'm a no on this.
All right.
I got it.
That's a. I'm gonna not say what I wanted to say.
I want to say what I want to say.
Yeah. Well, I mean that's a great talking point, but we get paid $6,000 a year. So like, I'm happy to like exempt myself from it moving forward. But like what's right is right, and this is supposed to be a part-time job, and it's full-time, overtime, and all the times. So I don't know. I mean, it's great for campaign and all that, but the reality is you know, it's not realistic. We're the largest county in the state of Florida. We have a $16-17 billion budget. We do. It's not 13 or 14. With $16-17 billion, we got paid $6,000 a year. Commissioner Cohen-Higgins, I'm going to recognize you first because you're the sponsoring commissioner from the Charter Review Task Force, but we've got a list of folks wanting to speak. So
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to Mr. Corbell, the recommendation from the task force regarding the time frame for commissioners, you all recommended that we bring that when?
We recommended that come in the next election cycle, so 2028.
Okay, and that's reflected in the report that's also on the agenda today, correct?
That is correct,
Okay,
Commissioner.
thank you. So that's coming in the future. And I want to be clear regarding the salary commission that was recommended by the Charter Review Task Force. It's entirely possible that the commission can recommend a lower salary. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Bermudez, you're recognized.
First of all, I want to thank Mr. Corbell and the Charter Review Commission for taking time. Because I actually work, I didn't have time to watch your commission meetings, but I thank you very much for taking the time to do public service and come up with this. We are not approving a salary increase here. We are putting it to the voters. The chairman correctly pointed out that most other counties, including the one directly to the north, which has part-time commissioners, uses population to pay themselves, and they get a really much, I'm not going to talk about what they get because they get a hell of a lot more, like 10 times as much. But anyways, no, not even 10, probably like 20, they're over 100,000, 125,000. But the point is, the fact that this was created when we became a home rule charter county, and it's never changed, it's going to be very difficult to pass. It's a great political talking point. Nobody wants to give politicians salaries because nobody likes lawyers and politicians. And I happen to be both. So, having said that, I've won elections because I've been very straightforward, and I believe that all that's being done is here is to put it to the voters. It's a lot better to give it to a commission to determine whether it, as Commissioner Cohen-Higgins said, maybe less, not even more. You never know. Be careful what you wish for. But the one thing that I want to point out is I did not have a chance to see your commission meetings because I actually have to work. And that is one of the things that the public needs to understand. This is a very, as the chairman said, it is a very difficult job, voluminous. Besides the constituent services, it takes a lot of time. Later this afternoon, I'm going to be in Naranja with some of my colleagues. Yes, I will be there at 6 o'clock. And I will be there because we will be sitting as the CRA for that community. And a lot of times in this county, it's always what sounds good as a soundbite. Trust me, there was a lot of county commissioners, I don't have to go too far, that I maybe didn't like in the past, but I always felt that they certainly, it wasn't fair. As Commissioner Moss once said, you know, all those years and the amount that he technically got every year was a minimal amount. So I want to thank you guys for the work. I'm going to support it because it's being put in front of the voters. I want to be clear that nobody here is saying give us a bigger salary because that's what's going to be placed in the paper. I want to be clear. It's up to the voters to decide. And if the voters decide no, then they'll decide no, as they have in the past, which is the true democracy. which is the way it should be, okay? And that is fine. And then probably half of the people here will move to Broward and run over there because no, I'm not, just kidding. But the bottom line is, it is not, whether it's 3 terms or 2 terms. A lot of these things will never get done in our time. One of the reasons we haven't been able to pass some transportation, some of the things on transportation that we need to pass is because, guess what? As I've said ad nauseum, in 2003, there was a SMART plan. Everybody liked it. We sit here today, 2026, and we're still talking about the same thing. So I don't know if 2 terms or 3 terms will make a difference, but I will tell you this. I do think this group of people, and I served on it in 2012, where Senator Garcia was the vice chair and H.T. Smith was the chair. And we proposed many things to the county commission, including many ethical reforms that did not pass. But there are certain things that did pass, including term limits. So one of the things that is important is to allow the voters of Miami-Dade County to decide. The chances of it passing are probably almost as good as Cape Verde actually winning the World Cup. But the fact is, it's up to the voters. And I don't want anybody quoting us as saying that voting for this is an increase in salaries, because it's not. It's a vote to put it in front of the voters. And by the way, most of us, including me, probably won't be around if it does pass to see it, the benefits of it. So the point is, if there are any, the bottom line is, thank you for your service. I served on the prior charter review committee with then Senator, well, I guess I still call him Senator. He doesn't know what I'm going to call him later, but that's a different thing. The things, I thank you for your time, because I know it takes a lot of time and a lot of effort. And I know you guys were well thought out and went through a very, let's call it, difficult process. And it's not easy to submit these things to the county commission. And it's not easy for this august body to take a vote, putting them to the voters, but it's probably our obligation to do it.
Yeah, and on that note, before I recognize Commissioner Gilbert, thank you, Dennis, for leading the efforts in this charter review task force. That is a good point. And the vice chair, I believe the vice chair was Redondo, right?
That's correct.
My appointment. Speaker designate for the Florida House. So both very busy folks, and you all gave your time in addition to all of the other charter review task force members that participated. So thank you all for your time on this. This is something that we do every several years, and it's very important for our county. So appreciate that. With that, Commissioner Gilbert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's my understanding this will go on the ballot in 2028.
No, the ones we're discussing are now. There was a question about term limits being extended, and that will be on the ballot in 2028. All of these are going to be on the ballot this year.
Mr. Chairman, I don't have an objection to letting the voters decide. I don't have an objection to letting the voters decide. What we did in Miami Gardens, my city, is our charter was actually modeled after the county's charter on salaries, and we put salaries in the charter. When on my way out, I actually sponsored the item so that it would affect them, not because I needed more money, but I needed to structurally make leadership and public service available to more people. Right. So we had this conversation because we have it in the context of the people who are here, and we're all elected officials, we're all politicians right now. I think about it, and I was thinking about it when I left Miami Gardens in terms of the people who could serve. So realistically, could folks who aren't professional and have an independent source of income afford to serve? Could teachers really afford to serve on the city council? Could some blue collar workers, those are things that I ask myself. And so when we look at the type of public servants that we have, it's in large part it's dictated by the framework of public service that we create. And so I wanted to give the voters of Miami Gardens an opportunity to actually have their say on it, independently have their say. And in the interim, what I did was I went out with a camera and I asked people questions. I said, how much do you think the mayor makes? And we got all of these wonderful answers. It was like $300,000 and $400,000. And when you would say back then, you would say it was $42,000. And they were all completely shocked. And I said, how much do you think a city council person makes? And they would say $100,000. And then when you told them it was $1,000 a month, they were all shocked. That was the entirety of the campaign. I didn't ask them to vote for anything. I just simply took campaign money and educated them. This is what actually happens. This is what they actually make. I don't know what the voters will do if we put this before them. I do know that somewhere, somehow, we have to make public service more accessible to people who aren't professional or independently wealthy or entrepreneurs who can take the time off. We have to make this full-time job have a full-time compensation so that the vast majority of the residents of Miami-Dade County, it actually becomes accessible to them. And so right now I don't feel like that it is. And you know, we'll sit here and we talk about a lot of we pass union contracts all the time. Ask yourself, could a lot of the members of Unite here actually afford to be a county commissioner with the time that it takes and the money that it pays and their obligations still to their families? Those are the questions I ask myself when I consider these. And so when I did it in Miami Gardens, I did it on my way out so it wouldn't affect me. This won't affect me either. I'm very comfortable putting this to the voters. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner. I got Lopez and then Senator Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question for Dennis. Dennis, what was the genesis of this item in the commission? I'm just curious.
So one of the topics that we had set out at the beginning to discuss was commission salaries. For exactly the reasons as Commissioner Gilbert and Commissioner Bermudez have articulated, and the chair. Just a concern about making sure that it was possible for people to serve, people from a broad variety. And so then the question just became how to achieve that. We knew that having the number in the charter was a problem, but replacing a number with a number was a problem. We looked at formulas, and then Commissioner Moss is actually the one who was the genesis of this idea of let's create a process. And that got the consensus among the task force members that if we replace the number with a process, that might be more palatable with the voters, especially given the composition of the salary commission. It's people who don't have an interest in things that this board may do. Financially anyway.
So it was in keeping with what Commissioner Gilbert said?
Yes.
That there was concern that not just anyone could serve as a commissioner because of the $6,000 annual salary?
Yes.
Interesting. And was there consensus on the commission?
I believe this one passed unanimously. Once we coalesced around the idea of the salary commission.
What was there public input regarding this particular issue?
We had numerous public meetings. I think we have recorded what public comments there were. Every meeting was public, and we occasionally had speakers. I don't specifically remember that.
Do you recall anyone opposing the idea of a salary commission?
No.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And listen, I don't doubt anything that Commissioner Gilbert said. And he said it so eloquently. And I think you're absolutely right. If we want to have more people interested in running, and I think we need to make sure that they're compensated appropriately. However, when we decided to run, this board decided to run, we knew what the compensation package was. So I think I have no problem for it going to the voters. However, it should be something, should not be self-serving. And for me, when would this go into effect?
This one as drafted would go into effect immediately upon being adopted.
All right, so the only way that I would be able to support something like this is if it does not go into effect until after the current board is no longer here, because I just find it a little self-serving for us to vote for something. And listen, it goes to the voters. I get it. I understand Commissioner Bermudez, and I understand everyone's debate. but it needs to be something that should not affect me or anyone on this board, because when we ran for office, we ran with the understanding of what we were being compensated for. So that's my only objection to the item. And I hate to vote against an item because it does go to the voter, and I think we should never take the voters right away. But I also don't think it should be anything that should be self-serving. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, Commissioner, well, the Vice Chair, no? Oh, no. Commissioner Regalado.
Thank you. I have a question, Dennis. You know, you had the two issues, and the reason that you all suggested that the term limits should go later is so that it wouldn't apply to us, right? So I'm glad that that was one of the conversations, was the applicability. I maintain that we should consider putting term limits and then having it apply to the next round of humans. I think we could still do that. And I agree with Senator Garcia that it's interesting that the logic that was used on the term limits was the Board of County Commissioners should not put something on the ballot that would extend their time on the Board of County Commissioners. But yet when it came to the salary, because you created another entity that would in theory make the decision, then it was perfectly fine for us to put something on the ballot that would adhere to our benefit. I don't think either of them should adhere to our benefit. I think that really does change the very nature of charter reform. I think that anything that we change should be moving forward. And to the senator's point, we all ran with a clear understanding of what the benefits and the timing was. So in terms of the term limits, why did you all make the recommendation to have that during the presidential? Because the other thing here is what questions are going to go into gubernatorial and what questions are going to go into presidential.
So we weren't thinking of it, at least from the discussion on our dais, about gubernatorial or presidential. It was more which one did we think should go first and which one should we think should go second. We were just certain that they shouldn't both be on the same ballot.
Okay.
And if I could just add a little context on the difference of why one wouldn't apply right away and this one would. When we first started this discussion, before we cohered around the salary commission, the conversation had been it shouldn't apply to anyone who's currently sitting. We had some discussions, but then when it became a process with independent board members or commissioners who could also take into account what your current packages are in deciding what the salary should be, we didn't think it was as significant, knowing that it would ultimately be up to this board about whether you thought it was significant to say it will apply to immediately or should be deferred to a later effective date. But that was part of the discussion.
Thank you.
So I want to call a vote, but here's the problem. To Commissioner Bermudez's point about sound bites, and unfortunately, those that report the sound bites often don't do due diligence. They don't put in the work. For lack of better terms, they're often lazy. You know, it's easy. Yeah, I'm talking about. He's one of the ones I'm talking about. Here's the thing. It's easy to say that they shouldn't apply to me. I would support it but the reality is that before my time on the board, I don't know, 4 years ago or so, there was an item on this board that passed to increase benefits to commissioners, and some that are still sitting on this board voted no on it, but took the benefits. You could opt out of them. So the same thing applies to this very charter. If you don't want it to apply to yourself, opt out. But don't just give a soundbite because that's what's going to be tweeted about or written about, or you can go and say, I didn't support it. No, you did support it because you took the money. You know, some of us may actually not take the money because we have other businesses, we don't need it. But if you took it, and there's no difference. So I understand the sound bites from some of my colleagues, but some of them were on this board at that time, 4 or 5 years ago, 4.5 years ago. It was right before I got on the board, and voted no, and then still took it. So I appreciate it, but I'm with Bermudez on this. Is let the voters decide, and with the task force, and with Gilbert, and with a lot of my, let the voters decide what they want to do with our compensation, and then it doesn't even end there. Then it goes to another task force or another committee that's non-interested parties to decide what is the most fair compensation package for the elected officials that represent over 2.8 million residents, the largest county in the state of Florida with the lowest salary. That does a lot of things that we're not talking about on this dais. It incentivizes elected officials to have side gigs. It incentivizes elected officials to be consultants. And it incentivizes a lot of other things that, shall they have a reasonable, appropriate salary, they may just stick to what they're doing and focus on that. So I feel passionate about this because I'm with Gilbert. I think we need to open up the pool of candidates to be able to qualify and be able to take on a role of this magnitude to the very same workers and caliber of folks that he just brought up. The blue collar, the teachers, a lot of very well-educated folks that otherwise could not afford to sit on this dais. Not all own businesses like myself, not all have other jobs like others here, and they cannot afford it if it's not for that. So I understand this is not on one particular person or the other, but the reality is if you don't agree with it, if you don't agree with the voters, I mean, it's almost hypocritical. Let the voters decide. And you're right, Commissioner Bermudez. It may not pass. It just may not pass because the rhetoric is going to be, here are the commissioners trying to give themselves a raise. But if someone took the time or the effort or the investment to do the campaign that Commissioner Gilbert did in Miami Gardens, and folks realize that we don't get paid $1,000 a month, that we get paid $500 a month, managing the largest local budget in the entire state of Florida, and larger than what, 22 to 24 different states? Something like that? So we're larger, we have a larger budget than 20 some odd different states in the entire country. I think they would think differently about that rhetoric of the commissioners or the politicians are trying to give themselves a raise. I disagree with those folks that spoke against it because this is leaving it up to the voters to decide. Commissioner Bastien and then Steinberg.
Yeah,
Bastien.
so I was listening to you guys, and I have news for you. Very few people believe that we only make $6,000 a year. Very few. So, and then I agree with Commissioner Gilbert on this because not only that we need to make sure we open the doors for other folks, and then Commissioner Gilbert mentioned teachers, organizers, and all, but we forgot the young leaders. Look at these young leaders sitting here. I mean, we would like to create a space where they would decide to become a commissioner. We need young voices. We need to open spaces for young voices. So I'm comfortable with the fact that the voters will decide, but I believe also that there has to be some real education, because I'm telling you, I'm serious. When I tell people, oh, Commissioner, you're making all this money, they really believe that we're making a lot of money, like $100,000 a year. So there has to be some kind of outreach and education, and then to make sure that the voters, when they go to vote, they know what they're voting for. Because right now, most of the people I tell about what I make, they don't believe me. They don't believe me. $6,000 a year, that's not true. They don't believe it. So I'm comfortable with the fact that the voters will decide better. They have to be educated. They have to be informed. So outreach will play an important role. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Steinberg.
Yeah, I just wanted clarity, just to put it into posture. This is not about any sort of salary. This is just about taking the ability in the charter today for the people to vote on whatever salary would be and putting it in an independent, separate commission, right? None of this other stuff. I just want to make it clear. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, I will remain a no. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else? Seeing none, clerk, actually, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Show the item pass with a couple nays, but show the item pass. All right, you got them? All right. 11A16, I got Commissioner from District 4 and Commissioner from District 8. Commissioner from District 4, you're recognized. Still no vote?
I mean, I know I'd like to defer first to the commissioner who sponsored the item.
Fair enough.
And then I'll
Commissioner from
make my
District 8, you're
remarks.
recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Steinberg. I do have a brief amendment to the item that hopefully will address potentially Commissioner Steinberg's concerns or any others. If the attorney can please read the amendment.
You can read the amendment.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Cohen-Higgins moves to amend item 11A16 so that if approved by a majority of voters, the proposed changes to section 6.08 of the Home Rule Charter shown in attachment A would take effect on June 1st, 2027, rather than immediately following the 2026 general election. The county attorney is hereby directed to make any conforming changes to the resolution, ballot language, and Amendment A necessary to legally effectuate this delayed effective date.
Thank you. And that amendment came at the request of the League of Cities, indicating that apparently certain dates had already been published for their upcoming municipal elections. And so we wanted to amend it to allow it to have a later start date so they wouldn't have to republish those election dates. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I move 11A16.
If I may.
Okay, it's been moved, it's been seconded, as amended.
Okay, I'd like to.
Oh, and then Steinberg, you're recognized.
Thank you. So we're dealing with, I think, one of the most important questions because this is going to come up more often as we have term limits, and I think this actually is a great item. So I want to commend Dennis and everybody who worked on the board, on the task force for the Charter Review Committee. Our charter is the most important thing that we, and you'll see this is, I pulled a lot of these items because I feel like it does require the time, only because this is the most important document that we have. The charter is very important. The only way to change a charter is by a vote of the people. So we need to make sure that we're really being thoughtful in what we put forward. And in this case, I think this is a really great example of giving the commission flexibility to actually allow for a filling of a vacancy with an election, right? This is a wonderful piece of item to put forward. Having said that, I wanted to get a little clarity because I love the amendment that you made, Commissioner Cohen-Higgins, but there are some other cities that get caught in this. And look, the truth is, this is really the spirit of the Resign to Run law from the state, right? It gives us the ability to actually make this determination at the right time so that we can piggyback an existing election, as opposed to having it come up at some other time and then we're left with, less options, right? This gives us flexibility. We can still appoint if we want to, but it does give us the ability to have an election. But because you have municipalities that also have elections in odd years, which really I think this would cover, I was wondering if you all would be amenable to just striking the language of the qualifying period date so that it truly aligns, so that we're not tied into changing 30 other municipal charters who may have their qualifying date changed, so that it still stays with the spirit of the item, but without having any sort of unintended consequence of all the other charters of the municipalities that may not have been thought of. So would you, Commissioner Cohen-Higgins, be amenable? It doesn't change any of the item except it strikes out the conforming of the 70 to 84. What is the language again? If you could please.
Sure. Commissioner Steinberg, your proposed amendment would be to amend item 11A16 to eliminate the minimum municipal qualifying standards and remove the corresponding changes to section 6.08 of the Home Rule Charter shown in attachment A.
And the reason I say this, right, and the reason I say this is because my only concern is that we're still going to have a situation. I'll use one of the cities I represent. They have their elections in November of 2027. Their qualifying is in September. This would move them to an August qualifying, okay? So what happens if a commissioner wants to, or anybody wants to run, maybe Miami, we had a situation with Miami recently. Theirs weren't aligned with our qualifying from when they submit the note. That would make it so that now their qualifying is going to be in August, because if you have a November election, based on our guidelines, we would have to force them to have their qualifying in August, which might work for some, but then we're going to have a special meeting in August, which I'm happy to do. I just want everybody to know what the domino effect of that could be. I want to make it easier for us to be able to fill with an election, but I want to make sure that we do it with that in our forefront.
All right, so
I'm totally confused. I mean, truthfully, may I ask a question?
All right.
This is totally
Not following
confusing.
the skinny
because-
minute.
Listen, if I may, Mr. Chair,
yeah.
my question is, because now I'm very confused. Is it our job to make sure that somebody in a municipality who wants to run for one of these positions is protected? I don't think so. With all due respect to the League of Cities, Commissioner Gilbert and I have been president of the League of Cities. I don't think it's our job, personally. Number two, I'm going to support the amendment because there seems to be a reason the league has spoken to Commissioner Cohen-Higgins, but I mean, this is basically saying unfortunately or fortunately, some of you have been here that have been appointed. Some of you have not. Some of us have not. That's the way it goes. But in the long run, this will lead to this body saying, okay, there's going to be an election within a certain time period, as I understand it. How does this bring into, is there somebody in one of these cities that I don't know that wants to run? Are any of you leaving? Can you please let me know before you do so I can leave with you? I mean, really, truthfully, because it's really confusing to me. I don't understand how we got into this municipal
Can I explain?
aspect of it.
No, I think the impetus is that there were many different items that they found over the years that they've been able to fix in terms of filling a vacancy. One thing that was overlooked was filling a and I don't want to speak for the sponsor, for the board, and maybe Dennis, you want to kind of give us some of the background, but it's to give us, before, when you submitted your irrevocable letter of resignation, and if you were running for an election that didn't line up with our even year elections, we weren't able to call a timely election to piggyback on what was happening, okay? This gives us the flexibility to be able to do that. So this is a good piece of an amendment. This is a good amendment. Having said that, taking a closer look, I thought, well, maybe perhaps we want to take away another impediment of when those qualifying dates for others would be. It's just if we fill a vacancy here, right? It's just to fill the vacancy here. But, it's fine if you want to keep it with the effective date, but maybe, Dennis, you can give us some clarity.
Yes, Commissioner. So this slate of amendments was actually occasioned by an occurrence during our deliberations, which was the City of Miami elections and then the appointment on this side. And there were discussions about how to handle that for the future to make sure that there was time for the county commission, should it want to call an election rather than an appointment, that it would have time to line it up with the election that was already going rather than have to do it at a special date. So this was a reaction to an occurrence. And by the way, due credit to Iris Escara, who was the one who led these amendments, since I've been giving credit to other task force members. And this was a package. These two work together to make sure that this board has the ability to call an election that is aligned with the already scheduled general election, which was unable to be done with the City of Miami, as happened. And I know the Supervisors Council is here. If you have questions that you want to direct to them, they had some more technical input on it, but that was the genesis of it. So it was very much a package deal.
Other question?
All right, so we got that. All right, Commissioner Bermudez.
Yeah, okay, now I understand. But again, cities have their own charters. I just want to be clear. And if anybody in a municipality, it is not our responsibility to change their charter. It is the citizens of those cities, as they did in Miami Gardens, as they did in Doral, to change their charter after the fact, if they so choose, through the vote of the voters. And just one last thing, Commissioner Steinberg, the most important part of our charter, I believe, the Citizens' Bill of Rights. Being one of the few lawyers that successfully sued the county over the Citizens' Bill of Rights, I think that's the most important part of this charter. And it gives citizens 10 points that are very clear that they can use the charter when they have a question about the way this body or the mayor operates. To me, that's the most important part of the charter.
All right, so we have it, we have it moved by Commissioner Cohen-Higgins as amended. We have a second by Commissioner Bermudez. It was amended, you amended it.
She amended it to change the effective date.
Correct. So it was moved by you, but as amended, seconded by Commissioner Bermudez. Are we good? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
Nay.
Show that item passed. All right, 11A17, I have Steinberg, Regalado, and Garcia. Let's start with Steinberg.
Okay. And by the way, I will say, they're both important documents. I agree. I said one of, not the. All right. Which one is this one?
Annexations.
Ah, yes. Okay. So, this one I thought was very interesting. I can't support it in its form to be placed on the charter for a few reasons. One is that we have currently a planning zoning board that deals with these issues already. So now we're going to create another board to deal with this. And then it's going to happen every 3 years. And sometimes I feel like some of these things come up before 3-year cycles and that we want to have these discussions. And then there's another issue that I feel that now we're also giving weight to maybe some property owners that, by the way, should have a stake in this, but we're taking away more of the resident voice by putting it in this manner. And so I don't know that I can support something that's going to, in my mind, weaken some of the residential voices on whether or not they want annexations or, you know. And by the way, today we do it by ordinance. This goes into the charter. If we ever want to change this, again, it has to go back out to the people to change it. We don't have that flexibility to see where we want to go in terms of these issues. So for those reasons, I can't support it in this form. Thank you.
Commissioner from District 7, you're recognized.
I think that, to Mickey's point, the situation with the annexation is already complicated enough. I feel like we're doing like another thing. And I've said this before, if we want to do a moratorium, let's do a moratorium. If we want to change the rules, change the rules. But creating yet another thing that's going to further complicate this situation, you know, again, we had this issue before term limits where these things lingered for like years and years and years. This just seems to me to be another way to further complicate the situation. So I'm a no on this one.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. Commissioner from Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. For the same reasons, I think that when we look at annexation, I think the process is complicated enough. We have safeguards and hurdles in place. This is just adding even more hurdles, making it more difficult for municipalities to try to annex. So I too think that this is an overreach, and putting this in the charter will make it even that much more difficult for municipalities to try to create annexations. So A too will be a no on this one.
Thank you, Senator. I have Commissioner from District 6.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question for Dennis. How are you? What was the rationale from the task force for removing it from the Planning Advisory Board and creating a separate boundary commission?
The Planning Advisory Board already has a lot of responsibilities, and so the idea was have one body that is charged with giving a comprehensive review of whatever's pending. And we went through different iterations of how long the cycle should be, but the idea was to have one body that's experienced with the boundary change procedures and the incorporation procedures and issues, to look at it county-wide, to be able to say, okay, maybe it makes sense to move here, maybe not here, once you balance it out. And that should be done on a 3-year cycle so that this board can get a comprehensive report of everything that's pending.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
I have Commissioner from District 12. Then I'm going to 1 and then the Vice Chair.
Mr. Chair, thank you. I was going into this, but Commissioner Steinberg has convinced me to go in the other direction with her points. Let me tell you, and Commissioner Orbis correctly pointed out, why replacing the Planning Advisory Board. When I was mayor, Doral, the Planning Advisory Board voted 6-1 to either not incorporate or to move forward and let the two cities duke it out in the county, then give the owners a opportunity to at least weigh in. And I appreciate Commissioner Regalado, who actually came up with an ordinance subsequent to that at least took a non-binding poll of the business owners, because at that point, the city of Sweetwater, which was growing by like more than double its size, took over the largest commercial area that the money went directly to this county. It includes Telemundo. So, I don't know, and Dennis, you have a great committee. I agreed with probably everything else. But this one, the more I think about it and the more I hear my colleagues, I got to be honest with you. I think that, this body, when you were here as an attorney, on many occasions, going back as far as 2002, had looked at full incorporation of the county. But to have municipalities cherry pick the remainder of the parts of the county that provide sources, let's say Blue Lagoon, for example, it's not in my district, but in Commissioner Orbis's district, the largest corporate park that we have. And then what if the city of Miami, which did try at one point to make it part of the city of Miami? I think the PAB can handle it. They're not that busy. They didn't appear to be that busy. Abby remembers, she's back there somewhere, that they weren't that busy to make decisions on other things. So I think that, the real frank discussion we should have at some point is, what type of county do we want to be? Is it half unincorporated and half incorporated? And by the way, this whole vote in November may eliminate cities. We may have to take them over. The reverse may happen. They may actually cease to exist because they cannot function and provide for the security of the people in that area. And who's going to be responsible? It's going to be us. So, I'm going to agree with my colleagues, and I'm going to be a no on this one, just because I think if we ever talk about annexations and incorporations and all this wonderful thing, we need to have a real, frank discussion. And I want to say what nobody ever wants to say. The biggest city that's not a city is Kendall. And if Kendall ever incorporates, the gig is over. This county is going to have to really deal with just regional-wide issues. That's it.
Not going to happen.
Huh? No, I know. I've heard it's not going to happen, but what I'm trying to say is that that's the reality. And sometimes we sit here because, really, it brings headaches to all of us to a certain extent. And I agreed with what Commissioner, now Ambassador Cabrera, proposed, because the business owners don't have a say, and they own properties. The business owners don't have a say, and in some cases, by the way, including in Sweetwater, just want to be clear, the millage rate goes up higher than another municipality. And I represent Sweetwater, so I'm happy for them. God bless them. But, when we make these decisions, it impacts people who own businesses, and most that live in this county. And just because they're business owners, small, intermediate, and large, does not make it right to disregard their point of view. The last time when the example I gave you happened, it was disregarded. The PAB was disregarded because the chairman, who's not one of my mayors, wanted this in Sweetwater. That's all that happened. There was nothing else. Sorry, Abby. I'd bring back bad memories for you. But the bottom line is, let's be frank with the people when we talk about these things. I'm going to be a no, because I think if we want to talk about annexations and corporations, let's sit down and talk about what type of county do we want. Are we going to be like other counties, like Broward, that has full incorporation, practically 99.99%? Or are we going to be like we are, which is the exception to the rule, which might have been really hip back in the 1960s, but it isn't now. So the bottom line to me is, and by the way, the rest of the state, and you can correct me, Commissioner Lopez, since you were there, the rest of the state doesn't go through incorporation through its commission. That's not the way it works. We're the only county that ever created mitigation. Yes, I remember. I haven't forgotten, Dennis. Mitigation. I like you, but I haven't forgotten. Mitigation. We've created all these other rules, and I think that, I think it's important to, when we talk about an issue like annexations and incorporation, that there's not a confusion, because I'm going to tell you what the citizens of some of these cities are going to say. And they're going to use it politically, by the way, some of the mayors of these cities. They're going to say, oh, we want that part. We want that wonderful area that Commissioner Orbis represents. That's the largest corporate park that the county still has remaining with offices. And what are you going to say? The citizens of the city of Miami are probably going to say, well, look, Coral Gables.
You can't have it.
I know you're going to say no, but I'm just saying that you don't need those headaches, because it's an unfair analysis of the issue. Because nobody's asking, what about the survival of the county that provides the service to all of the residents of Miami-Dade County? So I'm going to vote no. Mickey, you convinced me, but the Citizens' Bill of Rights is still more important.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes. So, all right. Hold on. I'm going to add you to the list, Commissioner, but I've got District 1, and then I have the Vice Chair, and then Commissioner Cohen-Higgins.
Mr. Chairman, I'm just doing some rough, first of all, if the people to my left could stop talking. I see airport people over there. Your airport items are gone. If you all cannot be quiet in the chambers, leave the chambers. Can we do that? Mr. Chair, a rough count would seem like there are a lot of no's on this item.
Yeah.
If we could just let this dead horse die?
I'm good with that. Are we good with that? We good with that? Vice Chair, everybody that's pending? All right. So it's been moved by Senator Garcia, seconded by Commissioner Lopez, just for a vote purpose. Are you good with that, Vice Chair?
I'm good with
Like just calling a vote? All in favor signify by saying aye. Thank you. I mean, it's not to kill it. It's a vote. You could kill it to pass it. Right now, it's to pass it. If you're in favor of approving the item, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Nay. The nays have it. So this Charter Review Task Force item does not exist.
Mr.
Does not
Chair.
move forward.
Just as a point of personal privilege on this, I think that we should all consider some of the things that were mentioned here, because, for example, instead, and we've talked about this before, JC obviously gets very triggered when we talk about this issue, but we've talked about how the applications should speak to the broader issue and not just the area and the fiscal impact. And I can tell you, when South Miami came with an application that they wanted to take Dadeland, I said no. So I think we need to take some of these ideas and maybe incorporate them into our process.
Yeah, I think that's fair. All right.
Thank you, Dennis.
Thank you, Dennis, for that. Appreciate it. All right, and then 11-820. I'll entertain a motion on 11-820. It's this Charter Review. Hold on. I have a
Second.
motion by Commissioner Cohen-Higgins, seconded by Commissioner Orbis. You're recognized, D7.
Thank you. I have a friendly amendment that I think might help. So in my prior life as a school board member, I worked on advertising at our schools. And one of the biggest complaints that Miami-Dade County Public Schools receives, and that I still receive as a county commissioner, are the horrible banners that the school district puts around the schools. Everybody hates them. I was against them. I tried to limit them while I was there, and it is a constant issue. I appreciate that we're going to do some advertising in our parks because we want to increase revenue, but I do not want to have those banners around the parks that we see at our school district. So it doesn't speak to it. It's very broad. So I wonder if there's something that we can amend to ensure that that doesn't happen.
So, Commissioner Regalado, I agree. I can't stand it. All the fences in my district, I don't know if it's an unincorporated thing or it happens everywhere.
Everywhere.
It's ridiculous. So that was something that I actually discussed with the attorneys to add in here. Purposely left it out to have it as a matter of policy of this board if it gets approved by the voters. So as a matter of policy, this board, this is just to open up so that the advertisement could exist. Really, the intent is digital. Is not banners. I don't want full of banners. It irks me. but I want it to be a matter of policy of this board of what's allowed, what's not. Maybe we could limit sizes. We don't want to completely say that you can't put a small little banner somewhere, and if it makes sense.
I appreciate that, but I think people will vote against this if that is not clarified, because so many people hate the banners around the schools that I think when they see parks and advertising, that's going to come up. And while I appreciate that we do the policy afterwards, I think it's going to hurt its ability to pass.
I mean, look, it was part of something I discussed with the attorneys, and then we opted to take it out. I'm not entirely opposed to it. I don't want to limit something that I certainly want to limit 1,000 banners on a fence. That I do want to limit, but I don't want to limit the potential of one banner or two banners at a baseball field if they're sponsoring a game or something like that for that. So that, by putting it in the charter, I think it kind of prohibits us from that type of policy. I'm with you on the intent of what you're saying. I just don't know that we want to tie the hands of potential income.
My friendly amendment would be just to speak to the fencing and maybe a percentage, because
I would hear. Do you have something drafted?
no, but I mean, because if there is fencing, there would be like, you can't cover more than 25% of the fence. And that way you could put a banner, but you can't wrap a park.
I'm okay with
The issue is the wrap a park.
I'm fine with that. That'll be a friendly amendment. That in the event, listen, I don't want banners at all. I mean, I would still like. So I guess here's the question: if we do that, can we still, as matter of policy of this board, come back later and say we don't want any banners on fences at all? Can we go stricter than the charter amendment?
You absolutely can.
Okay, perfect. All right. So I'm okay with that language of, no banner advertisement to exceed 25% of linear footage.
It's the fence. The issue is the fence.
fencing
So I think you have to specifically
fence.
speak to the fence, because that's what the voter's going to think about. They're going to think of the school district and the fence.
Let's put exterior fence even for that.
Exterior fence, yes.
So no advertisement shall be in the form of fence banners encompassing over 25% of exterior fencing. Some version of that. You want to clean that up?
Mr. Chair, just would it be possible, since this relates to the ballot question itself and potential changes that have to be made to the charter amendment, if we can move on to another item, we can work on drafting language, present it to you, and then we can come back to this item?
Absolutely. Let me just get input. Start doing that. Let me get input from the rest of the commissioners in case they want to add stuff to it too. I'm open to Commissioner Steinberg.
Okay. This is my last item that I'm speaking on.
Is it though?
It's the last one I pulled.
Are we still on that last item, though, Mr. Chair? If I
Well,
could-
yeah, we're still on the item.
Okay, so when I have a chance, I want to add something.
Yep, we'll get there.
Okay, so first of all, I want to say that I appreciate the intent of creating new funding opportunities for our parks, so thank you, Chairman. But I do believe we need to proceed with caution and establish clear guardrails before we move forward. So in its form today, I will not be supporting this item because I think that we need the legal framework first before we put it out to the, while I know you can do it after, I understand that. I think there are too many concerns that I have that maybe others would share. Because I think we need to think beyond today's intentions and ask, what does policy look like in 5 years, 10 years, 15 years? I don't want to see any unintended consequences to this. So if advertising is allowed broadly, the communities that bear the visual impact, I think, should also receive the benefit, which is, I know, something that maybe is not in this. If history is an indication of how the county's negotiated things in the past, I don't really have a lot of real sense of what that's going to look like in the future. So let me just go through my points really quickly, because the parks who are going to have advertisement are also they're going to shoulder that burden. But then I don't know what kind of commercial activity or visual impact it's going to be. What does that look like? So they should see the direct reinvestment into those parks if they're going to have to shoulder that burden. I also think that we haven't fully explored all of a sudden I was told by the Parks Department and by the County Attorney's Office that sponsorship opportunities are now no longer running afoul with the charter, with Article 7, such as capital improvement sponsorships, philanthropic donations, and naming opportunities. Those, we have to explore, what does that look like? So I'm concerned about opening up the door, because you just talked about banners. I hadn't even thought about banners. I was thinking, are we going to allow digital? Are we going to allow billboards in our parks? Like, what does this look like? I also get concerned, are the beaches going to be excluded? Are parking facilities included? Could this eventually lead to advertising associated with, other things? I have so many questions, because, Hallover is a park. It's also a beach. What does that mean? Can we exempt maybe waterfront parks, because those have unique issues, and they're going to bear a lot of this, and what does that look like? So I support, by the way, I'm wearing green. I support Parks Month, everybody, and you can adopt 2 trees on Saturday at various locations throughout the county. It's very important. We want to support our parks. But as we're pursuing new revenue streams, I don't want to create unintended consequences that permanently change the character of our parks, or allow the loudest interest or dictate what belongs in our public spaces, in the people's public spaces. So what I don't want to see is Hallover turn into NASCAR venue, right? So, by the way, I've been consistent on advertisement. Like anybody who knows me, I've always had concerns about advertisement. So I just wanted to put that out there. Again, I appreciate where this is coming from, but that's why I can't support it. And I don't know if there are any ideas to make it so that, we tighten it even further. But those are my thoughts at this time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Through the chair.
And I'm gonna get there. So, and look, I respect that, Commissioner Steinberg. I understand. Look, this is very simple for me. I'm trying to, I thought of this to come up with revenue sources in a time when obviously property taxes are being reformed, and it's a talk of the town. County parks will be probably one of the highest, most impacted departments in our county, and obviously it's so important to our community. And it's funny you said that, because one of the points you said, because I actually, the original form, and I amended it in committee, the original form of this item had so that wherever the advertisement took place, the funds did remain in that park. Working with Parks Department Director, who is at the well now, we actually amended that out so that, because there's a lot of community parks that maybe some folks may not want to advertise in, and we don't want them to be left out. I did, however, place a hold shall this pass, to come back to the board and maybe create regions. Not necessarily that the money stays in that particular park, but create regions. And the regions aren't going to be districts, commission districts. It could be the South region, the Central, and the North region. So it still encompasses most of it, and everyone gets their fair share. But yes, I agree with your mindset of it should stay in the park. I understand Parks' concern with it and the administration's concern with it, and it's a real one, by the way. So that's why I was amenable to amending that out, but do have a hold on policy to implement some sort of framework to maintain it. I do hope I could earn your support on it, because I think it's just one way to generate revenue for our Parks Department in a time when we need it. But I understand, of course, and respect your position. Commissioner Lopez, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I don't have any county parks in my district, unfortunately, but I want to caution, I have had a lot of issues in my district with digital signs and the way the residential communities view them. So you may want to consider, after, should this pass, during the implementation of this, to potentially exclude digital signs. A lot of our county parks are in residential areas, and you just have to see what that looks like at night with the lights. You'll have the same problem I had in my district with just digital signage in the urban area, and how it was impacting my residences. So I just put that out there just because I heard Commissioner Steinberg say, what will it look like? Will it be digital, et cetera? And then I realized, wow, I've been struggling with digital signs in my district, and it does impact residential. But I am supportive of this item, because I do believe we're going to need to have some revenues stream for parks, especially since they're so important to our county. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. And the intent is actually, in fact, to have digital signs is the intent, but it's not the issue that you're having. It's not the big billboards at all. It's more like the kiosks that you see in Coral Gables and Brickell, little small kiosks throughout the park that actually serve multi-purpose. It's not just an advertisement mechanism. That will be the revenue generator, but it also has access for you to dial 911 or emergency service, show your phone run out of battery. You can actually charge your phone in some of them. It kind of tells you like you're standing here and this is what's around the park. These are the restaurants nearby. So it's not billboards, it's more of a kiosk, and it could generate revenue. I haven't forgotten you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to you in a second. But just 1 second. But yes, the idea is to have digital signs and not have the banners that do make it, at times ugly throughout the park. But I want to say once again, a lot of the concerns brought up are something that will be discussed as matter of policy of this board. Shall this pass by the voters? And so we will be having this discussion at some point. Shall it pass? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to Commissioner Lopez's point, the city of Miami opted out of Lady Bird. It's a very different situation. We do not have an opt-out of Lady Bird. So irrespective of this, we cannot do the things that the city of Miami does. When we talk about digital signing, it's a very different conversation. To the chair's point, it's about wayfinding, similar to what we've approved at the underline, that provides people with information, and then some advertising. Our rules are a lot different from the city of Miami. So when we say digital signage, it's very, very different from when the city of Miami says digital signage, because they opted out of Lady Bird. And that is a federal issue. That has nothing to do with us. We cannot go as far as they have gone without an opt-out, which would be very complex.
Madam Mayor, let me finish with the board if that's okay, or did you want to input on some of the stuff?
Yes, of course.
Okay,
like
can
to-
I finish with the board, or do you want to?
Well, I do think it's important for you to hear from the Parks Department.
Absolutely. No, we're not stopping this conversation until we do hear from you all.
Okay.
Let me just finish with the board and then we'll go. Senator Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I do have, and listen, I appreciate what you're trying to do here. I get this. We are in a time where we're having financial constraints and it becomes more difficult and we need to try to raise some monies, and I get that. That's admirable. But one of the issues that I do have is, look, we still can put up banners and so forth on the sponsorships, but it's just the advertisement. We live in a world right now where it's hyper advertisement. Everywhere we go, everywhere we look, someone is shooting something at us, trying to sell something at us. I find that our parks should be our sanctuaries. Our parks should be somewhere where we can go and get away from the craziness, the noise that we face every single day. And I look at what happens at Amelia Earhart Park, right? And I think about the walkways that we have. We're creating these trees to make sure that we have a place that people can feel comfortable and walk along these walkways and be one with themselves, their creator, their God. And yet we're going to have a potential where we can have advertisement being thrown their way. I think that this was put in the charter for a reason. And unless we can find a way to modify some of this, I just don't know. Mr. Chairman, I hate to do this, but I just don't know if I can support this at this time with this. I think it's just over cumbersome, and I appreciate what you're trying to do, but I just don't know if I can do this at this time. Thank you.
I understand, Senator. And listen, I do understand what you're saying, and I agree with a lot of it. I mean, in fact, some of those concerns is kind of like what Regalado was speaking to, right? Of the banners and keeping it as a sanctuary. The difficulty is I don't think it's that per se. I think this is a more regulated thing that this board could govern. So I do hope that I could earn your support on it, but I understand. And I'm not calling out the atomic bomb here, but the reality is some of these parks and or certainly their programs can cease to exist if we don't start to monetize the different options. And that's not me saying babies are going to die. That's just a reality. That's not me scaring, fear tactics. That's a reality. Again, I don't know that we're shutting down parks. That's too early to say, but certainly programs can suffer as a result of funding issues. So I understand it's not ideal, but it's also, the idea is that if you have a nice kiosk that is a wayfinder that allows you to call 911, and then it circulates a couple, nearby restaurants that are across the street from the park, something like that is I think is very amenable and doable. But I respect what you're saying. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And first of all, let me just publicly say thank you for allowing the modification of the original language. The modification that you made allowed for the funding that's captured now to be used in all parks throughout the county. So I take my hat off to you on that. Secondly, I'm not quite sure if we will have the same number of interests in certain districts in this county to advertise at certain parks. The demographics are different. The impact on revenue would be different. But more than anything, there are not the majority, but there are quite a few parks in AMSA that are currently not receiving any attention as we speak. The programs, the parks, they're deplorable. And asking us to take the sanctuary and turn it into an advertisement situation where people can actually promote to certain people, certain products and certain items, I do believe certain communities will be left out. And this is not something I'm just saying just to say it, but if you currently look at areas now where there are a majority of AMSA parks, you will see the huge difference between parks in AMSA and parks in the municipalities. And you will also see where people are willing to spend their monies. I doubt if I get the same advertisers to come to District 9 and advertise in District 9 parks, because District 9 parks currently still have buildings that were built in 1940s and the 50s, and we haven't seen any major updates to actually invite people into that neighborhood to discuss advertisement opportunities. Lastly, let me just say this. I am totally in support of finding another way to generate revenue for our parks. But I think the equity argument has to be at the forefront. Currently, it is not at the forefront. And currently, where you find dilapidated parks, you also see a correlation of crime. Not just crime, but higher crime. And not just higher crime, grotesque crimes. And not just those grotesque crimes, but you also find trauma-induced behaviors because there aren't places where people who are already struggling to survive and make it in this county, that they can just go and just find solitude. It is impossible to do that where you have communities that have been begging for parks to be modified to fit today's environment. And unfortunately, we add on the idea that property taxes, modifying that area of revenue, may have a huge impact on parks. The fact of the matter is, if it has a huge impact on parks in Coral Gables, it's going to destroy those parks that are already in dilapidated communities, where communities have been basically shown no love for their parks. If we're really talking about generating revenue, we need to talk about allowing for there to be a sliding scale. And that sliding scale should begin with, if we make the money in one part of the town that has more opportunities to get greater investors into these advertisement apparatuses, then we should begin with the parks that are actually already struggling to keep its doors open along with its programs, and those monies should go there first. And I do not believe at this particular moment that we have arrived to that position that I've just announced. And for those reasons, I do believe today I will be a no until we actually get a formula in place that would allow for equity to be had across the board, and particularly in those communities where the median income and where the majority of the folk traveling to find a place to have that quiet moment, that can't afford to go to places like a Sky Zone or to a bigger park where they can take the kids on go-karts. Until those things happen, then I have to be a no on this, because I just do not believe, and I trust you and I believe you, but I do not believe that the end result will meet the expectations that you are seeking when you're pushing this piece of legislation.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Madam Mayor.
I have a question.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just briefly want to say, of course, we need to raise revenue where we can, and we appreciate this item. There were some changes made, which we're also appreciative of. Christina White, our Parks Director, wants to speak briefly to concerns about being too specific at this point, and as much as possible, leaving more to an implementing order should it pass public scrutiny. And it could address some of the details about what signage is more aesthetically appropriate, as well as some of the distribution issues that have been raised. We certainly want this to benefit parks throughout the county. So with that, if we could allow her to just say a few words, please.
Sure, Christina, and as you do, and feel free to do that, the attorneys have come to tell me they have an amendment prepared based on Regalado's concerns. It's somewhere in the middle of exactly what Regalado said and probably what you're about to say. So I think it may cover what you're about to say, but go ahead and say it anyway.
Okay.
Then we'll hear the final verdict of the lawyers on what they recommend.
All right. Well, good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. Christina White, Pros Director. I am so appreciative of this conversation because, of course, as Parks Director, I'm the purist. So very thankful to hear that there's some regulation that maybe we're talking about doing and seeing, but we also understand that the economic times are what they are and all ideas for revenue are certainly welcomed. As the mayor said, I just wanted to put my concerns on the record about being too specific in the charter. Because the charter, as everybody knows, is very difficult to change in the future, and we don't know what will happen in 5, 10, 15 years from now. So to be very specific about what we're going to allow could end up, locking us in, boxing us into these restrictions in the future. Not just from the revenue perspective, but also practical concerns, such as tournaments that go on right now, soccer, football, baseball tournaments that currently exist. We do allow banners to go up during those. So if we start restricting how much can go up, then we're going to start having problems with what we already allow within our parks. So what I wanted to just suggest, if the board was going to move forward with this item, is to have it be general, however you see fit, and then we do come back, as we've been talking about at committee and otherwise, with follow-up legislation, internal procedures, to put in those additional restrictions that you all see fit.
Thank you, Director. And I think so if the attorneys can read up an amendment that they have that I think will give ease to Commissioner Regalado's concern, and I'm okay with it. Go ahead.
Chair moves to amend item 11A20 to add a requirement that all such advertising must be consistent with standards established by ordinance of the board. And that would be added to the charter and to the ballot language. We'd figure out exactly how to put the ballot language in there to include that, but this would essentially not allow the advertising to occur until you've established standards by ordinance.
Okay.
Second.
Well, it doesn't say the fence thing on the charter, so it still kind of consists of the same issue of the voters may not be too clear on it, but it clearly states that we can't do anything until this board adopts guidelines. So it's not that it's going to happen automatically once it passes, and then if we don't take action, we have to take action and adopt an ordinance surrounding that before they can go out and advertise.
I appreciate that, but that it's not, that my issue is that my residents absolutely hate the ads on the fences. And to Christina's point, I mean, the tournaments, that's not an ad, it's just an event that's happening there. It's not advertisement. So I don't think that would impact that. But I can't support it with that. And honestly, I don't think it'll pass without speaking to this issue, because the advertising on school sites is so hated by so many residents. So I want it to pass, which is why I think we need to deal with this issue, because every resident that I've spoken to about advertising in our parks, their first question has been, are you going to do what the school district does? And if so, no. I think given what the school district has done, this is our biggest hurdle in order to get support. We have so many parks that are directly adjacent to single-family homes, and just like the schools, they hate seeing all those ads.
So again, I'm open to it. I'm open to, but what I'm hearing is it's too specific. Like, I am okay with what Regalado is saying, but I understand that it's restrictive, and So listen, if it doesn't pass and the voters don't see the benefit of private revenue to offset a shortfall of taxpayer dollars, we could only take the horse to the lake, right? If they don't want to drink the water, we can't force them to. So I'm comfortable with that amendment. Gilbert, I'd like to call a vote on it. You may. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Just a couple points. First, while I appreciate your voters might not be okay with that, I don't know that I've heard that complaint. And we've had advertising around parks and schools in Miami Gardens for a while now also. So we haven't heard that complaint. That's the first thing. The second thing is everything has to be relative to the other things. So we're going to have no money for parks. Are they okay with higher rental fees? Are they okay with higher, participation fees? Like the things that we actually using the money for. Yeah. So it's in an ideal world, we wouldn't do it, but we're not in an ideal world, and we're going to a less ideal world. And so that's the other thing. And then with regard to Commissioner or Vice Chairman's perspective, I agree with him, but I don't think the answer is not putting the item before the voters. I think the answer is when it comes back to this board, making sure that that money is distributed in a way that actually helps everyone. The reason why I think this was changed, and I think we changed it in committee, and you changed it in committee, was because we have invested our general fund dollars in parks, and that's been everybody's money that's been invested in those parks. And so now that we have really nice assets in some places and not as nice assets in others, it wouldn't be fair to actually take the profit and just keep it in that area. We understood that. That's why the item was actually amended. And so I think this item should go forward, and I think that we should be able to advertise to the greatest extent possible that it's not like completely offensive. We have to be serious about finding ways to offset the looming budget hole that already exists in parks. And so we have to be serious to do that. I move this item.
All right, so it's been moved, it's been seconded. Commissioner Regalado, you're still a no, right? Okay, so.
As amended.
Not as amended, no. Remove the amendment. All right, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Show the item passed. All right. Back on to second reading items. Madam Attorney or Mr. Attorney.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I was advised by the county attorneys that I had to move to reconsider 5-0.
Yes, you
So
may.
I'll let Mr. Abionet clarify
so
that.
show 5-0 reconsidered by Commissioner Orbis, seconded by Commissioner Gonzalez. All in favor of the reconsideration signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Show it reconsidered. Madam Attorney.
This item will need to be re-advertised, and it will come back on the September 1st agenda to be voted on and to either approve or deny the waiver of plat.
All right, is there any action that needs to be taken by the Commissioner at this time outside of the reconsideration?
No, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you very much. We're on to second reading.
We have an airport item, if we could do it real quick.
Move it.
Yes. If I could have the attorneys read the airport motion.
You can read it. Go ahead. Aviation item.
Aviation.
Which one?
Mine.
An item or a motion?
A motion, sorry, motion.
Oh, 1 second. We'll get that.
Mr. Chairman, before we get there, can I just recognize my interns?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, can we recognize all of them?
I have two right here. We have.
Are they from your YEP or these are separate?
No, do it because they're leaving. They have to go back to the district to get some work done.
But these are separate from youth engagement program.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, recognize them. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'd like to recognize and thank Allison Reyes and Alain Sanchez for their help and support in our office and our internship program. So these two great kids are right back here. And
All right. I like it.
thank you so much, guys.
That's worth it. So are the youth engagement program students, are they all over? Can you all stand up? All right. All right. This is you could stay standing up for a second. So this is the second year that we have the youth engagement program ran by our intergovernmental affairs team, who I see Henry here, I see Sam here, I see a few. I don't know where Alina is. But, you know, it's what, like 25, 26? We couldn't keep up. We got over 50 applications this year. And I told them this when I went to speak to them last week, but you're fortunate and should be honored to know that you were selected among several others. I mean, about double the amount that made the cut. So congratulations. This particular class and last year's class was great, and will always be a class that I remember as the inaugural class, but this class is extremely smart, educated, polished. They asked all the right questions. I was surprised to hear how many questions. I understand that there's one particular student who is leading the way with others, now has encouraged others to start podcasts because has one of her own, and now like folks are trying to ask their parents to buy them like recording equipment and podcast equipment. So congratulations, but honestly, all of you have led the way. I would have never in a million dreams thought to do what you guys are doing at your age. So congratulations. Thank you for being here today.
I actually want to thank you for putting this program together. You had the foresight to do so and help shape the next generation of leaders. I know that last year and this year, both of the appointments that were for District 4 found it so immeasurably, like, they're now interested in everything that we're doing, which before wasn't even on their radar. So I want to thank you for putting this forward.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think, yeah.
If I may, congratulations. This is a great deal, and it gets these kids involved in government, understanding what they can do if they actually speak up. And I just think you want to have the best one that you have in there from District 13. So District 13 is the best one. So Jose Garcia, you're there. God bless you. So thank you so much, and congratulations. I had to take a shout out. Come on, guys. Come on.
From every district.
They're all wonderful. Look at them cheering on.
13 and a lake.
I question that. It's not District 13 is not the best one.
It's not. It's 12. Is it 12?
Want to be clear.
They're all really so bright, and I mean that. I'm not just being nice.
Everybody's the same.
They're all the same. That's not true.
Oh, they're all good. They're all good.
That's not true. Not everyone's the same. That's
Don't
a
get me
nice thing
going,
to
'cause
say.
I have to-
Some parents will tell you that, but no, not everybody's the same.
No. Okay.
Everyone's loved and cared for, but different. Yeah, I know, right? So, but no, listen, and you're right. Senator Garcia has experienced in the legislature, such as Lopez and who else is, and McGee, who stepped out. That this is something that the state legislature does as the page and messenger program. All three of my kids have done the program for several years in the state legislature, and the amount of information that they've learned and gathered from it has been very, very helpful. In fact, they've learned things there that they have not learned from their own dad, and their dad is in government. So I think you all will take a lot out of this. Make sure you soak it all up. So again, congratulations. You deserve a round of applause for doing this. Congratulations. All right, Madam Attorney, are we ready with a motion by Commissioner Regalado?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Commissioner Regalado moves to amend Resolution Number R 1234-25, which approved the purchase of certain real property rights pursuant to proposed amended and restated lease agreement between Miami-Dade County as lessor and Aero Miami LLC as lessee for airport property, to authorize the county mayor's designee to eliminate the provision in the draft amended agreement requiring the lessee to pay additional monthly rental payments of 2% of gross rents received from all subtenants, because fair market ground rental will be paid.
All right, so it's been moved by Commissioner Regalado, seconded by Commissioner Lopez. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Show that motion passed.
Thank you.
All right, congratulations. Any other motions? We already had the reconsideration. We have the motion. So now on to second reading items. Does the attorney need to read all the items?
Yes.
Okay, go
Yeah,
ahead.
I'll read them quickly. 7A, ordinance relating to the Rapid Transit System Development Zone, amending sections 33C-2 and 33C-3.3 of the code, expanding the Smart Corridor subzone of the Rapid Transit Zone to encompass certain private property in the vicinity of Southwest 27th Avenue and Southwest 28th Lane located within a quarter mile of a public transit station, providing severability, inclusion in the code, and an effective date. 7B is an ordinance relating to the Rapid Transit System Development Zone, amending section 33C-2 of the code, amending the Metro Mover subzone of the Rapid Transit Zone to add certain private property, providing severability, inclusion in the code, and an effective date. 7D, we're going to get back to. And
7E is an ordinance creating section 8-9 of the code requiring the county mayor or designee to develop and implement a same-day permitting program for certain permit applications for certain residential projects and to provide reports every 6 months, providing severability, inclusion in the code, and an effective date. And I have a request to bifurcate 7B by Commissioner Lopez and 7E and its supplement by Commissioner Regalado.
All right, so can I have a motion on the remainder of the items? It's been moved by Commissioner Gonzalez, seconded by Commissioner Orbis. And clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Bermudez, Commissioner Cohen-Higgins, Senator Garcia, Commissioner Gilbert, Commissioner Gonzalez,
4.
Commissioner Lopez,
Yes.
Commissioner Milian Orbis, Commissioner Regalado, Commissioner Steinberg, Commissioner Bastien, Vice Chairman McGee, Chairman Rodriguez.
I vote yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right, Commissioner Lopez, you're recognized on D5.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
7B, I'm
7B.
sorry. You are D5.
So the county attorney has a motion to read into the record.
Please read Commissioner Lopez's motion.
Commissioner Lopez moves to amend item 7B to 1, remove references to the properties located at 25 Southeast 10th Street and 20 Southeast 10th Street from the 6 whereas clause on page MDC 005 and the accompanying exhibit map, and 2, to correct the exhibit map's graphical depiction of the property located at 9 Southeast 6th Street to as such property is not within the RTZ but has been erroneously depicted on the map as being within the RTZ.
All right, so short move by Commissioner Lopez as amended.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to put my comments on the record because of this. So I don't know if everyone has been following. In the urban area, we have very little green space. These two parcels that I'm removing from the RTZ zone is because they are the traditional and Allen Morris Park in Brickell. There was a bone of contention around what would be happening to those two parcels, in particular because they have been used as a park over the years. This will return it back into the, I'm not accepting them into the RTC. They'll go through the City of Miami's permitting process. I think the real issue was the trees. What would happen to all the trees on the property? The City of Miami has a huge issue with tree permits. So my residents expressed a lot of concerns about it moving into the RTZ, where there wouldn't be the same protections for the trees. So I've agreed to remove them from the RTC. That is.
All right, it's been moved. It's been seconded by Commissioner Cohen-Higgins. All in favor of that item as amended, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed.
We need a roll call.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I was getting there. Sorry. Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Cohen-Higgins,
As amended in 4.
Yes.
Senator Garcia, Commissioner Gilbert, Commissioner Gonzalez,
4.
Commissioner Lopez,
Yes.
Commissioner Milian Orbis,
Yes.
Commissioner Regalado, Commissioner Steinberg, Commissioner Bastien, Commissioner Bermudez, Vice Chairman McGee, Chairman Rodriguez.
Vote yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right, 7E. I'll entertain a motion on 7E. It's been moved by Commissioner Gonzalez, seconded by Commissioner Lopez. Commissioner from District 7, you're recognized.
Thank you. I just had a question for Lourdes on this because I remember that we did some of this already, and the City of Miami actually is now copying what we did. So I think this is codifying some of the things that already exist. So Lourdes, what's new here?
Correct.
Just so we can
And that's
put it on the record.
That's exactly what it is. It's codifying a lot of the things that we do already to make sure it can't be changed.
Okay, all right, because I was like, when I read it, I was like, we actually do this already.
We do most of it, yeah.
We do most of it, okay.
We're
all right.
codifying all of it and maybe adding a couple little things, but yes, they're currently implementing some of it. I don't know that they actually always keep it to the 1 day. Sometimes it goes 2, 3, 4 days, but yes, we're codifying it and making it straight to 24 hours.
All right, then that's fine. Well, I'm happy to support.
All right, so we have a motion, we have a second. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, nay. Show
roll call.
roll call. I'm going too fast here. Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Garcia, Commissioner Gilbert, Commissioner Gonzalez,
4.
Commissioner Lopez,
Yes.
Commissioner Milian Orbis, Commissioner Regalado, Commissioner Steinberg, Commissioner Bastien, Commissioner Bermudez, Commissioner Cohen-Higgins? Vice Chairman McGee? Chairman Rodriguez?
I vote yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right. Madam Attorney, bypassing for a minute the discussion items, can we move into the pool list? Then we'll go back to discussion items afterwards.
Yes, would you like to go in order? Or
Yes, but is there any releases at all, or?
I have one release, Senator. I have one. There may be others.
We've got 3,700 pulled items, so.
Yes, Senator Garcia is the only pulling commissioner, I think, for item 8F1.
Okay.
He's releasing that item.
Okay.
8F1.
8F1, Lightspeed, and what did I pull?
You said.
Let me see.
And also 8 and 8.
Okay, and I'll release 11/8/25. I just wanted to co-prime it. I was gonna add some stuff to it. Right? Did I have an amendment prepared? No.
Yeah, Mr.
Yeah,
Chair.
I just wanted to. I support it, but I just want to co-sponsor your sargassum item, Commissioner Simon. So I'll release it with a co-sponsorship. 11/8/25. Then Senator Garcia is releasing 8F1.
And 8 and 8 as well.
8 and 8. Okay, great. And then Bermudez.
I think it's 982, if we may ask, 985, I'm sorry.
95. You're releasing.
Which is, I'll release it if, I'd like to co-sponsor it with Commissioner Cohen-Higgins, co-prime it, because that is something that came about with a combination of something in our district and her district. So if I may, I'll release it. I just wanted to co-prime it.
You want to co-prime it? Okay. Is that okay for him to co-sponsor?
Absolutely not.
Okay. All right. So it's been released and co-primed. All right. Can we entertain a motion on 8F1, 9A5, 11/8/25, and there was another one, Jerry?
8 and 8.
8 and 8. Okay, it's been moved by Lopez, seconded by Gonzalez. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, nay. Show those 4 passed. All right. 2B5, CBO report card. Commissioner from District 5, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I just wanted to say that I'm grateful for the information that was given to us, but it's not what I was looking for at all. So here's what I was looking for when it comes to CBO funding. I was looking for the name of the organization, how much money they receive federally, state, and locally, and how many years they've been receiving funding. I mean, I think that this was a good start, but it is missing so much information that I'd like to work with the administration. I think, at least how I read the resolution that was passed that generated this report, there was a lot more that we requested that didn't get sent to us. So I would, and I looked here, this was a good overall picture of some of the CBOs. I'm just curious when we'll have a much more deeper dive into every single CBO that we fund. So that's a question for the administration.
Through
may
the
respond.
chair,
Yep.
I'd like to recognize Ray Baker. There's actually 2 reports, and I think he can help clarify.
Director Baker, you're recognized for a response.
Hi, good afternoon. Yes, so there's 2 reports. 2B5 is the annual report card that we're required to submit. And then 14B2 would be the one that is the response to the resolutions that you're referring to.
Does that item show me complete details, the number of years that we've been funding them, where they get their funding? That's what I'm looking for.
I don't believe that was called for in the request, but we can certainly provide that to you.
So I guess to help us during the budget, even though I know the mayor has kept the CBOs, held harmless, I still think that we have to understand what are our priorities as a commission, what do we want to fund, and in order to make those decisions, we need to understand every single CBO that is funded and where they're getting their money. How much do they get from the federal government? How much do they get from the state government? What have we been funding them? How many years have we been funding them? How many people do they serve? I mean, I know this was a big item of discussion in the last budget cycle, but I can't imagine my being able to make any decisions based on CBO funding without all of that information. So I am hopeful that within the next month, I'll be able to review that, because I think certainly the committee that Commissioner Milian Orbis and I chair would be very interested in drilling down to the absolute detail. Because, you know, there are matching funds as well. I'd like to know how much. This is the process at the state level. We ask, how much matching funds do you have from anyone, right? Who is that? Is it a private foundation? Is it a private organization? Is it federal grants? Is it state grants? I mean, we get a lot of requests at the state level to fund projects. We call through them specifically, every single request, and we make decisions based on that kind of information and that data. So I was hoping that we would be able to get that for every single CBO that has been included in the budget this year.
Through the chair.
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I want to indicate that in addition to Ray, we have Dan Wall. Dan Wall has been leading on the nonprofits for, I don't know, 30 years, something like that. And I actually had a large role to play in having him hired by a predecessor, because we needed to have somebody who could help us maximize federal and state dollars, and Dan was hired for that purpose. So if he doesn't know the answer, he will get it. So if you would allow him just to say.
No, Madam Commissioner, the information that you referenced and all of the information that was required in the legislation is in that add-on report 14B2.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. I just remember that when we fund things, like I've had CBOs say to me, if you don't fund me, then I will lose the matching funds from the federal grant that we have, right? So those are important decisions to make, because obviously we're able to maximize funding from other sources to be able to fund. But I still look at a lot of this as, what are the priorities that we want to be funding? What areas? Is it vulnerable populations? Within that, is it elderly and young children? You know, I mean, for me to make a decision, it is very difficult based on what I have, but I will look at that item, and if I have any further requests, I will make sure to pass those on to you. Thank you so much.
And if I could, one last point, Mr. Chair. We are going to meet with all of you shortly, and within a couple of weeks, 3 weeks, to go through in more detail all the questions that have been raised at the various committees this past week, and make sure that you have all the information that you need to make informed choices.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Commissioner from District 8 on 2B5, and I'm going to go ahead and take up item 14B2 as well together. So.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the commissioners that requested this report. I believe it was Commissioner Orbis and Commissioner Garcia and Commissioner Gonzalez, to allow us to see where these legacy CBO dollars are going and how they're being spent. On 2B5 particularly, there are a number of CBOs that are color-coded with both yellow and red, indicating 5 or more instances of noncompliance and or receiving a suspension that has since been resolved, or any number of instances of noncompliance that merit contract or payment suspension that are not resolved. Are those yellow and red coded CBOs included in the upcoming proposed budget?
You're recognized.
Thank you, Dan Wall, Office of Management and Budget. Yes, Commissioner, the yellow coded had a number of findings that, as per AIO 3-15, required a yellow rating. They have subsequently submitted a corrective action plan that have all been cleared. There were 3 with a red designation. One of them was able to successfully clear their corrective action plan. One, the contract was terminated for lack of performance, and the third one, they declined the funding this year. And the current year monitoring, because this is looking back a year, the current year monitoring is happening right now, and I'm pleased to report, knock on wood, that we have no suspensions to date so far.
Thank you, and I'm glad that you're pleased to report that. I, however, am looking at this report carefully for those that are non-compliant in any way, especially when funding is as tight as it is. I find it fascinating that there would be any non-compliance, much less instances higher than 5. And so I'll be taking a close look at those as we move into our budget. But thank you for the explanation regarding what we have included in our proposed new annual budget moving forward. Nothing further, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Commissioner Orbis, then D7.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to refer to 2B5, the report card. So in the memo, it doesn't specify what constitutes a violation. So what constitutes a violation for these organizations? And why is the threshold 5? How is that decided? That they are allowed to do 5 violations before they get action taken against the corrective action?
All right. So to your first question, what constitutes a violation? They're not in compliance with one of the many terms and conditions in the contract. It could be from they lack programmatic records, they lack financial records, or it could be something small like they failed to submit their COOP plan, continuity of operations plan, on an annual basis. So it is any instance of non-compliance with the contract. And the numbers that were determined by the board are outlined in AO 3-15.
Okay, and is it per fiscal year? As
Yes.
The violations, are they, could it be 5 violations in a year, or is it every time they apply? How do you keep track of that?
It's an annual monitoring.
Okay.
And then they submit a corrective action plan, and they either clear that or not. And then next year, we go out with fresh set of eyes and we look again, and it could be anywhere from 0 to 1. And to the Commissioner Cohen-Higgins' point also, some of these organizations are smaller CBOs that lack capacity. So there is a lot of work that goes on with a separate team working in conjunction with their contracts officer to provide capacity building, technical assistance on an ongoing basis.
So what's the corrective action? Is complying with what they were missing? Is it submitting paperwork? What is the corrective action?
It could be all of those things. You didn't do this, explain why, give us your plan for correction, and by when are you going to do it? Or you failed to provide me this document, provide the document now. It's a combination of those things.
Is there a certain, Mr. Chair, if I may continue, is that okay? Is there a certain point where you say this organization has not complied, we're no longer going to recommend funding for them? Or do they just, are they allowed to continue having violations and correcting them over and over and continue receiving funding from the county?
No, the answer to your question, I think the way you asked it was, no, they're not allowed to just continue on,
So is it like 3 strikes, you're out? How is it?
We submit a monitoring report to them. We give them an opportunity to submit a corrective action plan. We review that. We may negotiate back and forth with them on that. We may say it's not sufficient, need to provide more documentation. But no, as I indicated previously, one of the 3 red was not able to submit a corrective action plan, and so we terminated the agreement for lack of performance. And that was based on that 1 year. Looking back at that agency, they had a track record of difficulty leading up to that, but it was technically within that 1 year. And another way of doing it is we will not execute a current year contract until they have submitted that corrective action plan for the prior year and it has been approved by the county.
Okay, so that, continuing the example of that organization, I don't know which one it is, but would they be allowed to reapply in the next fiscal year, or are they done receiving? Do they have to start over? How does it work?
If there was a new solicitation, they would be eligible to apply. They would have to speak to their track record in their proposal. But if it's continuation funding, we will not continue. Even if the board has them on the list, because at the time the list is generated, they may be working through a corrective action plan. If they do not successfully clear that corrective action plan with the county, we would not execute the subsequent year agreement.
Okay. So I think it would be helpful, as Commissioner Lopez said, and I think Commissioner Cohen-Higgins said, to have some of that information as we go into the budget season, to have that included in the report or in the information that we're considering looking at these CBOs.
Very
Thank you,
good.
Mr. Wall.
Commissioner from District 7.
Thank you. And look, I appreciate I appreciate what we were provided. I just have two recommendations very similar to what other folks are mentioning. First, I think we should have a distinction for noncompliance. So if it's noncompliance for not providing financials, that's very different from noncompliance for not sending a form or sending a form late. So I would appreciate if we broke the noncompliance into ministerial and actionable, because that would give us a little bit more information. I'm more concerned with a nonprofit that is not providing financial information or programming information or attendance information than someone who sent a document in late. And to your point, some of them, they're new to this. Some have been doing this for a long time. Some have staff, some don't. So I think we need to break down the noncompliance. I like the yellow and the red. I think that works. But within the noncompliance, I would like a type A and a type B form of noncompliance. Number two, I think I understand that it's annual, but one of the things we try to get people to understand here is it's okay to make a mistake. Just don't make the same mistake over and over again. So if someone is making the same mistake over and over again, I would like to know. And so while you're providing us with annual information, I think it would be beneficial for the board to see in an exhibit 5 years back and flag anyone that has committed the same mistake. Again, okay with new mistakes, but it's the same mistake. So if you have not submitted your financials in a timely fashion for 2 or 3 years, I think that's important, even if that got you a yellow, because that shows a much bigger issue that I think the board needs to consider when providing funding. So those would be my two recommendations. Thank you.
All right. Vice Chairman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Wall, for everything you've done and continue doing the great work you do. Just a quick question as it relates to the report. What does it mean in terms of the color coding that we're seeing here? Are we saying that many of the legacy CBOs that you engaged with are in compliance, non-compliance, or is there a mixture?
It's a mixture. Green would say that they are in good standing. Yellow means that there were a number of findings that, as per AO 3-15, required a possible suspension or hold placed on their payments until they resolved their corrective action plan. And red were, serious violations where the suspension was never resolved. Although, so in this report card, you had 117 organizations, of which 114 104 received a green rating, 104 out of 117, 19 were yellow, and 3 were red. And of the 3, since the time this report was issued, 1 has resolved it and has converted from red to yellow, the contract has been terminated, and 1 declined the funding.
And thank you so much. So I asked that question because
Can we lower down in the background?
Thank you. I asked that question because in reviewing this memo, it's almost as if this is a vindication for the CBOs who were pretty much tarnished with the perception that CBOs are taking monies and are not being in compliance with the county's requirements. But it's also a great indicator that not only should we continue the funding and continue watching over these CBOs to ensure that they do the right thing, but it's also the very reason why I stated before, and I'll say it again, that CBOs in Miami-Dade County should have their own trust fund that would allow for them to receive funding, that they don't have to compete with other buckets and pots of money within Miami-Dade County. When this proposal was first made, I sought to get clarification because of the rumor mill that was consuming the air, that CBOs in Miami-Dade County didn't deserve the money, or they should go out and raise their own fund, or they should pull themselves up by their own bootstraps. But this very memo right here, in my humble opinion, is a form of vindication that should say to the CBOs, not only have you been vindicated by the county's research, not only have you been vindicated by the county's in-depth research, but you've been vindicated because you've been doing the right thing. And I am going to continuously push, and I hope that one day this item becomes part of the law in Miami-Dade County, that CBO should be allowed to have its own trust fund to fund it. And I think this is a great starting point so we can have that discussion. And thirdly, let me just publicly say to the mayor, I've said it before and I'll say it again. She has been one of the greatest advocates for CBOs. And I thank you for hearing us and ensuring that part of the budget that they are restored. And what you did, and I can tell you by the meetings we've had with the CBOs, they are truly thankful to you and for you for doing this. But at the same time, I also understand that when the CBOs lack a clear line as relates to receiving funding, it creates havoc with not only their funders, but whether or not they're going to be able to carry forth the programs that they are doing now into the near future. So I say this report did and said exactly what I figured it would say, that these CBOs are doing well, these legacy CBOs. And lastly, I do not believe at this particular point, farm share should be included into the legacy CBOs. I think farm share should be a separate item that allows for us to fund it like we fund other items separately, where they don't have to compete for funding. I can never understand why is it that we are asking an organization like Farm Share that feeds the majority of the people who are struggling to survive in Miami-Dade County. We're actually pitting them up against other CBOs for funding. If we're going to fund and take care of the people who are least, lost, and sometimes left out because of policy, not because of their own volition, but because of policy, we should at least identify the fact that Farm Share should not be competing for funding. Farm Share should be a source of should have a source of income that will always be there each and every year, so they know exactly how many more people they would need to feed in order to make those people whole again as relates to their ability to provide a quality of life for themselves. So publicly, Mr. Wall, I want to publicly say again, thank you. You've always been there every time I've called. Your work is impeccable, and I just hope this becomes the foundational point when discussions are going to be had that really goes to the quality of life question for people in our community. That's it.
All right. So we've got Commissioner Bermudez.
Yeah, I would like to make sure that I agree with Commissioner Lopez 1,000%. And I believe that we need those numbers. So I hope that whatever you give her and give Commissioner Orbitz or the committee, that you also provide it, because I don't have a problem with CBOs. I do think that we have a whole department dedicated to them, which is amazing to me. But the bottom line is you do have to monitor them, make sure that they're doing what they're supposed to do. And I do believe that they should have, as Commissioner Lopez said, we got to see if they're getting federal, state grants, where's their money coming from? And I think there are good CBOs, there are bad CBOs. Like there's good people and bad people and everything. And I think we have an obligation to look at that annually, actually. And I would just like whatever numbers you provide to Commissioner Lopez, if you could, and to Commissioner Orbis, please provide it to the rest of us.
Through the chair, the report that we're referencing is agenda item number 14B2. And so again, we did provide that information. It's about 60 pages. So we're happy to supplement and augment. We're taking copious notes of all the recommendations and suggestions. Thank you.
All right, so I'm entertaining a motion now on 2B5 and 14B2. It's been moved by the Vice Chair, seconded by Commissioner Lopez. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Show 2B5 and 14B2 passed. All right, I'm going to take up item 8K1. I'm the pooling commissioner for a floor amendment. If the county attorneys can read it. That's 8K1.
Chairman Rodriguez moves to amend item 8K1. On page MDC 031 in Exhibit C, reduce from $373,430 to $300,000 the recommended amount of recaptured Community Development Block Grant Commission District funds from District 10 from Miami-Dade County Housing and Community Development for economic development activities. On page MDC 035 in Exhibit D, reduced from $373,430 to $300,000 the recommended amount of reallocated Community Development Block Grant Commission District funds from District 10 from Miami-Dade County Community Services Department for the District 10 Housing Beautification and Rehabilitation Program. On page MDC 025 in Exhibit A, remove the recommendation to award $126,570 of Community Development Block Grant Commission District funds from District 10 to Miami-Dade County Community Services Department for Housing Beautification and Rehabilitation Services in District 10. On page MDC 018 in Exhibit A, increase from $408,000 to $508,000 the funding recommendation for Miami-Dade County Housing and Community Development Public Service. On page MDC 018 in Exhibit A, increase from $171,990 to $198,501 the funding recommendation for Miami-Dade County Housing and Community Development, Economic Development, Housing, Public Facilities, and Capital Improvements, and make conforming changes to the resolution and title.
All right, I'll entertain a motion on that on my behalf. The Vice Chair moves it, seconded by Commissioner Gonzalez. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, nay. All right. Next up, I got eating commissioner, so I'm gonna skip one. I'm gonna skip. Let's go to 2B8. 2B8, commissioner from District 5. Are you here? Okay. All right. No, commissioner from District 8 is not here. Okay. So
I can take mine. Which one you have?
you want to take? Okay. Let's take up 2B6.
Okay.
County debt, sorry.
No, Dad, yes, I'll take it. I'm here, Commissioner.
2B6, it's really quick. We talked about this at Transit Committee, so I just wanted to mention it again. I appreciate the report on the electric buses, but I really think that we need an update of what's happening with the litigation and the bankruptcy and all of that.
We have a discussion item on it too, so we can.
Yeah, so happy to move it.
Okay. It's been moved by Commissioner Regalado, seconded by the Vice Chair. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, nay. Show it passed. 2B10, Commissioner from District 7.
2B10, I appreciate the report. The only thing that I think we should consider when we do this report is also evaluating our lobbyists. You know, we changed the way that we hired our lobbyists this last time around, and there were a lot of expectations. And I know that it was a difficult session, but we've had 2 difficult sessions. So I think moving forward, we should have like a postmortem and really look at, you know, how people did so that we can use that to inform our decisions when we choose our lobbying team for the next year. Happy to move it.
All right. It's been moved. 2B10 has been moved by Commissioner Regalado, seconded by the Vice Chair. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, nay. Show it passed. 2B8, Commissioner from District 5, you're recognized, followed by Commissioner from District 8.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. So I had a quick question. I noted that we have $525 million in outstanding county debt as of last year. So my question is, a couple things, and if you don't have it, you can certainly get it to me, but how long has this debt been outstanding? It's almost $500 million.
Through the chair, our Director of Internal Compliance.
Thank you, Director.
Hi, Ofelia Tamayo, Director of Internal Compliance. The Credit and Collection Division falls under me. Actually, the county, with the credit and collection team, we collect accounts that are older than 4 years old usually, and up to probably 30 years old. So it's a very long outstanding debt that we collect on behalf of not just county departments, but also Jackson Health System.
Okay, so as a follow-up question, so I know that Commissioner Cohen-Higgins, we passed a resolution to see if a third party could do better than we're doing. And I noted that you said that only 8% you thought were eligible for sale to third-party collection agencies. And then you went on to, say that this was based on legal risks, data validation challenges, and impacts to constituent services. I don't understand that, only because there's lots of doctors' offices that have lots of confidential information that always send their receivables out to a third party. So can you expand as to why only 8% could be sent to a third party for collection?
Great question. So this report, the way it was directed to the administration was to not include Jackson Health. So this report, this balance, does not include the physicians or the hospital bills. This balance is for county departments. And so with the county departments, there is compliance. It's not just a collection that we do. We work closely with the county departments that have to effectuate compliance along with this outstanding amount.
So wait, so the $525 million includes Jackson or does not include Jackson?
Does not.
Do you have what Jackson's debt is? What is that?
About $2 billion.
$2 billion?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you can imagine why I'm somewhat stunned by these numbers, especially when we are struggling to find revenue streams. So what is Jackson doing to collect its $2 billion? Do you have any idea? If not,
So we are in close contact with Jackson, and we're actually their tertiary collector. So they have an in-house collector. They also have another set of outside collectors along with us as a tertiary collectors for them. So they do have some efforts to collect their own debt.
so at what point do we write off bad debt? I mean, you're telling me that 4 to 30 years. I mean, at some juncture, from an accounting standpoint, and I'm an accountant by
Yes.
training and by trade, I don't understand any of this.
So we're actually in conversation with them because there is a statute that has been passed which may limit us collecting up to 3 years. So we are working with them on that to understand that better. So they may have to, they do recall back accounts very often from us when they're not deemed collectible. So we work closely with them.
So can you provide me with the amounts that are 4 years, 5 years? I mean, an aging of these.
We can provide that to you
Yes,
separately.
and separate them out between Jackson and what's county departments.
Definitely, we could do that.
I would urge my colleagues to recognize.
One moment, Commissioner.
Yes.
Please, can we just have silence while the Commissioner is speaking?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sorry about that,
No,
Commissioner.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think these are very large numbers. Clearly, $2 billion from Jackson, $500 million for the county departments. At some juncture, we either have to collect this or we have to write it off. But we can't continue to carry this kind of huge collectibles. They're either receivables or they're not receivables, at which point I don't even know anymore, but I will once I get the aging. So thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner. Are there any Commissioner Cohen-Higgins?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Lopez, for your line of questioning. When these numbers were first brought to my attention when I asked for this report some time ago, I don't remember the date that the report passed, but it was quite some time ago, I too was stunned by your numbers. And I want to be clear, Madam Director, Jackson was excluded because you all advised me that Jackson essentially needed to be excluded, that you all were the absolute final stop for Jackson, and that for whatever the reason, selling Jackson's debt was not something that was feasible at all for you all to do. So to be clear, it's not that I directed you all to exclude Jackson's debt. You all told me that Jackson had to be excluded. And so just to clarify regarding the line of questioning with Commissioner Lopez, and so let's remove the $2 billion, not saying that we should, but assuming that the guidance that I was given is accurate and there's tons of supporting information as to why we would need to exclude the $2 billion. We still have $500 million that is owed to Miami-Dade County. And this report says, as you already articulated, Commissioner Lopez, that only a fractional percentage is somehow valid or viable to be sold to a third party. Now, I know it's been a long time since we have engaged with or solicited or entertained the idea of utilizing a third party service, but it's also been a long time since we've been in the financial position that we are in here in Miami-Dade County. And if you represent in this report that $40 million is viable or legit to potentially be sold on the third market, I'll take it. Like, let's start there. If we can sell $40 million of old age debt for $10 or $20 million, I'll take it, right? Like, I will take it. And so I would like, and to the attorneys, and assuming, obviously, I want to hear from my colleagues and hear if they're supportive of this. This is simply a report. You all do not take the next step to actually go out and find a third party to try and sell that very tiny fractional percentage that you all represent is only the debt that we can sell. But I want you to take it a step further. We need the money. And so what do I need to do, assuming the support of my colleagues, to actually trigger you all going out and making the effort to sell that debt? And again, we're just talking about a universe of $40 million.
So just some clarification. While there was $41 million in the market, our understanding is that the return is a penny to 5 cents on that dollar. So the return in the market could be around $410,000 to $2 million for that $41 million. The county, with our collectors that we have in-house, I'll give you an example. To date, we've collected about $21 million gross. That represents the referred amount to us from the departments. And I just want to clarify, those are not our receivables. It is the departments, right? It started the departments. We don't carry receivables for my department.
I know.
So it's on behalf of someone else. So I'll just give you an example. So to date, we've collected $21 million of gross. We distribute 70% of that money directly back to departments in Jackson. The original amount was about 42 million. So that represents that we're collecting about 51% of this money that's been outstanding. So that is why we caution, instead of selling it to a third party, we believe that our department could do much better. And we can also provide the direct service to our constituents instead of a third party going and trying to collect this money from the residents. The other factor for the departments in the county is that it is not just collecting money, it is also making sure that they are in compliance with whatever it is that initiated a fee or a code compliance that was issued to the resident or the business.
So thank you for that explanation, but I am perplexed. You're representing that your department has a 50% collection rate of all debts that you all collect for? 50%?
So the departments in Jackson as a collective, as an amount, and I'm just referring to this fiscal year, what we've done to date.
Sure, but you're collecting $20 million not on $40 million of debt. You're collecting $20 million on what aggregate number?
That represents about 41 million. So as the accounts come in, they get referred to our collectors, and our collectors handle them just like files on a desk. That is what we do internally.
So then what is the number of the 2 billion and the 500 million? What is it that you're collecting on the 2 billion and the 500 million?
That is all collected, right? All those files are brought into our system that we manage in-house, and then we allocate these collectible amounts to our collectors, and that's what they do on a daily basis. They reach out. We also send letters.
No, yeah. So this is not particularly complex at all. And so you've represented that your collection rate is at 50% and that you've collected $21 million to date. What's being eliminated is the other very important number. I'm just trying to get what that number is. You've represented that there's $2 billion in outstanding debt service for Jackson alone and $500 million countywide. I don't understand how you represent that 21 million is a 50% collection rate. That's what I'm just trying to understand. The math is not mathing.
Okay. Please
let me try to explain it a different way. So let's say we get referred on a daily basis 1,000 accounts, right? So on a daily basis, we get 1,000 accounts with an amount attached to it. So those accounts come into our system that we hold in-house, and then we allocate it to our collectors as files, right? These are what you have to collect. So they go through their files, right, on their system. They could have, 5,000 files at a time, and then they act on those collections. But our inventory, right, our inventory is that big balance that you see. And so we're actively trying to collect on that inventory that is sitting in our system. So it's in the aggregate.
This is, so here's the thing. I'm going to yield the floor to my colleagues. I know that the vice chairman has the gavel. I'm going to yield the floor to my colleagues because I see a lot of, and so I'm going to yield the floor, but I'm not entirely sure that the question that I asked has been answered. And again, I think my goal is been crystal clear on this for the 6.5, 7, 8, 9 months that we've been working on this. And I hope my colleague's sentiment is similar. If we as an entity, we say all the time the mayor is the CEO of a $17 billion corporation. We use that analogy frequently. If we have this much debt on our books and the director of the department charged with collecting that debt is making a public representation on the record that your collection rate is 50% and that that's $21 million annually, two things cannot be true at the exact same time. That means that the aggregate outstanding debt is $40 million, not $2.5 billion. And I'm not math inclined. I'm a lawyer. That, right? Numbers don't necessarily make the most amount of sense for me. But this, at the most basic level, does. And so I've asked you a number of different times essentially the same thing to what I believe is a very simple question. And I'm not sure why I'm not getting a response to what I think is a very simple question. To me, it yields what I think is an even greater need to consider using third parties to collect our debt. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry, through the chair.
Madam Chair,
Madam Mayor, just,
Madam Mayor.
we understand there's been some confusing information here. We're just trying to make it clearer because obviously by mentioning $500,000, she's confusing what the total amount of payments versus what is not collected. So we just need to clarify that. If Namita Opal could just take a second to try to clarify.
Namita, go ahead and clarify that, and then Commissioner Gilbert is going to come in on that one after that.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think Director Tamayo is saying that of the 42 million that they were collecting, they were able to collect 21 million. So
yeah, but why did she mention a half?
Hold on for Namita, one second.
Yeah, let me.
Listen, everyone, we're going to do this in order. No, this is an exciting topic, but Namita, please come back really quickly, clear up the air, and then we'll give the mic over to Commissioner Gilbert.
So the total outstanding debt for the county is over 500 million. 400 million. Of the 41 million that the staff was collecting, was responsible or making the calls, issuing the letters, they were able to collect 21. So that's why she's saying the 50%.
Just point of order, just stop, please.
Hold on. No, listen, guys, listen. We're gonna do this in order. I get it. We're gonna get there. Namita, come back to the podium, please. Namita. All right. I apologize, but you're going to be fine. Trust me on this one. So, if you can repeat what you stated, and then again, I'm going to refer to Commissioner Gilbert for questioning, and then we'll go down the line for other questioning. But I want to give you that respect. So let's try that again. Repeat the numbers, and then if someone has questions, we'll get those questions answered.
Okay. Of the 42 million, staff was able to get 21 million. So approximately 50%. That's what Director was saying.
Excuse me, I do have clarification.
Madam Mayor, give me 1 second. Let me just go around the board.
I'm so sorry.
Because it's getting away from
I
us.
just have one number to give you. She's only talking about the parts that are in active collection. The rest of the money, yes, of course, we're still billing, but the active collection part, she's saying, when they assign a case for active collection, they're receiving 50% back.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Commissioner Gilbert.
So I'm going to say this like not an accountant. All right? There's $500 million of that's owed us. But of that $500 million, they're only working on around this year, they're working on $42 million of it because they don't have enough people to work on all $500 million at the same time. So what they're working on is what they've assigned is 42 of the 500. Of the 42 that they have assigned, they have collected 21. Thus, they're 50% of collections, recovery of what they're actually working on. When they finish and they clear a new file, then they add another file to it because they're working within the confines of their personnel. And so they don't have 1,000 people to collect the debts. They have a very specific number. That's how you're getting to the 50%. That's how you get there without sounding like that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Give me 1 second. District 5. Gonzalez, you're next. So it sounds like if they're going at this rate, they're going to hit $250 million in collections, and which is a great number, 50%. But Commissioner Vicky Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I would argue that if you have 525 million that is outstanding, and you only have so much personnel to do, 41 million right now. Here's the question. Is the receivable amount actually real? Because if it's 30 years old, I'm going to argue you're probably not going to get it, which is why I have asked for the aging. Because as an accountant, that's what we do. We look at receivables and we look at aging and we say, that's probably now going to be a bad debt. And you write it off as uncollectible. So I don't know that $525 million is actually receivables. I get what Commissioner Gilbert said. It's a great clarification of what they're doing. But until I get an aging, I, as an accountant, can't make sense of this number. And that's all I've asked for. Because now I recognize that we haven't even touched Jackson. And I don't know why we haven't touched Jackson. But, that's yet another story, I guess, to be discovered further on down the line. But currently, I want to know the aging of the 525 million and how it came to be that only 8% were decided that those were the ones. Hopefully, they're the ones that are current, that you think you might get it, because obviously with a 50% percentage of success, maybe so. But I'm still not convinced it's 525 million.
Thank you, Commissioner. And to the administration, why haven't she received the aging request that she made? I guess that's a simple question.
Through the Vice Chair, thank you. My understanding that request was just made.
Yes, it was.
But if you look at the table that's in the memo, we actually do list the average age with the active balances, and then we give a percentage or proportion of what is actually collectible based on the benchmarks in the industry. And so our team is actually exceeding benchmarks for collections of their age. I do agree, and I think Commissioner Gilbert said it very well and eloquently, we're working at capacity. Greater capacity gives you greater opportunity. However, there's a variable in there, which is the age and the likelihood of collecting. So just adding people does not necessarily result in the quality of that product being delivered. And so we have maximized our potential. We are exceeding benchmarks in the area of collections. But naturally, if there were more resources available at an earlier point in time, then some of these things may not get to age. To the point of Jackson, Jackson actually comes to us as their last resort. So they try to do everything they can to collect the debt. And then as opposed to just saying, never mind, it's bad debt, they say, can your team take one last try? As of to date, I believe we've collected about $2 million for Jackson. And so that's bad debt, Commissioner Lopez, that they probably would not have gotten because they'd exhausted their other resources and have seen the capacity of our team to collect with compassion within our values and to help families who might be out of compliance or in a bad spot find resources. That's the difference between us and a collection agency.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Gonzalez.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And I want to thank the chief for that explanation. I think we should probably put forward a motion to deem her and Commissioner Gilbert our official accounting translators, because that was fantastic. However, to Commissioner Lopez and Commissioner Cohen-Higgins' point, I think it would be a good idea, and I think that this is what we're trying to get to. To the chief's point, there is some debt that perhaps can be deemed uncollectible. And the director made a good analysis, because I've seen debt collection in the past through the legal field. Sometimes you can only sell it on pennies to the dollar. But perhaps an analysis can be made to that debt that we deem uncollectible. We don't have to expend resources on people that could be collecting collectible debt. And rather, we might be able, to Commissioner Cohen-Higgins' point, to sell that uncollectible debt, even if it is on pennies on the dollar, because we're going to get something. Now, the new debt that's coming in, if we're getting a 50% turnaround on that, then we need to expand all resources on that new debt, analyze the uncollectible debt, and perhaps sell that. I don't want to speak for Commissioner Lopez, but I think that is where we're trying to go with this, and it would be a great idea to at least get something. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Gilbert, for clarification.
Yeah, my original point that I was going to make on this debt was just a couple of things to the folks who are, we can do whatever the will of this body is, of course, while we vote, we do it. But remember that some of this debt is attached to stuff that people actually need. And so when they use the words like humane collection, what we're saying is some of our debt is like people whose water gets turned off for lack of payment. So people need water to live. Sometimes people don't have money to pay for water. And so I think that let's just be mindful when we go forward assigning these things to collection agencies, that we're collecting, some of these collections are against our residents for stuff that they actually need and that they might not be able to pay for by no fault of their own. And I just want us to be mindful of that. And then also, if we go down the road of, bringing in someone to collect on debt, I would prefer them not collect or us not assign debts to them where we have a lever to push. And water's a good example, so we get to turn back on water when you pay. So we know that ultimately, if you're still living in a place, that we have something we can do to you to actually compel you to pay. That debt is a lot more recoverable. Let's not sell that or sign that out to a debt collection agency. But I just want us to be careful, because we do need money. But remember, these debts, a lot of them could be against a group of people who we all acknowledge don't have a lot of money to give. That's it, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Commissioner Regalado.
Thank you. And I was going to say almost exactly that, Commissioner. The only thing I was going to add is that unlike debt collectors, in some of these debts, we have the opportunity to collect more, even though it's over a long period of time, when the individual comes back to open an account, to get a permit, to have service at Jackson. So that's a different situation from if we sell it and we get pennies on the dollar. It does not harm us to hold that debt for a long period of time if what we're going to receive is so much larger than the sale minus the profit that a company is going to make. So I understand how on paper it may look very attractive, but you should consider that as a county, we actually win in some cases by holding it longer, because when they come in, they have to pay all of it in order to continue that process with us. So I think some of that has been lost in the translation here. And to Commissioner Gilbert's point, these are human beings, and a lot of these services are necessary services. That being said, I think the administration has clearly heard what the majority of the board believes, and what I would recommend is an exercise for the establishment of what is uncollectible debt. I think that's really what we're talking about, separate and apart from the sale and what you may or may not think is the value of the debt. Should we have a vehicle where at some point we determine it uncollectible and then it could go somewhere, as opposed to us making that determination without the data? So I would recommend that the administration go back and kind of bring us some, parameters for a determination of uncollectible. I think that would make everyone feel a lot better and address some of the concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Bermudez?
I'll be brief. I agree with Commissioner Lopez that this huge debt is obviously something that, and I agree with Commissioner Gilbert that, or that the administration statement of collecting with compassion is fair. But, there's nothing wrong with combining two things. The work that we have from the department to maybe some collection, that getting something back and is, 10% of something is better than 0% of a lot more. And I don't think that every collection agency, and I don't have one, I'm not involved in one, necessarily is, not compassionate. I just think there's nothing wrong. I just want the administration to know that there's nothing wrong with a mix between one and the other. That's all. And I think that's what some of my colleagues were saying. Let's look at what we can get back, even if we don't have to add additional staff, which then there will be a cost, an additional cost. So that's it. That's all I got to say. And I hope that we can, and that does not mean that we still cannot be compassionate, even if it's outsourced to somebody else.
Thank you, Commissioner. Last, Commissioner Lopez, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So thank you, Chief, for pointing out the chart. I'll give you a perfect example. There are 10 accounts under Public Works that total $64 million that have been 30 years. Now, it's 10 accounts. I'm pretty sure that we could probably say, and I'm sure the administration could tell us the number of hours they've spent trying to collect them over the 30 years, right? This is a perfect example of the kind of thing that you would send to a third party, because either they get pennies to the dollar and we get something, because so far 10 accounts have been outstanding to the tune of $64 million for 30 years. That's the only point I was trying to make as an accountant, that you have to make a decision whether or not, after all of your efforts for 30 years, you have not been able to collect it. Maybe somebody can get us pennies on the dollar. That's what you do. That doesn't mean that you're not being compassionate. That means that for 30 years, 10 accounts have decided not to pay us. And if you take it to a third party and they can't collect any of it, it's written off as a bad debt. Although I would tell you that no accountant would allow you to carry this receivable on their books for 30 years. There's not an accountant worth their weight in salt that would have allowed that. So I'm looking at the next level, 60 accounts in RER, totaling 15 million, has been outstanding for 21 years. Again, if you've tried to collect it and you've done all you could for 21 years, there are 60 accounts that maybe someone can get us pennies to the dollar. That's the only point I was trying to make, because the aging tells the story, and that alone should tell us something.
Thank you, Commissioner. Do we have a motion to move this report? One moment. Commissioner Cohen-Higgins?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to my colleagues on the conversation. What is it that we are doing? Are we just going to pass the report?
Accepting the report.
Or we're going to get another report, just to be clear to the administration? Are we going to get a subsequent report?
Yes. We will provide the aging report as requested, and I think we'll also clarify some of this discussion because clearly when it was presented, it wasn't clear as it could have been. So we want to make sure you have that correct information. But we will give you the aging information, and we will also make a recommendation as to how long we should carry bad debt versus selling it.
Yeah,
for pennies on the dollar.
I
Absolutely.
appreciate the conversation and all of the comments that have been made, and you know, these are the conversations we have to make because as we enter budget season, you know, a number of us have already communicated our intention to take deep dives in these things, but we can't keep saying that we need to make tough decisions while simultaneously saying that we are not willing to collect on $2.5 billion worth of debt. Like something has to give at some point. So I believe that there is a universe where we can use an agency that engages with the compassion that we require, that we can collect as much of this money in addition to what the department is doing and is doing a great job doing. I'm looking to complement, not to replace. I want to make that very, very clear. But if your capacity is only giving you the ability to work on $40 million at a time, when we have $2.5 billion, clearly help is necessary. And help is necessary in that department, and help is necessary with our budget issues as well. So I look forward to the subsequent report that will be forthcoming, and hopefully we can get some greater percentages of those dollars collected. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Orbis, please, and followed by Commissioner Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to add on to what everybody has said, I know you're going to include the aging in the memo in the report that's coming back. Can we also get the categories of the type of debt and the likelihood of collection? I know that that's in your recommendation, but historically, right, what have you seen that you've been able to collect and over the last 20 or 30 years, if we have that data? If we could also get the type of debt, that would be great.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Gonzalez.
Yeah, so I'd like to piggyback off what Commissioner Miliana Orbis and Commissioner Cohen-Higgins said. I do appreciate the mayor's comments that, you know, they're diligently taking notes on this conversation, but perhaps it would be good for the county attorney's office to give us a more of a narrow instruction so that there's no confusion, and by the time the administration comes back with a report, they're not left with coming up short. So I love the fact that you said we should have categories. Definitely think we should have categories. I want to hear from Commissioner Lopez and Commissioner Cohen-Higgins if they'd like to chime in, but we definitely want categories. We want to identify how long the debt is has been uncollected. Perhaps it would be a good idea to include how many attempts have been made so that we can then decide, hey, we're spending X amount of money and this is where we should stop. And I would like to get the administration's recommendation on debt that they deem, hey, this is uncollectible. This is not something that we're probably ever going to collect. So if anything, this is debt that you should probably consider selling. Those are my 2 cents. I don't know if my colleagues want to add anything else, but that way we can narrow the scope of what's going to come back to us, and we can all be happy with the results.
Thank you, Commissioner. Seeing the item has been moved by Commissioner Lopez and second by Commissioner Gonzalez, all in favor of moving the report?
Can we get the clarification before we vote, though?
Give me 1 second. To the administration. Commissioner Gonzalez made some points and asked for clarification. Were they taken down, or you?
Yes, through the vice.
Yeah.
Thank you. We have summarized that information in the report that you have, but we will also provide you detail. And we are absolutely in agreement that we should look at the debt that is actually marketable, getting it into the market. We also, though, believe that the debt that is not marketable, we should continue what we're doing, which is being the last mile and trying to collect it. We are exceptionally good at collecting the last mile debt that no one else wants. But we absolutely agree with the sponsoring commissioner of the item and yourself that debt that we could have somebody do a better job than us, we should explore that. We're working on that last month.
Thank you.
Chief, I would just like to add, because I've seen debt collection through the legal field in the past. There are some third-party companies that would probably purchase unmarketable debt just to be able to say that they're collecting debt from Miami-Dade County. I'm just going to throw that out there.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner, did that satisfy your request? Thank you. All right, all in favor of the item? Aye. All against? Item passes. All right, next up, 2B12, Commissioner Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this has been an item that I have been following since I was in the House. And as you all know, we appropriate funds to begin in the fiscal year beginning July 1st. And I'm always in awe over the fact that we don't sign contracts for 6 months with the recipient of funds. So now I'm finding this item that we still have outstanding items from 2024's legislative session as well as 2025. And I guess I would like to know, I want to be helpful in making sure that monies that are appropriated to the county actually come to the county so that we can do the work that we have requested the legislature to fund. And I'm beginning to wonder how much of this is our fault, because when I talk to state agencies, they'll say, oh, but they didn't provide the right information. And then other times, it's because the state agency hasn't done its job in getting the contracts to the recipient in time. And so I just want to make sure that we don't wait to bring these things to the commission. If there's an item, for instance, there have been appropriations done in the 2026 session. We are now in July, so all of those appropriations took effect on July 1st. I would like to get a report, because I'm already seeing this report, which brings me great discomfort, because we're expecting to get those funds, and somehow either the state agency isn't doing its job or we're not doing our job. I don't want to look back, although I am going to take this to the appropriations staff in the House and tell them exactly. So I'd like lots of detail here so that I can tell the appropriations staff, this has not yet been, it was appropriated, it has not yet been contractual with the county. So sometimes they can help move the agency along if it's the agency's problem. In the future, I would like very much to know of all of our appropriations currently, because they took place on July 1st, how long it's taking, and let's not wait until the end of the year to tell me that. Tell me now, as we move along, how many contracts are coming along from the agencies and how many are not, so that I will make the calls. Because I think it's outrageous that we make a request, the legislature appropriates it, and then the executive agency doesn't enter into the contract with us as the recipient of those funds. That was my only point. I'll move the item.
Thank you. Seeing the item being moved, do we have a second? Second by Commissioner Bermudez. All in favor?
I did.
All.
I just had a brief comment, Mr. Vice Chair. I just wanted to thank Commissioner, because I have been involved in some of those negotiations, which have been extremely difficult with executive agencies. And sometimes there is blame on our side, but there is also a lot of challenge. And I would very much welcome the opportunity to work with you early. Thank you.
Thank you. All against? Item passes. Next, we have 3B2. It looks like you again, Commissioner Lopez.
So I just had a quick question on 3B2. So I noticed that we entered into a contract with Microsoft Licensing, the nonprofit licensing, because there was an emergency situation. I'm just curious why we would enter into one for 3 years as opposed to a shorter period of time to address the emergency. That's the only question I had of the administration.
Through
Administration?
Vice Chair.
Yes.
We wanted to make sure we locked in pricing, and that was where we landed with Microsoft to ensure that we didn't have some massive escalation of pricing as we continue to explore different options.
Thank you. I'll move the item.
Any item being moved, do we have a second? Second by Commissioner Gonzalez. All in favor? Hold on.
Not so
Discussion?
fast. Actually, I just have a quick question on 3B2. I know that we have had many issues with Microsoft having to work with us on the issues that are specific to what we need for the libraries. What's the plan moving forward, though? Because right now, this is an emergency contract, and if they're not willing to adhere to the conditions that, by the way, are not just us, it's state law, what then happens?
You're recognized.
Through the Vice Chair, that's an excellent question, and one your colleague, Commissioner Gilbert, has asked us many times. The staff has been directed to start looking for Plan B. And so we have found that Microsoft has been difficult at best, particularly around this issue. It was not unique to Miami-Dade County. This was a policy they put in place nationally that changed the definition of a nonprofit that impacted our libraries. And so staff has been directed to look at what we would do in the future. The 3 years gives us time because, as you all know, we have been using Microsoft for a very, very long time. That will not be a smooth or easy transition if we're unable to negotiate with them and have to find a different resource.
Okay. Who was last? Okay, so it's been moved by Commissioner Lopez, seconded by Commissioner Gilbert. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, nay. All right, I'm on 3B5. We're going to move this along. We still have a very, very long pool list.
Very quickly.
Unless you all want to come into our backup meeting, which is in August, I suggest we start kind of getting through this. I'm good for it, by the way, for the August meeting. 3B5, Commissioner from District 5, you're recognized on the Miami Foundation grant.
Thank you. I just wanted a question to the administration with regards to getting grant funding from the Miami Foundation or any other organization to fund the operations and activities of the Department of Cultural Affairs. Is this something that has happened before? Is this like a pattern where we get grant money to pay for operations?
Through the chair.
Recognized.
Last year, when we were looking at ways that we could come in with a balanced budget, we looked at how we could reduce, possibly through some general fund reduction in arts and culture. At that time, the arts community, arts donors stepped forward and said they wanted to be helpful. And from that comes this grant.
Thank you. I'll move the item.
All right, it's been moved by Commissioner Lopez, seconded by Commissioner Orbis. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, nay. Commissioner Bermudez, I'm going to recognize you to retake up 7D, Kelly Tractor.
Okay. Yeah, 7D, I had made a motion. However, since Commissioner Hardeman is not here, and I'd like the full body, and now the full body to make a decision on this. And I do not believe, as the attorneys have clarified, because it impacts the CDMP, we have an ability to defer it till the full body is here, to move it along for another deferral until the full body is here.
September 1st?
September 1st.
All right, so show it deferred to September 1st, seconded by Commissioner Gonzalez. All in favor of the deferral signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Show 7D deferred to September 1st. 8F2, Commissioner from District 12, you're recognized to on 8F2. Super Sisters?
Yeah, I think this one is the one that I have an amendment for on the, I don't know if the attorneys want to read it or.
If the attorneys could please read Commissioner Bermudez's amendment.
Commissioner Bermudez moves to amend Agenda Item 8F2 to substitute the landlord's name in the mayor's memorandum, the title, and Section 1 of the resolution to reflect the current property owner as 4106 Paraíso LLC in place of 3 Super Sisters Corporation, and to substitute the lease agreement attached to the item with a substantially similar lease executed by 4106 Pareto LLC, thereby reflecting the new landlord's name.
It's basically a technicality, Mr. Chair. As much as I love the 3 Super Sisters, since I have 3 daughters, the reality is that the property that we're actually leasing, the owner's change. It's now 4106 Paraíso LLC. So it's just to correct the technicality.
Right,
In
so
between the time period that I guess it started, this would happen.
Show Bermudez moving it as amended, seconded by Commissioner Gilbert. Seeing no further discussion, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Show that item pass as amended. 8K4 and 8N7, Commissioner from District 1, 2 very separate items, but you're the pooling commissioner on both.
Yeah, AK4, I think my question was why the PA needs folks' social security numbers. I know why we need it and we're sharing information. I don't know why they need it. So I didn't really, I wasn't vibing that portion of it.
The attorneys, is there a reason?
I believe the property appraiser is here. They're supposed to be here to answer that question.
Is somebody from the property appraiser's office in the chamber? Is it here?
He's in the building if you give him a few minutes.
Okay, we can come back to it if necessary.
I'm cool.
8 and 7.
By the way, I think it has to do with determining homestead.
Okay, let's
But-
not.
I'll text him.
8 and 7, Commissioner from District 1. And we'll come back to that one. 8 and 7, Commissioner from District 1. The underline.
Oh yeah, well we all know. Like we don't have to guess about this. Now I just want to say I'm going to pull like I don't know which of you always say give me credit, but give me credit for like putting this on the agenda of transportation and getting it out of committee, and to Stacy Miller, our very apt and able director, and Roy, who they both did their tedious early morning calls lobbying for this item. It's before the board, so you all can pass it. I'm going to vote no on this. I understand why it needs to pass, but fundamentally, understand what we are doing. We're giving money to complete an asset that we're going to build that's going to be managed by someone else who's going to use those resources that when they took public money to build it up for people in this specific place. That's what's going to happen. That is what happens in the underline. It is substantially different from the Lutnam. It's substantially different in how it operates. And so I just want to put that out there because sometimes we wonder why we have areas, haves and have-nots. The have and have-nots happen in votes just like this. When we allocate no extra money, the money is within the contingency of this contract, but I had a problem with the original contract. So I obviously have a problem now with exercising the contingency.
You're a no vote. Got it.
Thank you. That's going to be my no vote.
Move it.
Item seconded by Commissioner Bastian. Sure. All right. You're recognized, Commissioner Cohen-Higgins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What department does this money come out of?
Transportation.
I see the amazing Stacy.
Yes,
Miller
through the
approaching.
chair, director of Department of Transportation Public Works.
This comes out of the Department of Transportation and Public Works.
Through the chair,
You're recognized.
Stacy Miller, Director and CEO of Department of Transportation and Public Works, yes.
Okay, and the total contract value that you are extending this to is $8.2 million
For the CEI, Construction Engineering and Inspection Services.
of, I guess, a newer section of the underline?
It is an active section of the underline that is currently under construction.
I see. And so this is to complete the construction that's already underway?
Correct.
Okay, and how much is in your budget aside from this item to complete the underline, whether it's under construction or not? This is $8 million to complete that section that's already under construction. How much is in your budget to complete the underline, whether under construction or not?
We have an available budget of $2.7 million.
2.7, that's all that's left in order to allocate to the underline to finish the construction?
We have already come to you with our last extension for construction, and this is our last extension request for the CEI, which is in concert with the approved construction extension. We anticipate no further requests.
Okay, beyond this one and the 2 million that you just discussed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's all I needed to know. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we need a second. Bastian has withdrawn her, so we need a second by Commissioner Lopez. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
No.
Show the item pass reflecting 2 noes. All right. Commissioner from District 12. I am going to call up 3 WASD items together. You're the pooling commissioner on all 3, although different items. You may speak on them all together, 802, 803, and 804.
Yeah, I'm going to support them all. I just want to make a comment about the change orders. I do it all the time. I don't know, it's a bad policy and sometimes it's warranted, but, you know, this always costs us more money. If it's us that make the mistake, then we should know. I think one of these things has like 112 trees or something. But we really need to evaluate these contracts, and, you know, I'm gonna vote for them, all three. Mr. Chairman, that's it. I just got to comment on all three.
Thank you.
But it's just bad policy to have change orders constantly.
All right, we got a motion by,
I have a quick question.
well, I need a motion on,
I'll move it.
moved by Commissioner Regalado, seconded by Bastien. You're recognized for a question.
I just have a quick question on 804, because the work was completed in 2025, but the payment that wasn't issued, we're seeing the change order dated March 2026. Was there a reason why we have over a year from when the work was completed and when WASD signed the
You're
change order?
recognized.
Through the chair, Jay Fink, WASD Director. Typically, when the work gets complete, there's still a closeout, so there's an awful lot of negotiation that goes back and forth, closing that out. And then once it does get finalized, then it does take a matter of months to actually get it on this agenda through a committee to here for the vote. I don't have a specific answer as to the exact timeline or what the delay was, but I know that it does take a time.
I appreciate that, but I think a year and 3 months is a little bit more than what we usually see here in terms of closeout. But yes, I'm happy to support it, but I think we should be mindful of the timing. I know it takes a while to get on the agenda, but I think a year and a few months is a bit much to wait for payment. Thank you.
All right, so I have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, nay. Show 802, 803, 804 passed by this vote. Commissioner from District 12, you're recognized on K Terminal AP 8.
Yeah, okay, I'm gonna support it again, but I want to make some comments. This reminds me of the other concession agreement. The airport people are here. I still don't have the answers from the first concession agreement. And again, let me go through Mr. Red and Mr. Goldfarb. I'm sure you're watching. And the lobbyists, which I'm sure are watching. One of them was here. I think it's bad policy for, this better be a clear, transparent process to award these contracts at the airport, because it wasn't last time, and I got a problem with it. And I'm going to be watching like a hawk, like white on rice. I'm going to be on you guys, because I want to know that the process is fair to the businesses in Miami-Dade County and across the country, if in fact it's a national vendor. And it's not particularly for anybody in particular. So that's my comment. I'm going to support it because the sponsor laid it out well, but I do want to make sure that this gets done the right way with clear transparency for all of us, with no surprises.
All right, so show it moved by Commissioner Cohen-Higgins, seconded by Commissioner Lopez, and all, you're looking to be recognized? What? Oh, like another skinny minute? All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Bermudez, for the concerns that you expressed. I share those concerns, and I wanted to illuminate the fact that this award, and the airport can correct me if I'm wrong, is an entirely new company that has never been in our airport before, right? So talk about, right, like allowing new opportunity, not having the same cabal continue to come back to us to occupy spaces. That was, right? So like, I am with you, and this is the first time that we have offered concessionaire opportunities in a very long time in this county to an entirely new company. So I echo your sentiments, and I thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
It's been moved by Commissioner Cohen-Higgins, seconded by Lopez. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Show that item passing. Vice Chair on 8P9, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I withdraw my poll.
All right, would you move it?
Sure.
Vice Chair moves the item, seconded by Commissioner Gilbert. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Show it passing. I've got 95 was released, or no? 95 was released, and we passed that already? Okay. I have 11A1, Commissioner from District 5. You're recognized on the AMI reassessment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to congratulate Commissioner Bastian. She is the chair of the Housing Committee and has done an amazing job drilling down on area median income. I'm really grateful to see this item come before us. And I will say, that even within my commission district, and I think it's important that we know that the report calls for them to do AMI by commission district. I would almost say you got to drill down even further. So Brickell and Little Havana are contiguous communities, and the AMI in Brickell is not the same as the AMI in Little Havana. And as you move around my district, and I'm sure the same goes to your districts, my district is incredibly diverse, and the AMI within my district is really something that I've been struggling with. And so hopefully, as we drill down for this item by commission district, that maybe we will get maybe census tracts or zip codes, because honestly, it has been incredibly hard to say that in District 5 the AMI is the same. It is not. So I look forward to working with Commissioner Bastian as she continues her work leading the discussion on AMI. Thank you, Commissioner Bastian. I move the item.
May I be added as a sponsor, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Well, I mean, I'm no one to say yes, but yes. Sure, as a sponsor. All right, so we have a
Mr. Chair?
motion. We have a motion by Commissioner Lopez, second by
Second.
Gilbert. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, nay. Show that
Mr.
item
Chair?
Passed.
There's someone here from the PA's office.
Okay, thank you for that. May the person from the PA's office approach on 8K4. May the representative from the PA's office approach. Yeah, that would be you. Please state your name and title. And we have a question for you on 8K4. Commissioner Gilbert, you're recognized for a Q&A.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out over here. No, to your right.
You're right.
Right here.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Oh, this is
You
gonna be
put on
interesting.
my glasses.
Okay. You all are. We're gonna be sharing, I guess, Social Security numbers with you.
Correct.
And I'm told that you need that to do what?
Okay, so let me start off by saying that, first of all, good afternoon, and thanks for waiting for us. It was, we're on our way down. But typically, we do have Social Security numbers. The reason why we're requesting this is because we need to match what we have in existence in our records with what the PhD can give us, and basically determine whether they are in compliance or, not in compliance. So this already, we had in the past this agreement with PhD since, if I recall correctly, 2013. But since our office became constitutional, so now we need an MOU or a memorandum of agreement, and basically that's why we're here. It was already approved. The resolution is there, but we're basically expanding a little bit more to include a couple of extra items.
I'm not sure that actually answered the question why you need Social Security numbers.
Well, basically,
you essentially said it's because you always had them.
No.
And
we have on our records the Social Security number of every individual requesting and receiving exemption benefits. So the Section A provides the voucher, the program, and all of that, and provides landlords and tenants.
Excuse me,
this
give me one second. Guys, can we lower the chatter in the back from staff? We can't, even us up here on the dais can't hear the gentleman answer. Continue, please.
I'm sorry. So, and then we get this information from PACD, and we can verify the landlords are claiming improperly homestead exemption, pretending that they're using their properties as homestead properties, when in fact they're renting it out through the program. So the only way to identify these individuals and situations is through the Social Security number, because we already have the Social Security number, and besides, it's required by law, by statute.
So it's not the only way. I could think of one way almost immediately. If someone lists a homestead with an address, and that address is also listed on a voucher, you know that there's an inconsistency, and you can do it without a Social Security number. You don't need a Social Security number to do that. That's why I'm asking what you need it for.
Right. By
versus
law,
what
we
you use
have
it
to
for.
collect the Social Security number. It's in the statute 196011. The Department of Revenue implemented this in 2001, so we collect the Social Security numbers. It is one of the ways, exactly as you're saying. However, we could risk finding someone improperly because there's mistakes, the names, sometimes, it could be a mistake with the names or something like that. So, and the homestead is individual. Not necessarily in a property could be like multiple individuals, and the homestead exemption could belong to one of them, not to the whole household. And therefore, we need to know who's the one, violating, if that's the case, the law, and the best identifier is the Social Security number, which, by the way, as I mentioned before, we already had this with PACD. And the only reason why we're here is because we became constitutional.
Listen, I appreciate your constitutional office now. I appreciate that you've always gotten this, and now it's before us, and I'm reviewing it, and I'm saying I don't know that you actually need it to do what you're saying that you need to do. So if you're giving them and it's associated with people who are having vouchers or housing, and you want to check it for versus someone who's claiming homestead, almost direct line from point A to point B is the actual address. And so I get what you're saying. Are you telling us the statute requires us to give you the Social Security number?
No, the statute requires us to collect the Social Security.
It requires it or it allows it? So
No, it requires it.
So if it requires it, then that's the only answer. It requires it. But if it doesn't require that, and I'm going to look at the attorneys, and they're going to tell me whether it requires us to give you the Social Security number.
No, that's
if
not
the statute requires us to give you the Social Security number, you ought to collect it.
What I said is that the statute requires that us, the property appraiser's office, collect the Social Security numbers before giving an exemption to anybody else. So what I'm saying is that that's the best identifier for us to determine who's in violation, because a property by the address could be in violation, but out of many household members, we don't know who's the Social Security number associated with that exemption.
I would love to defer this to actually look at this further.
All right, it's been moved to defer, second by Commissioner Cohen-Higgins. All in favor of the deferral signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Show the item 8K4 deferred to the next BCC meeting. All right, I've got 11, A13 and its supplement. I'm gonna start with Senator Garcia as not just a pooling commissioner, but the sponsor of the item. Senator Garcia.
Damn it, Mr. Chairman, I think we've seen this item before. The supplement that you have before you was to address some of the concerns that were brought up at the last county commission. This has to do with the truck parking. I know Commissioner Bermudez has serious reservations for it because it's in his district where we're making the amendments to ensure that we don't violate the law, but give flexibility to the administration to ensure that we use the connection of different parcels to meet the letter of the law as it relates to the 10 acres. And when we look back in history, we look at the study that was conducted some years ago where the administration said that really the only number of acreage that needed to satisfy parking would have been 2 acres. And obviously, we went up to 10 acres for minimum parking. And the reality is, members, that we've had a back and forth. I see this really as a battle between David and Goliath. And this is the issue that we have before you. This is why you see the substitute amendment that's before you to vote it up or down. And I'm sure Commissioner Bermudez is going to have some words to this.
Okay. Go ahead.
I got a lot to say, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator. I have a lot to say. Let's begin by this.
Just be cordial. Just be
I'm
cordial.
being cordial. Let's begin by this. These are the records from the court cases that this county has had reference to the particular group that has led to this item. So the narrative that you may have heard is that this is about helping small truck parking operations come into compliance as they are operating illegally because they do not meet the 10-acre requirement. And by the way, I want to stress that I was not here when the 10-acre requirement was voted upon, but anyways, this once, and I know that we want to paint it as David versus Goliath, small acreage operators versus large, acreage operators. If this was the only issue, I would not be so vehemently opposed, respectfully. But it goes far beyond that. First, this is an issue that primarily impacts my district, as the item clearly states that it seeks to allow commercial vehicle storage west of the Turnpike and north of Okeechobee Road by aggregating parcels that are at least 4 acres in size. Second, we would be directing staff to file a CDMP application on behalf of a group of private individuals who are engaging not only in illegal truck parking operations, but who also have numerous egregious environmental violations spanning decades, some as early as 2007. Where are you, Laura Reynolds? Now, the majority of these operations are under multiple consent decrees for she's in a nice chair. The majority of these operations are under multiple consent decrees for environmental issues such as unpermitted underground bay for performing mechanical work on commercial trucks, numerous unpermitted structures that have electrical service, improper disposal of hazardous materials and liquid waste such as motor oil, antifreeze, and holding tanks filled with unidentified liquid attached to mobile homes, paving without permits. Oh, and best of all, this has been done in truly environmentally sensitive wetland areas, not unlike some other areas where we've approved truck parking right by applicants that have appeared in front of us. So why is there no outrage? In essence, we are directing staff to file a CDMP application that would be a text amendment outside the UDB, legalizing these illegal operators who have been blatantly engaged in violating our land use, zoning, and environmental regulations. So this is not about equity. If it was about fairness, I'd be in favor of this, but it's not. It's not about fairness or equity. It not only enables bad actors, it legitimizes them. We're sending a clear message to them. Keep doing what you're doing. We don't care. We changed the rules for you. That appears to be what their attorney said before I get into what the judge said. Do you think this is going to encourage somebody who hasn't taken care of these issues since the year 2019 at a minimum to do anything? No. So we're going to instruct staff to pause enforcement, even the legal proceedings, which I'm going to get to in a second. So we're telling the people of this county, those that don't follow our rules, hey, don't follow the rules. And those that invest and follow the rules, hey, it doesn't pay to follow the rules. After all you got to do is go to the Board of County Commissioners and we'll figure out a way to satisfy it. I would expect the mayor to veto this, but I want to touch upon something that's really, really important, because I've given you a copy of the Honorable Judge Jason Demetrius' most recent hearing. I'm going to start by the fact on his ruling. Instead, she's interested in seeking political favors or changes in the law to allow her to continue destroying the environment and violating clear requirements. Okay? And we had our attorneys there at the hearing. So because her attorney and his or her utmost knowledge said, well, the Board of County Commissioners, they're going to take care of it. And this is a quote from the Honorable Judge Jason Demetrius. This is a case of a defendant conducting unpermitted activity from the beginning and continually promising to work towards compliance, but instead continuing to simply further violate and increases violations with virtually no apparent effort to remedy the situation. It's clear to the court that the defendant had no interest in remedying the situation except to keep violating and keep accepting rent for the trucks and continually violating the county's requirements and her own agreement. From 2019, by the way, which is the time that 2019, 2021, when things were agreed to, entered into agreements with and still didn't comply. Again, quoting the judge, the defendant cannot take money for an illegal activity and then simply continue collecting that money while continuing violations and claim that the defendant is in a difficult situation to come under compliance. I'm not going to get into the numbers that were found because there was no difficult situation for payment. Except to say that she seeks to continue collecting money from them, so she has no interest in abiding by her own agreements and the county's rules. What a message we're sending. Quite offensively, she denied the county inspector's access in August of 2025, requiring that they take pictures through a fence. This is after numerous violations. That does not suggest someone who is attempting to come under compliance. That suggests somebody who is doing their part to avoid compliance. She failed to send a check for $5,000 to Durham by June 2025. She failed to send a check for $1,000 to Durham by June of 2025. She failed to send a $10,000 check to RER. She allowed asphalt to be used as unclean fill against wetland requirements. Commissioner Regalado, wetland requirements. All of these violations in totality are clearly, and obviously made willfully. She has the money. She has the resources. She has shown no effort. She has shown her interest in obstructing the county's, that's us, ability to investigate and proceed. She has done everything that she can do to delay these proceedings as long as possible. Of course, the court assumes that was to get this to the county commission meeting where she could make an attempt to do a runaround. And that has now failed. So this is not about David versus Goliath, with all due respect to my colleague, Senator Garcia. This is about people who have violated for over 7 years. Over 7 years. Insensitive. I wish Laura Reynolds was here, because apparently she never talks to me about this. She only comes to talk about other projects. In sensitive areas, and has basically laughed at us and said, no, I'm not going to do what you say. I'm not even going to let your inspectors in. We've spent hours and hours, our attorneys have had to go to try to make them comply. But this is about, no, I'm sorry, this is about changing the rules. This is not about equity. It's not about justice. If it was, then it'd be a different story. And the quality of life of the people in this county was one of the, I wasn't here again when some of these changes were made. I believe it was 10 acres. And the bottom line is, whether it was 10 acres or 4 or 15, whatever number it is, there is no way in this world that some of you would stay silent and say, okay, this is a great runaround on our rules and our laws, because this is what it is. This is what it is. So everybody's going to line up. They're going to come around and say, at this point, if we are going to amend this, I'm not even going to get into the fact, I reiterate, that it is in my district, because I'm the one impacted. The easiest thing for me would be, it's go along to get along. But like I said the other day, when Commissioner Gilbert, we were saying the early goodbye to him when we honored him the other day, I don't go along to get along.
Portraits.
No, I know the portrait, yeah, but we don't. But I don't go along to get along, because this is not about fairness and justice. And think of the message that you guys will be sending. Think of the message. No, he looked good. He had hair on
Three portraits, but we got it right.
Okay, but he looks good on that one. But the bottom line is,
if you want to see the first 2 rounds, they're up on MiamiHerald.com.
Okay. Well, listen, we're going to end up on whatever that is, because I'm going to tell you right now, if we do this, we are sending the wrong message to the people of this county. Break the rules, break the laws, and you can get away with it. So again, I hope, and I guess they're all gone, because after all, I guess they're all gone because wetlands is apparently, I don't know, maybe I'll have to, maybe I have to find out what the Everglades Foundation defines as wetlands. But you've got somebody violating our wetlands beyond the urban development boundary. Not only that, but violating our rules, taking our attorneys' times, denying our code compliance, our officers from even going in and taking the pictures. And we are going to say, okay, yes. I find that, there was a movie, maybe before some of your time, but it's a great movie about Vietnam called Apocalypse Now. And in one of the scenes, the guy says, oh, the horror. When I saw this, I said, oh, the horror. In my district, with all due respect, somebody comes in and says, well, this is going to be, it's about equity. It's about David versus Goliath. No, it's not. It's not about David versus Goliath. It's about the right thing and the wrong thing. And what's right is right, and what's wrong is wrong, period. Now, if you guys want to change it, that's fine. But I'm voting no, no, and double no. And you will forever make sure that the attorneys that represent us will never be able to enforce some of these things, because the excuse is always going to be the same. I'm just going to figure out a way around it through changes at the county commission. And that, to me, is not the reason I was elected. Again, if it was fairness and equity, I'd be more than happy to say yes, but it's not. And, I'm sorry. It just doesn't make any sense, and on this one, I'm very effusive about it.
And up until that triple no, Commissioner Steinberg had concerns whether you were a yes or a no on this. But thank you for the triple no. Commissioner Steinberg wasn't aware. What did you say? Just diddle it. Whatever I said, you always diddle, so just diddle. Hey, it's getting late. It's gonna be what, 4 o'clock? Look, I understand. I'm gonna recognize my colleagues to speak, of course, but I'm sure Senator Garcia may want to kind of speak at the end after listening to everybody again. First of all, I understand what you're saying, Commissioner Bermudez, and I agree with a lot of it. I think, and I'm not here to defend Senator Garcia. I think we're all big boys, and we could, kind of speak for ourselves. No, I know. I think the idea of, folks circumventing certain processes and coming to, that's we're never going to stop that, right? They hire lobbyists, they come to us. That's what this body's here for, is to kind of legislate and on that. The district thing, I can see that. I can also see the argument of this is like a county-wide issue, not just, but I understand that at least some sort of co-sponsorship or dialogue should have taken place. I get it. But I know that like you pointed out, Commissioner Regalado is anxious to talk about wetlands and all that good stuff. So let's go to Commissioner Regalado.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to echo some of my colleagues' points. I will say this. While I appreciate persistence, and you've brought this item many, many times. Last time it came before us, we brought up the point that this was being moved by a particular actor, and that this actor had a series of violations. Since then, we have a lot more information, and this is a particularly egregious case. The county commission spent a lot of time with staff establishing a rule. That rule establishes a particular acreage and also other rules that have to be followed. People have paid a lot of money and gone through a very complex process in order to have truck parking. And now we have this one particular bad actor. And my favorite quote from the judge is that in this case, the defendant is attempting to change the law instead of her conduct. And I really think that that's what this is about. This is a bad actor who has time and time and time again violated our wetland rules. And when we talk about wetlands, I'll just say this. It's important because it impacts the October water line. It's important because this type of complete and total blatant disregard for what should be happening in that area, it hurts our water. So, it's not, I understand that, they may not agree with the decision that was made, but a lot of people are complying. And why can't this person comply? And what we're doing here is not only giving a bad actor a windfall, we're changing this for no reason, because we have yet to determine, other than this particular person is short an acre, what the reason is for changing the rules. In fact, the rules were established because of the turning radius and the importance of having a particular size in order for those trucks to be able to get in and out. It wasn't an arbitrary decision. It was a decision that was thought out and made with the industry. And of course, when that decision was made, there were people left out, and that always happens. So while I understand the chair's point that people are always coming to change the rules, there's always going to be someone that is left out of a regulation. And in this case, it's not just that someone was left out of a regulation and they want us to artificially enhance their property value. This is a bad actor. And just on that point, I hope that this is the last time we get this item, because it's absurd. There's other people that are doing a better job. Durham works very hard, and so does RER. And I think the fact that we keep bringing this up and trying to allow this person to monetize their abuse of the system, it's always going to be a no for me on this one.
All right, Senator Garcia.
If I may.
You may.
And I appreciate
Oh, wait.
I appreciate the other comments and concerns, and Commissioner Bermudez, you're not that far off, because you know what, in your district, absolutely, there is a lot of illegal parking, and there is a lot of egregious. Let me say egregious. You have Ace Trucking that's out there. You have parking that's out there. You have the rock miners that are out there. So when we talk about wetlands, you can't talk about pick and choose where wetlands are good and wetlands are not. This parcel is between two properties, two properties that are designated the same, but they have not been able to meet the 10 acreage lot. the whole thing, the whole genesis of this is not just about one individual. I like how we try to turn this about one individual, because they are out there. They're the ones that brought this to me, absolutely. But it's not just because of their failure to comply. The reality is that we have a report before us that says that we need more truck parking. We brought a resolution, I brought an item before us, and we bifurcated, and Commissioner Rodriguez, we made a motion to separate both items because we do need more truck parking. And then now what I've been able to do, based on the suggestions that yes, sir. I'm sorry, Chairman Rodriguez, I apologize for that, Mr. Chairman. And Senator, by the way, I'm kidding, it's not Senator, it has been, it is what it is. And no, it's good, we're good, you win, you win, you win, you win. But the reality is that we need more truck parking in this community. We do need it. And the truck parking that we're trying to go after is to make sure that we help the people that live in my district, the people that live in your district, the people that live in our district, to make sure that they can afford a truck parking. We have truck parkings out there that are huge, that are going to cost more money to park their trucks. Why now? And I do agree with you, Commissioner Bermudez, that they should have come into compliance. This is why I did look into it, and they have removed the asphalt, they have removed the trucks, they are doing the water retention. That's just one parcel. But the reality is that we need more. And when we look at the study, when we look at some of the comments that were made, we don't need them anymore. You know why we don't need any more truck parking? Because it's the big guys that are out there. All these big facilities that are investing all this money in, that they don't want to do it over here. All of us have been, every single one of us has been lobbied. I'm sure every one of us has been lobbied by one side, because they have the money. They have the lobbyists. That's who they have. But the reality is, if we look at a study, when we look at and by the way, the people that are lobbying you are my friends too. But it's trying to figure out, how do we make this happen? How do we make it work? And the reality is that this study right here, it says the results in truck parking facilities can accommodate a minimum of 20 trailers, 2 acres per site. Although there has been no, let me see where it is here. All you need with a minimum acreage is the 2 acres. So it can facilitate it, folks. I get it. I get the arguments that you're making. But the reality is that this is a David against Goliath. It really is. Because when we look at the arguments that have been made, oh, we don't need to do this. Oh, we're giving someone a special protection. We do it all the time when we bring a variance to the board. Every time we bring a variance to the board, we're giving someone a favor, doing a favor for someone. That's exactly what it is. So, look, I know we have been lobbied on this. I get it. I get the issue. But it really is a conscious decision that we have to make on this. And it's whether or not do we go ahead and try to help with someone that, Bermudez is absolutely right. But they have they have gone back and they have brought compliance to their property. And just remember, the people that we have out there we have one to the left, we have a truck parking to the left, and I think maybe we have rock miners to the right. As simple as that. So to use the environmental issues when we see all these things that are happening out there, I think is a red herring. But Mr. Chairman, I do ask for your consideration on this, and I do appreciate your indulgence on bringing this item forward before this board. And at the end of the day, we do need, I just want to reiterate the part about the truck parking. Folks, we need it more. We need more truck parking. Simple as that. And if we can help this group come into compliance and we can help it with this legislation, that would increase, and it's not changing the law about the 10 acres. All we're doing is asking, because we're bringing this one person into it, but the reality is that what we're doing with this is saying, all right, so it's 10 acres. Let's give the administration some flexibility as how we meet those 10 acres. And at least one parcel has to be at least 4 acres. That's what it is. So, Mr. Chairman, I call the question and ask for the vote.
Is this, I guess, yeah, you could call a question, sure. I had a question, but it's fine. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed,
No.
nay.
No.
Can I get a roll call vote?
Yep. You have, I had a question too, and I refrained from asking. Do you really want to ask? Because then I want to ask. All right, roll call, please. I'm sorry? Can you just do the roll call?
Commissioner Gilbert.
I vote no.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
No.
Commissioner Lopez,
No.
Commissioner Milian Orbis, Commissioner Regalado,
No.
Commissioner Steinberg, Commissioner Bastien, Commissioner Bermudez,
No.
Commissioner Cohen-Higgins,
No.
Senator Garcia.
No, I'm going to make a motion to reconsider. No, okay. I could do that. I
No,
could
no, I second that one. I
You
second
should do it.
He withdraws.
No.
No. No.
You give me a second to reconsider.
No. There you go. That's what you should do. Yes.
No, I'm going to vote yes, Mr. Amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I don't want him to be alone. I could change my vote to yes if you don't want to be alone. You just seem so
I'm gonna
lonely over
support
there.
him. I'm gonna support him just to not leave him alone.
Yeah.
I'm gonna support him.
Yeah.
And don't give me the mean mug face, Commissioner Bermudez.
All right.
But I'm gonna support my colleague Senator Garcia, so he won't be the only yes vote. Okay?
Vice Chairman McGee.
Guys, listen, you know how I feel about this. If you either you vote your conscience, vote yes or no. I don't take it personal. I think it's just a shame of what's happening here, but it is what it is.
Commissioner Gilbert, do I record you as a yes or a no?
You can record me as a yes, and I'm gonna tell you why. I don't necessarily agree with you, but Renee, that your argument that a variance is basically doing a favor for someone that deviates from the rule, I never thought about it like that, but that's just true, y'all. Every time we grant a variance, we're allowing somebody an exception to the rule, a rule that we've established as the best policy for the county. And so I don't necessarily agree with this project being there. I really don't agree with you doing it in his district. I don't agree with that. So, but I think that was probably the best argument you've ever made in support of something.
I just want to.
That was amazing.
I know.
It was amazing. It was amazing, Senator. It was amazing. It was really good.
I'm fine
And
with
it
it.
was
We're gonna
profound
see
and it
some
was
votes on
true.
here. So we're gonna see some votes?
So no, I was like, when I was going to ask a question, I was actually going to talk about the comments that you were making.
They can't go through a variance because in a variance, you're actually following the law. And you're asking us, after you follow the law and you pay and you come to a hearing, that's what you do.
All right.
No,
Yes,
sometimes
that's why.
we do after the fact permitting.
Yeah, we do after the
We
fact
do after the
permitting
fact
too.
permitting, and so
why I encourage these
my
things.
point is that it's not something. I first of all, I think this is a bad actor, and so we shouldn't reward this level of bad acting. That there's a precedential effect of that's horrible, but this isn't something that's beyond the scope of something that we've done previously on this board. So I don't want it to seem like, oh, we've never done anything like this before. Oh, yes, we have. Yeah, we have. So I'm comfortable with I'm comfortable with the results. So I'm very good argument though.
Can you hit
Very
me
good.
with a yes you have again? Yes, we have.
Hold on. Oh, we've never done anything like this before. Oh, yes, we have. Yes,
like that.
Yes, we have. We have.
that.
I mean, so we're
I'm gonna look that up because I think we have to go back to 2019 to see how many people have broken the rule and still not whatever.
All right, clerk, please continue with the roll call. And yes, please record Oliver Gilbert as a yes.
Motion fails 4-8.
Wait, never called my name, but
Yeah, well, you mentioned that you were a yes.
oh, you got it. You're on it. You're on it, clerk's office is on it. I'm gonna call Fernandez Barquino and let him know his office is on it. All right. So motion fails, but you got more yays than you bargained for. You got more yays than we thought. All right, congratulations or not. I mean, whatever, it failed. All righty, Commissioner from District 8. Commissioner from District 8 on 14A4. Infill housing.
Oh, what is this one? This is,
Housing.
Oh, I think this is an extension, no?
Yes.
So to the attorneys, I'm just, didn't we just pass an item on limiting the extensions? Or was that not? This just seems to be in direct contradiction to the ordinance that we just passed regarding extensions on our infill housing program.
So
And I believe that the original allocation on this was in 2019 or 20. It's been 6 years. I could be wrong. That's why I'm asking the attorneys.
So while she looks it up, I'll just say, Commissioner, yes, I believe it is, as pertains to the ordinance that we passed. This was already in process, submitted in through the system. There's like a whole system that we use. This was, I know, in the process, so that's why I even put it on the agenda. But go ahead and ask. You could answer.
Yes, Commissioner. This was originally submitted for March committee. The ordinance that passed allows 2 extensions, 1 year each. This particular item would be the second extension, but the first extension was for 2 years, and this extension is for 2 years.
And when was the first extension awarded on this particular group of parcels?
The first extension for this parcel was June 21st, 23, and it expired in March 27th of this year, and they submitted the request prior to that, the termination of that extension.
Okay, they submitted the request for the second extension prior to the
To that,
termination
yes.
of the first extension.
Yes, they submitted that request. It wasn't due to expire until March of 2026, and they submitted the request in October of 2025.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further, Mr. Chair.
All right, I have a motion by Commissioner, the Vice Chair, second by Commissioner Bastien. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, nay. Show the item passed. Commissioner from District 7, I have you on 14A2, and then a separate item. I'll call up the next one as you as well, but 14A2. Bridge grant application. All right, so would you move it at this time then?
Yeah, I didn't pull that. I'm happy to move it.
All right, show it moved by Commissioner Regalado, seconded by Commissioner Orbis. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, nay. Show it passed. Are you a pulling commissioner on Ludlam Trail, 14A3?
Yeah, I just wanted to say something. I want to thank the commissioner for bringing the item. I know the Friends of the Ludlam have been working very hard on this, and I'm glad to see that there's a path forward. The only thing that I would say is that the Ludlam is also in my district, so I appreciate that we're moving it forward. I hope that we can figure out a way to do it together. I'm a little concerned about Parks doing it and the timing, but hopefully this will get her done. We've been waiting for the Ludlam for a long time. One of the things that I've mentioned to the groups that I met with is the underlying team is going to be done in October, and it would make a lot of sense to take that team to help with the Ludlam, given their expertise. But if we decide to keep it in Parks, so be it. But there is a group of people that have been dealing with a lot of these issues inside Public Works, and I hope that we take some of the lessons learned from FDOT and the underline so that we can expedite the Ludlam.
Commissioner Gilbert?
When you say take the underlying team, you mean take the team or take the concept of because if, what do you mean?
I'm talking about Irene and the folks that have been working on the underline. The underline is done in October, so they have a particular expertise that would be helpful to the Ludlam or any trail.
Well, no, I think their general expertise is telling us one thing and charging us a lot more and getting another. I don't want them to do that again, but thank you.
All right, so we have a motion by Commissioner Orbis, second by Commissioner Cohen-Higgins. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, nay. Show 14A3 passed. All right, I got 14B1, the WASD report. Madam Mayor, you'd like to be recognized.
Mr. Chair? Sorry,
Yes.
on the Ludlam item, I just wanted to thank everybody who came here today to speak on it. I really appreciate all the community members that came out and everybody who's been working on Ludlam for many, many years. I know some of them had to leave already, but I appreciate the great showing that we had from our constituents and our community. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that comment. Yes, thank you everyone that came out and supported it. Madam Mayor, on your WASD report, 14B1 is the item number.
Thank you so much. I'm going to defer to the water guy here.
The water guy.
Deputy Mayor.
Is that our Deputy Mayor, Roy Coley?
Mr. Chairman, in respect to the hour, I'll try to summarize the report.
Roy, I got a question for you.
Yes, sir.
So like Chief Coley rolled off the tongue. Like Chief Coley. But how do I, Deputy Mayor Coley? Like, it's just,
Roy just works better.
it's a little longer.
Yes, too much.
DM Coley.
Yeah, direct.
DMC. Run DMC.
Whatever you say will be the rule.
You know, you always got such a light spirit, man. I really like you. I got your back.
Thank you.
I don't care what they say about you.
I know it's a lot.
It don't matter what the mayor says. I'm always going to have your back. Nah, she clearly loves you. All right. I got my coffee. I got some extra whipped cream on the side. You know, so for the sugar, it's got some mocha. So we're good. You got the floor.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In summary of this item, the bottom line is about 30 years ago, the Board of County Commission was sued by the federal government and the state government for violation of the Clean Water Act. As a result of that suit, the board entered into a consent decree with the federal government and the state government committing to a list of projects. However, they didn't fund those projects, and the plan was to fund them yearly as the projects were being executed. We're about 2 years away from finishing the entire consent order if we're able to continue on our path. We're under federal oversight today. That costs us money every single year that we would like to see ended. And then in addition to the consent order, in 2007, the state passed legislation they called the ocean outfall legislation, requiring us to reduce the use of ocean outfalls for effluent of our wastewater plants. Same thing there. The board was required by the state to submit a plan to DEP, which they did, committing to compliance, again, without committing the money, saying we'll raise it each year as we need it. So the rate increase that has been proposed in the mayor's budget and has been explained in this report is the amount required to go to the bond market to raise the money for this year's bills. It's a 6% rate increase that will ultimately parlay into a bond yield of $435 million. That's 100% for capital improvements only, no operations money. The department has done an amazing job through cutting positions.
Can we quiet down so we could listen to the deputy mayor? Can we quiet down in the back? Staff, can we quiet down? Because I can't even hear myself. Thank you. Continue.
Thank you, sir. The Water and Sewer Department's done an excellent job cutting costs, eliminating positions to where they're asking for no increase for operational costs this year. This money will solely be used for raising capital. In the event the board chooses not to approve the mayor's recommendation, we have provided in that report the list of projects that cannot go forward. There's a list of ocean outfall projects, consent order projects, and other capital improvement needs that just simply will have to be delayed or canceled. So we put that in the report. We also have a letter that was distributed to you earlier today from our bond engineer, who has reported that this is the minimum amount of increase to support the capital improvement needs. Our bond engineering consultant is also here today if anyone wants to question them about how they helped us to determine that information. We did this in a report. We're happy to return at a later date with a resolution for you to consider voting on it, or we're happy to deal with it during the budget. We will take your direction on that and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for that, Deputy Mayor.
Mr. Chair, question.
Commissioner Cohen-Higgins on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Point of order. What is before us is a report. Are you, so I'm just trying to understand procedurally what is before us. It's a report making a recommendation for a 6% increase in fees. Is that accurate? It's a report.
It's a report explaining the necessity of 6% in fees.
Okay.
It is not an official vote request today.
Sure.
That's why we would be more than happy to return either with a reso or in the budget process.
I see. So right now we're just having a discussion. We're not taking a vote on this. Is that correct? Or are you having someone move? If we move the report as listed, it's not
It's
an
not a vote.
adoption of the recommendation. I want to make sure
That would be correct,
procedurally
ma'am.
that's accurate.
That
This
would
is
be
for
correct.
discussion
This is a
purposes.
report only today. We would happily take the direction to come back with in a reso form or just to vote on it during the budget process, whatever the board directs.
Thank you for that clarification.
Chairman.
All right, Commissioner Bermudez.
Deputy Mayor Coley, my question is, we talked about how that consent agreement impacted small businesses, in particular small restaurants, through the fog aspect of it. When months ago, we asked to get a report, and we talked about getting it done in 90 days. If we could go back, and at that point you indicated that if we needed to get the support, obviously, of the state and the federal government, who I think would be supportive, in particular the small businesses, because our restaurants are having very, very difficult times to open. When are we going to get that report?
The fog report, you've been provided a report on fog. Now, there's not been a report on when the feds would consider changing the regulations. Quite frankly, as behind as the federal government is on these applications, we could finish the consent order and have the whole consent order retired quicker than we can get the answers. But we have people in Atlanta with EPA that have told us they would consider and they would respond to any fog requests that we have.
So what's going to continue to happen in this county, that somebody that does Jamba Juice shakes is going to have to pay probably $100,000 to be able to comply with what they have to comply with. So we're basically just, we're going to have to go to Broward County. I suppose, is that what you're telling us?
No, that's not exactly what I'm saying. What I'm saying is EPA has indicated that they have an open ear and will consider our asks about changing the fog ordinances, the fog portion of the consent order. What I'm saying to you is we make those asks and we don't get those answers very quickly. It will take time for them to respond as to what exactly we're asking for. I'm suggesting the most important thing we can do is finish the consent order projects and get the whole order lifted, because what you're mentioning is just one impact of the consent order that has everyone's hands tied.
Correct, but it's impacting a good number of the small businesses in our community. So
It is.
my question then, follow-up question would be the following. Which one are a vast and sundry consultants can we actually talk to see if anything could happen with EPA? Since
in fact,
since I you know, it's great that you think it's going to be 2 years. That, you know, that's fantastic, but that doesn't solve the problem now for restaurants trying to open up in Miami Gardens, for example, that may have to come up with an incredible amount of money. And is not going to be able to, and sometimes, as it's been happening, you saw, we had a hearing here where even a gentleman from North Carolina who was trying to open a restaurant said, hey, this is practically impossible. I'd rather go to another county in Florida. So I'm all for complying, but we have to anyways. But I think, you know, at least, I think we have a fighting chance with the present EPA, number one. And number two, nothing precludes us from making, because you can amend an agreement as long as the parties agree to do so, and still continue with the rest of the consent decree until a couple of years down the road, when we can hopefully be lifted from this 30-year situation. So I'm not going to belabor the point, but I think I'm going to talk to you personally, because I think there's ways we can get this done. And it's really killing the smaller businesses right now, and it's just not a good thing.
We agree with you, Commissioner Bermudez, and our Assistant Director of DERM, Rashid, has been leading a cross-department effort of looking for ways to reduce the cost of compliance as the law is written today, and also with seeking relief from EPA. And so I can commit to you that that's active and it's going on now. We can meet and give you separate reports on all the things that he's doing in that space. But it is a good point to highlight that problem isn't going to go away with EPA as long as we're under consent orders.
Through the chair, I just want to add a point here. So I'm checking whether our federal lobbyists are working on this case. Obviously, we support it, but, you know, we don't want to compromise our ability to get out from under this.
No, absolutely not.
But as far as being more active in promoting that change, we certainly will look into that, and I'd like to do that.
All right. Any further discussion on the report?
So I'll move the report,
Okay.
and I guess we'll have this back in September. Is that correct?
As you may direct, Commissioner. It could either be in September as a reso or in the budget, however you direct.
But to clarify, we would need action on the part of the board to increase the fee. And we also want to note that solid waste, did you mention this, is today the deadline if we were to increase solid waste. I just put it out there. It's not the topic.
Can it just be like the deputy mayor said in the budget instead of like a separate?
Apparently, solid waste, we've learned last night from our county attorney, we could only decrease, we couldn't increase it if we held it flat, which is what the current status is, and maybe we could ask them to clarify. So if there were any inclination to address some of the concerns that have been raised about having to cut illegal dumping enforcement and other items, this would be the day to do it, sir.
Okay, so
Can we first deal with the water?
let's deal with the water first. I think the water is something that could come in the budget, right?
Yes, sir. It could come in the budget or by separate reso, however you direct.
So is it okay for you to move the item just to adopting the report? And then whatever recommendation comes in the budget, is that fair?
I'm looking to the administration.
Yeah, I'm looking to them
I
too.
wanna make sure that we're not jeopardizing our consent decree or what our mission is. If that's the way you recommend, then that's fine, that's how.
We had spoke early on with the chair about dealing with a lot of these rate increases without bogging down the budget. That's why we brought these early to you. We're happy to stay on that path and bring it at the next meeting in the form of a reso, or we can change if you'd rather not have a separate item and go with the budget. We were just trying to keep it from being such a time consumption at budget day.
One question. So in order to not tie your hands in either direction today, we got a little bit of time, is if we just adopt the report and don't direct you to bring it in the form of a reso or in the budget, is it at your discretion how you'd like to bring it?
However you want us to, we will.
Okay, so let's discuss it in the best format for this body to discuss when it comes before us next.
It is actually reflected in our proposed budget.
Okay, perfect. So with that, there's a motion by Commissioner Steinberg to adopt the report, seconded by Commissioner Gilbert, and he has a question.
And really just comment, Mr. Chairman, just be mindful that if you include this in the proposed budget, if you decide to adopt something that's not in the proposed budget, something that's not a part of the proposed budget, we're going to be forced with changing it on the fly during our discussion of the proposed budget. That's why the resolution is probably preferred amount, so that the resolution then allows them to work in what we've said into the budget, a balanced budget. So I'm not telling you all how to do it, administration, Mr. Chairman, not telling you how to direct them. But if we get into a situation where they put it in the proposed budget at 6% and we decide to do 2% or 3% or 1% or nothing, then you're going to force a recalculation of that budget on the spot. And so I think that, that's probably not in best keeping with us being efficient and doing stuff expeditiously in budget time. So I think we better, I would encourage us to do the resolution at some point.
You're right, but for every year that happens though.
I mean,
on different things. I think they're going to be prepared either way to make adjustments that day, but I hear you. Again, by not doing anything, they still can bring a resolution. It's not preventing you from bringing me a resolution and me placing it on the agenda.
We'll bring a resolution for your consideration.
Awesome. Sounds good. All right. So we have a motion by Steinberg, a second by Commissioner Gilbert. All in favor of adopting the report, signify by saying aye. All opposed, nay. Show the report adopted. The report. Yes. Okay. So doesn't want to adopt the report. It's his prerogative. All right. So that's it for the pull list, right?
Did you want to speak on the solid waste item or no?
We can't. Do you want us to?
Well, we had an item today.
I'm ready.
You know what the answer is? No, we're not gonna. No. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I think that what probably we weren't able to clarify before now is that because the solid waste fee's on the trim notice, if we choose to increase the solid waste fee, it can't be passed today and be on the trim notice. We can go lower or we can stay the same, but since it was determined by this board that we weren't going to raise the solid waste fee, there have been a number of people voice concerns about what cuts are coming in solid waste. So just in full transparency, we're happy to go forward at your direction, raising it or not.
All right, so I'll entertain a conversation of it. Commissioner, go ahead. Just let's.
Yeah, thank you. I know everyone's getting tired. On the solid waste, we really haven't had an opportunity to work on the budget, but the reason that I brought the item as a flat item is because I think that there's certain changes to our solid waste department that we can bring in order to keep it flat. I've been working with my district about making some changes And I think throughout the budget process, we can show how we can do both things. But we would have to change some of the things that we do in solid waste, but it would not impact our ability to pick up solid waste. So that's the reason why I brought the item for flat. Last year, it was all very polemic. We spent a lot of time on the solid waste fee. It's something that people feel very strongly about. And this year it'll be the same, but I'm happy to work on it like we did in August. And what I don't recommend is for us to agree on raising it and then to lower it, because the trim is what people see. So we had this issue last year, which is why this year I brought it flat.
Commissioner Cohen-Higgins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, procedurally, the item passed flat, correct? We're discussing it because today essentially is the deadline, and you're basically saying, you're sending us caution, right? Like, today is the deadline, should there be a discussion about entertaining a potential increase in the solid waste fees, which is what you all have recommended, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so in that spirit, and you all are doing things differently now, I've noticed it, you're doing it on the water and sewer, you did it on solid waste, you did it on waste to energy. You're issuing these memos saying this is what's going to be cut should you not adopt our recommendation, right? And so I would like for you to go over what it is that you all are representing will be cut from solid waste as a result of you all not getting the recommended rate increase that you all are requesting. Because I think we need to understand and digest what it is that you are saying we will, or what you all are proposing will be lost as a result of your recommendation not being adopted by this board.
And on that note, while you pull that up, Deputy Mayor, I think the same, and I don't want to go back to it, we passed it already, but the same could be said for the water and sewer memo.
Well, that's my point, and I'm going to get to that, because the water and sewer memo is extraordinarily detailed. And, again, these are consent decree projects, so we don't, we're not confused about the necessity of these projects, but you all are messaging differently. I hear you, I understand, but if you're asking us to essentially reconsider what has already been passed, i.e. a flat rate, speak to us specifically about what will be affected should the rate stay flat.
Commissioner, we issued a memo identifying about $4.6 million in cost reductions that we would have to achieve. 1.5 million of that was for illegal dumping and homeless encampment program, 1 million in code enforcement, 700,000 in litter pickup, 900,000 in training and accounting, and $500,000 in capital projects is what we would not do this year out of flat rate.
And that is as a result of you all still having funds in your carryover accounts that can't cover those costs? I want to be clear.
I'm not sure the question. Carryover account, I mean, we have reserves, but our reserves are woefully low. There's still money in reserves, but we believe our reserves need to be added to, considering the situation with EPA now and with FEMA over any hurricanes. We're expected to have a lot higher portion of that cost, and so we think we need to be adding more to the reserves. We did not consider taking money from reserves to pay operating cost.
Okay, and what was the percent increase that passed last year for solid waste?
I think it was about 1. I don't remember the exact number. It was 0.7%.
0.7, and this year you all are recommending what percent increase?
Well, we brought an item to you for 2% because the board had previously directed us to bring an item to you for CPI. So we brought you an item for 2%, even though our actual cost of operation exceeded 2%. We found cost savings and cuts to get it down to the 2% CPI that the board directed us to bring. So we can meet all of our obligations at 2%. Anything less, there has to be something cut.
Okay, and the 2% represents the $4.6 million that you just ran off the list of items that would be cut?
Yes, ma'am.
But service, i.e. trash collection and pickup, would not be affected?
It would not be impacted. We will continue to pick up trash as we're obligated to do. It's the ancillary services and enforcement that will suffer greatly.
And the list that you just enumerated is in consideration of what we've talked about on previous budget conversations, i.e. salaries staying flat going into the next fiscal year?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
We've accounted for 0 increases in salaries in our budgets.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Gilbert. Commissioner Gilbert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We struggle with this every year, and I understand why we struggle with it every year. But it's not necessarily that complicated, especially when we're bringing back recommendations, when the administration is bringing back recommendations that align with the CPI. If the gas goes up that operates the trucks, it costs more to operate the trucks. It costs more to pick up the garbage.
We got to fix that with energy fuel.
I mean,
South
it's
Dade
just,
Center, the whole thing. We're going to fix
if
it. Pass it today.
our labor costs go up, for the people who operate the trucks that the gas went up in, then the cost to pick up the trash goes up. It is a fee-driven system. I do not want to pay more, but what this board did that addressed years of imbalance was bring the rate back in alignment. I think we did that 2 years ago. I just caution you all that it might seem like a little bit now, because it is. They're recommending 2%. You want to keep it flat. It's no big deal. It's just 4.6 million. It doesn't seem like that, but it probably didn't seem like that to prior commissions when they did it also. And then the aggregate effect of years of not doing that placed our system in arrears. And then a future commission, it was us this time, it'll be someone else the next time, had to make a really big increase. And so let me just suggest that we're not being, when we do that, we're not being fair to the future ratepayers, because they're going to have to absorb the cost at some point for the increase that we did in the increase in gas and labor this year. We're going to have to make up the money at some point. We will trim some down, and then we won't be able to trim anymore. And then we won't want to cut service because people are used to 2 pickups a week. And people still want illegal dumping picked up. And people still want code enforcement to go out. And people still want these things. And so at some point, you will have to reduce a service, or you will have to make an adjustment to align a service with the fee. And so I just, we can do whatever the board's pleasure is. I am always intrigued by Commissioner Regalado's proposition of I can find ways to reduce, and it's always interesting how her and the administration get together, and it always comes back somewhere like in between what they said and what she said. But if you set the rate today and you can't go any higher, then whether the CPI ends up being, we know the CPI is something, no matter what the cut is. The CPI is going to be something. So even if they reduce in some areas, they say they've already reduced. And that's fine. Okay. So right now they're asking for 2%, even though it would be technically more than 2%. Let's say she's a brilliant, like, cutter and slasher and making things efficient, and she cuts that in half. It's still 1%, and you've left the system in imbalance. And so I just want us to appreciate the fact that sometimes being fiscally conservative means you actually figure out what the actual cost is and charge it. Because there's a component of being fiscally conservative that means you're being fiscally responsible. So if we really want to be responsible, then we'll say to them, no, we're not going to raise the fee, cut the service, and we'll just take that L with the service recipients, the residents. If we really want to do that, if we really want to say, okay, this is all we're willing to, for this fee to be, what can you do with this? They reduce the services and we go from there. The problem with that is every year they will have to reduce the services more. And that's going to be the challenge. So this is more a philosophical conversation that we probably should, and we did address when we told them to bring us back the recommendation at CPI. I was going to say we should have this philosophical conversation, but we did have this philosophical conversation. And so so now they're bringing us back what we told them to bring us back after they cut, and we're saying we still won't do it. And so that's a challenge that puts the administration in a very untenable situation. And it puts us in a position of having the exact same conversation every year, which I guess might not be insanity, even though they say it is.
So Commissioner, so let's move on. Here's what we can do. We can either move on, or we can reconsider 5N, which is what we approved earlier on the flat rate, and have it renoticed and just rediscuss it on September 1st. They can advertise it and rediscuss it on September 1st, or we could move on with what we just approved today, which is 5N. I'll recognize you for some final comments, but after that, I'm going to encourage that we just make a decision what direction we want to go in.
I get it. And look, and I appreciate that, Commissioner Gilbert. We always have this ideological conversation. I think last year we got the department to make some cuts. I think this year we have to get the department to change the way it does certain things, and it just hasn't done that. I've brought a lot of items asking this department to make more revenue, and it's going to take something like this to push them into that uncomfortable space. And the reality is that while we talk about all the things that are going to be cut, look, I was upset when I found out that we ended up paying for the city of Miami's FIFA trash. We were not obligated to do that, you know. It was over $300,000 that we're paying, and I think we should get that back from the city of Miami. And that's one of the things that we need to discuss because, you know, we approved this budget, and then we're given this draconian list of things. There's other things. There's other revenues that we've talked about. There's mini dumps. There's changing the way that we do things, and there is this constant pushback on changing the way that we do solid waste. And I think this year we hold them flat, we make those changes. 4.6 is not that big of a deal, but we're actually going to get some traction on changing how we do this. And I think if we change some of the ways that we do this, we're going to naturally curtail some of that illegal dumping and some of the things that we're spending money on. So I would tell you to hold it. This is very different from water and sewer. This is not a federal issue. This is not a consent issue. This is choices that we're making in solid waste to do things a certain way, and there are other options, and we could do better. We're just not being pushed to do better.
All right, so that said, yes, Commissioner Steinberg.
Thank you. So I think there are benefits in having this conversation. I think it's important for us to look at all sides of this. Now, I guess this is a question either for the administration or the attorneys. You know, if we were to reconsider the item and that way in September, I think September 1st, which still gives us time because the trim notice is September 15th is the deadline, correct? No?
It's not the trim, Commissioner. The statute that we travel under to put it on the tax bill is 197-3632,
Yes.
and that requires the board to adopt it at a public hearing on or before September 15th
That's what I
of the
meant.
year.
Thank you. That's what it's been a long day, and I didn't get whipped cream and whatever he got. So, yeah. But could we, if we were to reconsider this item, to have the discussion in full in September, could we earmark, to Commissioner Regalado's point, about changing some of what we see and how we do things and looking at it through a different lens for the future? You know, you mentioned something that is important to me, which is the reserves, right? We don't have any reserves right now. And so we could go to that CPI and put a portion of that into the reserves that they can't touch until we also figure out a better policy moving forward. And that's something that we can have a real discussion about. So that's my thought about maybe we stay flat. You know, we're not committing to anything, but I think that's one reason that we could look at as to the reconsideration.
All right, so,
Chairman, if I may?
Senator Garcia.
But I guess as a question, because we're all on the same page here. We understand everything costs more money, and we have to pay for them. And it's really a little disheartening when we hear that everything keeps on going up, but we keep everything flat, and still a cost to the residents here it's a cost to us that we have to bear. But I agree with you, Commissioner Regalado. There is times that we need to see changes, and we need to ensure that they come back with these changes. And I think that I agree with you that we've asked at previous times to come up with certain changes to the way that we try to monetize and collect trash, and we haven't seen a lot of traction on that. However, there has to be somewhere where we can land this plane on, because we do have to be honest with our voters. And maybe if we can get this administration to come back with a different plan from here to September that can try to monetize that, I'm with you, Commissioner Steinberg. Maybe that's the path that we go, and compressing the time, and by September they should come up with some plan for us, and that gives us a flexibility to see whether or not, because look, I've always said I'm okay with going back to I can go back to my taxpayers and to our voters and ask for an increase when there's changes on our end. I would hate to go back to the voters of Hialeah and District 13 and ask for an increase anywhere where we haven't done any changes. We haven't made any movement forward to make sure that we are better stewards of the monies that we collect. So to your point, Commissioner Steinberg, I think there might be a happy medium here, and maybe if you guys can help me articulate that, we can try to do that. So.
Okay. All right, so are we really doing this? All right.
Just a quick comment, Mr.
Go ahead,
Chairman.
Commissioner
So
Lopez.
I know that our committee, the one that Commissioner Milian Orbis and I chair, has decided to take a deep dive into all of the departments, including solid waste, because despite the fact that it is like an enterprise fund, we said that's the one that gives us the most heartburn. And so we're committed, Mr. Chairman, to doing that in August. Remember, we said we wouldn't take a recess because we really wanted to look at all of the county departments that touch general revenue, but also this one in particular. So we're excited to do that work, and I'm sure that we're going to find ways in which things can change, because, you know, we agree things have to be done differently. And unless we explore that, we're not being faithful to our fiduciary duty. Yes. So just wanted to point that out, that that's what we'll be doing in August.
Okay, so let's. Here's what I don't want to do, and I it doesn't bind us, but I also don't want to spend another 2 hours on September 1st unnecessarily. But this is important enough to do it. So what I would suggest is let's take a straw vote. If there's an appetite to change and I don't do straw votes often on the dais, but let's take a straw vote to see. Reconsidering is one thing. I think we got the votes today to reconsider. I'd like the straw vote to see, is there an appetite to actually increase anything other than a flat rate on solid waste? So we could even do it by raise of hands. Like who's even got an appetite to even discuss the possibility? You're not even saying that you're going to increase it, but even discuss the possibility of increasing anything over a flat rate for solid waste. By a show of hands, is there anyone that would like to have the conversation?
We don't have a report.
Well, we don't have a report, but if there's no one that's even inclined to hear one out, why discuss it for 2 hours if at the end it's not going to happen?
Okay, well, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate it. And I said it clearly on the record that I'm willing to entertain it as long as there's changes from the administration that come to the board. That's the only way.
No, I understand, and that's why I'm saying, like, you said it right. But there's some that even with the right recommendations are not going to entertain a rate increase. You know, I'm sure that Gilbert might entertain it because he said he alluded to it. Renee, Senator Garcia, you've alluded to it. Steinberg, so that's 3. I see Regalado shaking her head no. So, by a straw vote, I don't know that. So then I don't see it. It's not that I don't want it, I don't see it. So let's avoid a 2-hour conversation on this on September 1st and move on with our life. All right. That said, I have some motions pending, and then we have discussion items. Let's do the discussion items. We'll do motions after. I got motions too. You got motion. I got. But let's do discussion items. Everybody got motions, but we're gonna do discussion items. So 6A1 is an item I put on the agenda to discuss the EV fleet, and I know we supported an item today. We voted on an item earlier today, and Regalado barely spoke, but spoke on it for a second. I told her we had a discussion item, and if you wanted to jump in it, but look, I put this on just because I think most of my colleagues could share the same sentiment that it's just, and probably the mayor shares it too, but that's just frustrating to have the experience of having gone through what we're going through with all of these vehicles that are just parked in a lot. What is it, like 69, right? And maybe, last time I checked, only like 3 to 5 of them were operational out of the 69. So, Deputy Mayor and/or the mayor, if you can, give us a brief, but give us a kind of a summary as to where we are. I may have some questions of the attorneys thereafter, but if you can give us an update as to where we are, and ultimately, the underlying sentiment on my end anyway is just it just hurts to have all of this money parked in a parking lot. I know I'm not alone in my sentiment, so what are our options? What can we do? Can we sell this for parts? Are we in litigation? Like, give us a lay of the land of where we are today. Some articles have come out, and there really hasn't been a lot of discussion publicly other than, the report or a memo. Can you just kind of bring us up to speed?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Let me provide a few historical facts that are important for the conversation. In 2018, the Board of County Commissioners directed the then mayor to increase its electric bus fleet with a directive to get 50% electric buses. The following year, in 2019, the then mayor recommended to the commission that approved purchasing these Proterra buses. Now, the bottom line is the Proterra buses, the company went bankrupt. They were failed technology. I would go so far to say this is an excellent example of how we need to be more careful buying unproven technologies. Clearly, the commission and the mayor at the time wanted cutting-edge technology, and this turned out to be bleeding edge. The company went bankrupt. The buses don't run. We have a few still running. Subsequent to that, the county did buy 100 electric buses from another manufacturer, and they're performing outstandingly. They're doing a fine job. So it's not the fact that they're electric it's the problem. The problem is we bought buses from an unproven company and they failed miserably. Now, where we stand today, more to your question, a lot of these buses were purchased with federal dollars, and the department has requested permission from the federal government to dispose of these in some way to give us some benefits, and we're waiting on their answer. In the meantime, we have a handful of buses running, and we're using the majority of them to scavenge parts off of to keep running. So yeah, the departments also, the county attorneys have filed suit on our behalf, and so we're chasing lawsuits to try to recover money, knowing it's a bankrupt company. I don't know how much we're actually going to recover, but we are chasing that, and we're looking for the feds to let us to dispose of the buses in some advantageous way.
And Deputy Mayor, you said something that's important is, so a vast majority, and I don't know what the percentage is, but was purchased with federal dollars. Needless to say, those federal dollars could have been implemented elsewhere, but at a minimum, we're not responsible for repaying those federal dollars, right?
Not that I'm aware. No, I would defer to the attorneys.
It's not a loan of it. So yes, it's still wasted money. We could have invested elsewhere, and a lot of it. We don't have to repay it, right?
To be clear, Mr. Chair, we've made the application and we've had some positive responses, but it has not been formally concluded. Bruce, do you want to add to that?
Mr. Chairman, typically when you get an FTA grant to buy buses, you agree to utilize those buses for the useful life, and that's depending upon the type of bus. It could be 10 years, 12 years, et cetera. We are in the process, and we have applied for FTA to allow us to retire these buses that are not operating prior to what would have normally been the useful life without any penalty or without having to reimburse FTA. We've not received an official response or approval yet.
This is a national problem to the commission.
Correct.
We're not the only city that experienced this, and we have been attempting to repurpose parts, and we could get more detail about that from our director. But obviously, we want to do everything in our power. We also sued the company as you know. One company went bankrupt. There was a successor company. We were working with them. They did, I think, manage to provide some spare parts and some repairs, but not adequate. And eventually, we filed a lawsuit.
So, and to the attorney, when was that requested of the federal government to forgive that timeline and allow us to dispose of them?
I would rely on DTPW to know the exact date of the application. I know I attended a meeting a few weeks ago, but I don't know when it actually was submitted.
It could be months. You don't need an exact date.
It's been several months that we've been working through the request to relinquish the federal interest on the buses that were funded through the Federal Transit Administration. We've had successful meetings, but we are still waiting for their final response. But it's been several months where we've been interacting with FTA for them to release their financial interest.
Okay. Can we, and I don't know if my colleagues have any questions on this discussion, but can we, up until some resolution is given, can we receive to the administration, I don't know, maybe quarterly reports on it? Is that fair? Quarterly, not monthly maybe, but quarterly reports on a status update. And then I think, and I know that this gets a little trickier, but if we can also receive some sort of safeguard, guardrails for future purchases of this kind so that we don't repeat history. And of course, that's a policy decision. We can direct the administration to go and purchase. I get that. But if again, in the spirit of Cohen-Higgins pointed out all these memos, can we have like maybe a memo establishing recommended guardrails to when we make these policy decisions and these directives up here? I don't want to, I know where Oliver Gilbert is thinking. I know him seeing, he's like, don't tell us how to govern. But I think we need some, some measures, right, as to not allow history to be repeated as we move forward with even things outside of transportation and outside of buses and things of that nature. But we are we're here today in a world where, AI is ever changing, technology, and we're going to be making these decisions of investing in a lot of new technology. We're doing it already. We're going to continue doing it, but we have to do it smartly and with the right consultants and the right expertise. So if we can have some sort of guardrails, I know it's tricky because everything is changing so often, but if that's feasible, Madam Mayor?
Right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So obviously, as you say, there's a lot of new things always in the marketplace. We're constantly being invited to purchase things, for example, in the solid waste space, many vendors who have new ideas. And as was mentioned by Deputy Mayor, we want to make sure there's a track record. We don't want to be the guinea pigs. In this particular case, going backwards in time, I was a commissioner at the time. The company was a leader in batteries, but not in buses. So the company that actually did the buses was rejected, and the company that focused on batteries was accepted. So under our procurement, we would always have experience, track record, performance data, that sort of thing. But I think for sure we can look at those criteria and see how we can beef them up to make sure we don't make mistakes of this sort.
Fair enough. Commissioner from District 1, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the spirit of guardrails, I think probably an appropriate standard would be making sure something's agnostic enough that it's not singularly usable by the vendor that we get it from. And so I think that's probably how we need to look at it, because I appreciate the mayor's position, but we won't always be in a position where we have to wait for everyone else to test something from around. That's not realistic. That's not realistic. It's cool to say, but from our perspective, we will have to be, at some point, make some decisions where, hey, we don't know. There was 45 counties in the state using something, but if you use a technology that's agnostic in a way, or such that if that company goes out of business, you can still actually work with other folks. And so I think about it in terms of like transit, rapid mass transit. We don't know. We changed the LPA for the North Corridor to be elevated fixed guideway, and we've changed it because we wanted it to be open to different technologies, not just elevated heavy rail, because heavy rail is too expensive for us. We changed the fixed guideway, but all the fixed guideway, a lot of the fixed guideway technologies are new technologies. The question that becomes, how could we use them? We use them by building a fixed guideway that allows for other modes. So if that one doesn't work, we can still replace it. And I think that that's how we need to probably approach our procurements when we're looking at that and when we're evaluating that, not just what it could be used for, but what it's being proposed for, but what it could be used for. And I think that's an appropriate guardrail to look at. Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you. I got the vice chair and then vice chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And look, I think I'm going to borrow a quote from my colleague. I'm not going to tell you I told you so, but I told you so. Years ago, when I was in Tallahassee, I organized all the South Dade leaders to push against forcing a mode of transportation, particularly the BRT, against the wishes of the people. I stood there at that podium, and we had all the research we needed to convince the commission then that going opposite of what the people wanted was truly going to be a disaster. We stood at that podium. We gave every reason why rail should have been the preferred choice for the folk down south. And also we told them that they should have used that opportunity to connect the north and the south by rail. We thought that the opportunity that was presenting itself, that at that particular moment, it was ripe. But we were told that we were wrong, that deals had already been made, conversations had already been had, and that the issue was pretty much over and done with. Subsequently, I came back and I said, hey, I think we have more problems with these companies, particularly with their financial stability. And we were told, no, that is just me overlooking some particular documents, that I should simply just, mind my own business, in so many words. So the coalition in South Dade fought for rail for both north and the south, but we ended up, as we see, we got the BRT, and we were told that these electric buses, these buses that have been sitting in this graveyard, that's what we should call it, it's a bus graveyard, were going to be the answer to save the South Dade people from misery. I then took a trip over to the Department of Transportation and had an opportunity to see those buses in its grave state. And again, they were dead then, as they are dead now. So now the question really becomes, what do we go back and we tell the great people of the South Dade community and the people in the North Dade community about whether or not their choices were overlooked due to other reasons that they had no privy to? Now, why do I bring all of that up? It's because I am sure that there were deals that were never made available to the people, deals that I believe they had information about, they would have rallied against all of this. They would have called for resignations. They would have called for investigations. But we're here now, and I have full faith in my mayor. I have full faith in this commission that we're going to do the right thing, because at the end of the day, let's be absolutely clear, we still need the rail down south. I'm telling you, I said BRT was the wrong choice then, and I'm telling you it is still the wrong choice, and I'm telling you simply by looking at what's going on today by these reports, it echoes exactly what I've been saying, that it was an inside job, and it was an inside hit on the great people of South Dade, which also affect the great people of North Dade, and that at some point we got to come to realize that when we were calling for the rail to the South Dade community, it was less than $1 billion. When we called for it at grade, it was less than $600 million. Now we're stuck with a possibility of looking at a rail to the south, whether it's at grade or not, somewhere way beyond $3 billion. And now we're dealing with this bus fiasco. Buses that are found at a graveyard. that's taking up space, that we can't even get our money back. Information that we readily had available at the time we made the decision to make this purchase. But again, I have full faith in this mayor, my mayor. I have full faith in our commission that we're going to do the right thing and not allow this debacle to be the face of our transportation system. And I do have a lot of faith in our director who's going to get us through it because she's always been on the front line doing the right things. And I just wanted to put that on the record. Again, I'm not going to say I told you so, but I told you so.
All right, Commissioner Bermudez, you recognize.
I just have a question because I'm a little bit, for the attorneys, do we have to reimburse the federal government on these grants or not?
Currently, no.
Currently, or let's
Yes,
eliminate
in
the
other
word
words,
currently.
The
Given the
DTW would have
scenarios,
two.
yes or no?
No, if you either keep the buses for the useful life or get the consent from FTA to retire them early. DTW has not retired them, but is asking FTA concurrence to allow us to retire them early. If we get that concurrence, we can retire them, remove them, use it for scrap metal. If we don't, either we reimburse the federal government a pro rata portion, or they would either go into service or sit there.
So as it stands now, because, keeping it for the full life, whatever years you said, 10, 15, whatever, they're not working, but we can keep them. They could be sitting where they're sitting right now, and everybody can take pictures and say, look what a fiasco. If we do get, if we do have that agreement, then we would be able to do whatever we want with it. We can sell it scrap metal. We could sell it to the city of Miami. No, just kidding. One of those, we could do whatever we want with it, correct?
Yes, depending upon the explicit terms that the FTA would give. But in general, if they allowed us to retire or dispose of them, we could do with it as we pleased, yes. They would be relinquishing their federal interest, and so then we would be able to do with those buses or parts as we please.
Okay, and as far as whatever we do with the litigation or not, and I don't want to impact the litigation, so I preface my comments with that. It's our feeling or understanding that the entity is no longer viable. They've declared bankruptcy. Is that correct?
The original manufacturer who delivered the buses filed bankruptcy. A subsequent company, Phoenix Motor Transportation Inc., assumed the contract. Our position is they did not comply with the provisions of the contract, and so we have terminated and filed suit with them. Against them.
In that contract between the original entity and or the one, if there was an amendment or not to the contract with Phoenix, was there any clause for liquidated damages if in fact they were not able to provide the service that one supposes they would be able to provide?
I'd have to look into it, but if I don't want to give an answer without having the contract in front of me. The issue is not the delivery of the buses. The issue would have been honoring the warranty. The buses were delivered. So I need to look and see if there was a specific liquidated damage provision as it pertains to the warranty.
And the final question.
And parts that also were not provided.
The final question would be, do you have a timeline when you would expect the federal government to respond by?
I would defer to the director on that issue.
We had hoped they would already have responded. They have come back to us with a few more questions that we are answering. So we're anticipating within the next, hopefully, month or two, we get resolution with FTA regarding their financial interest.
When did they come back with those questions?
I'm sorry?
When did they come back with questions?
I believe they came back to questions last week, or it was the week before last. But it was within the last 2 weeks that they requested additional information, and we've been corresponding with them.
Okay, fair enough.
So essentially, we were just hoping that after we answer their questions, we will get a final response. But there's always the possibility they might ask more questions, correct?
Correct.
There is. We had a very productive meeting with them a few weeks ago, and we thought we had answered all of their questions, and we're just waiting for their final response when they did come back to us with additional questions. So yes, is it possible that they come back to us with additional questions?
Okay.
It's at their prerogative.
I mean, the only thing I would say, I don't remember, I think might have been the chair that said it. We need to be updated certainly periodically on this. Probably a shorter time period than a longer one, because it's been going on for a while.
We're happy to do that.
Yeah. I would amend my request of quarterly and/or as new information becomes available, whichever one is the soonest. I have Commissioner Regalado, Gonzalez, and Cohen-Higgins.
Thank you. And to follow up with what Commissioner Rabunez was saying, Mr. Chair, I think that we should make a motion to provide air support to the department by tasking our federal lobbyists to make this their #1 priority. I think that's what we need to do, because God bless them, they're calling and they're doing their thing, but we have a federal lobbying team, and they could help. So I think every day that we lose on this, we lose an opportunity to do something with these buses. So I think that we should make this a priority for our federal lobbying team.
Absolutely, and I don't think we need a motion for that. I think Jess can just direct our federal lobby team to engage with transportation and do that. So Jess, please, should be done for sure, in collaboration with our director.
In terms of the lawsuit, I just have some questions for our attorneys. And look, I think the disposition from the FTA is important, because then we can have the secondary conversation as to what we do with those buses. Right now, without a determination from the FTA, they're just sitting there. And every day they're sitting there, we lose the opportunity to monetize them in terms of selling them for parts or scrap or whatever, or fixing them. But in terms of the lawsuit, is there, obviously a lot of people are involved. We talked about that it's a national issue. But have we looked at how doing anything with these buses could impact that lawsuit? So my understanding is that that's not the case. These are two very separate things. One thing is the buses and what the FTA allows us to do, and the other thing is proceeding with the lawsuit, correct?
Correct. I don't think that whatever actions we're taking vis-a-vis the FTA impacts the lawsuit either way.
Okay. And in terms of the lawsuit, what are your timing predictions for that? How long is, there's a lot of people involved. That's always complicated, but.
Litigations was only initiated recently, and I believe their response is due in the next 2 to 3 weeks. We just got service, so we're at the front end of the litigation. So I couldn't even give you a timetable, because there would be a scheduling order issued by the court. And so I realistically couldn't give you a timetable at this time as to when the matter would be resolved.
Okay. All right. And then I agree that we should take some sort of policy decision. Again, make different mistakes. And while I understand what Commissioner Gilbert is saying as in terms of swapping out parts, I think there's two separate things going on. Number one is, how long has the technology been out there, and was it demonstrated somewhere? And then two, is the technology one where we could swap out parts?
Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm listening diligently to all of my colleagues. I think it's important that, in acknowledging this report, there's two things that are happening here, right? And so the first one is past mistakes. And I think it's important to put on the record that the Proterra issue is an issue that affected the entire United States. The attorneys are not saying this. I am saying this. It's almost a defraudment that happened upon not only Miami-Dade County, but Broward County, many counties all throughout Florida, Texas, Washington, North Carolina, Michigan, Wyoming. And so I like the course of action that we've taken with the lawsuit, and also with consulting with the federal government to make sure that, one, we're able to recoup some of these funds and able to move forward doing something that works. But two, that we don't make this mistake again. And that we go after this company and all of these bad actors with the furthest extent of the law and all options available. From what I understand, the administration is already in that course, and I do appreciate that. But now the second thing that we do have to contemplate is, what are we going to do in the future? And I think the chairman was already alluding to that. We do need guardrails. I'm currently working on legislation that I'm putting together to try to put some of these guardrails in place so that in the future, we don't purchase any of these technologies without understanding what the return on investment is. One thing that I did take from the report is that even now, so that the Partera issue is totally different. The flyer fleet issue is something else, right? These are buses that are actually working. And so these buses, I did see that the report said that it's too early to determine the new flyer fleet's overall return on investment. And I think that before we continue to go down this route, I'm not saying that this is not going to work, but we do need to understand what that return on investment is before we purchase more of these electric buses. So that's my 2 cents. I am working on legislation to put a pause on this so that we can understand that it does, in fact, produce a return on investment before we move forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to my colleagues, and thank you, Commissioner Gonzalez, for working on legislation regarding these guardrails that clearly we need. But this was voted in October of 2019, if I'm not mistaken, and now we're in 2026. To the attorneys or to the administration, has there been any policy implemented by this board since finding out that this Proterra catastrophe took place? Has there been any policy speaking to this issue regarding new technologies? It's not a trick question. I'm authentically, to my memory, I have not seen any legislation. Do you all know of any legislation that we have advanced?
Commissioner, I'm not aware of any legislation the board's advanced. What I can tell you is the administration has this issue front of mind, and every time a new technology comes to our SPD, and whether NAMDA's evaluating it or any of our department directors, we all say, this isn't another Proterra, is it? And if it's not proven, we're not interested. And we take the beating from the lobbyists who call and say, I swear it'll work. We promise there's a way this will work. Like, if you can't show us where it works somewhere else, we're not interested.
Good. I'm happy to hear that, because as our mayor said, I've said many times before, it's, we get lobbied obviously frequently as well. We are too big of a county to be a guinea pig for any company. Yes, we want to implement new technologies, but we can only afford to implement proven technologies. And so I know that there are red flag policies in place that Commissioner Sosa had brought previously. I'm just wondering to Commissioner Gonzalez, if you're working on the legislation, whether red flag type of warnings in procurement would be appropriate here, where there is some sort of a disconnect between what the company is proposing and their actual track record, and more importantly, with the actual spend that's being proposed here. So something to consider, because I think a red flag during the procurement process would have been helpful. And then speaking to the procurement process back in 2019, this was competitively procured, right? Presumably there were other companies that bid on this, and somehow this company advanced to the top, received a recommendation from the administration, and passed at the BCC. So my question is, have we, since finding out about this, done an internal look at either the selection committee, our internal procurement department? I am perplexed as to how a spend as high as $70 million went through a full procurement, and we have not looked at ourselves to say, what have we done here to allow this much money? How did we get defrauded, right? If it happened in other parts of the country, how did a county as large as we are allow for a defrauding to take place to the tune of $70 million? If the question is we have not looked at ourselves internally, my ask is a simple one. Please do so. Who were those selection committee members? What was presented to that selection committee? How is it that something like this advanced at that time? And what's even more concerning is that since 2019, there is no policy in place currently to prevent it from happening again. So what is our strategic procurement department doing right now? Not just talking points on a microphone or in news interviews and different articles, but what are we doing right now to make sure that this doesn't happen again internally? So I know that's big and it was a lot, but simple question. Have we looked at ourselves and our internal procurement department, those selection committee members, and what they did to award this contract then? Because somebody made a ton of money off of this. I'm not suggesting us, but there were lobbyists involved. Somebody made a bag of money, and we are left holding the bag. Have we done an internal investigation of ourselves?
Commissioner, through the chair, I think I was the only person on the dais who was here at the time. I do remember very well how heavily this was lobbied. I do remember difficulties in making a decision. And I think it's very fair to say we should look back at the tapes and the records to just see exactly what happened. But let's be clear. We have a very active lobby corps. Obviously, they represent clients, and they come to us with choices. And I take great pride, I have to tell you, in our strategic procurement director, who I appointed. Okay, I see other conversations. I also separated the procurement department. It used to be part of ISD. I wanted those decisions to go more directly to my office. I did not, because there were decisions that were made that were buried inside internal services. I wanted them to be more directly reporting to the mayor. I think you see the work of Namada Opal and her team. They are very thorough. Changes have been made. The chairman has just put forward first reading items that come out of the strip. Our team spent a lot of time with that body, provided a lot of recommendations. Many of the things that were adopted by that group were things that were already changes that had been made by our procurement department. Our procurement department has won national awards. I don't just mean NACO, I mean national awards. So I think we're really progressing well, and through the work of STRIP, some of the bureaucratic delays and things like that have been addressed, as well as selection committee issues. So more to be discussed, but I do think it'd be worthwhile to go back and look at that particular procurement and see exactly how we went down that path.
Yeah, thank you for saying that. And I know that improvements have been made since, and I look forward to the STRIP committee items as they move through the legislative process. I will do that. I will look into that also, because I just can't understand how something this large got as far as it did, leaving us in this position. And so I look forward to working with you on that, Madam Mayor. Thank you for answering my questions.
All right, Commissioner Orbis, you recognize.
I have just a quick question. I know that, so when a car breaks down, we have a mechanic, right? So when these buses break down, do we have a technician that works on them, or do we just report them broken and we have to wait for someone to come and, like a specialist to come and maintain them?
Commissioner, the challenge with the buses that have rendered them inoperable is they have software issues. That's a specialized proprietary software that no one has access to, and we don't have it, and there's no one to provide that to us, and which renders them inoperable. We have lots of software issues, and even the buses that we have, all of the buses aren't the exact same. There's actually at least two different types of programming in them, so one bus can break and parts aren't even interchangeable in that same group of buses. So it's just a complete terrible situation that we don't have the service available. We don't have the software and the technicians, and it's not offered by anybody.
Okay, so bus breaks down, it just gets hauled and stored away, and it's...
Well, in general, of course, we have a maintenance department. The new flyer buses are being repaired as needed by our mechanics. These particular buses were being repaired initially, but as across the country these buses were failing, it overwhelmed the company. Namada is reminding me that their CEO passed away suddenly in 2021 and was just 44, so obviously the company had a major challenge from that, and there was a lot of customization of the buses. They were they were beyond their capabilities, basically. So we did get repair during the time that they were still in business. When there was a successor company, we did get some help with the repairs, but eventually they were not able to perform, and that is why we filed the lawsuit.
So do we have someone in-house that can repair these currently?
These particular, these...
Or the old buses and the new ones, or do we need to, every time it breaks down, do we need to bring in someone from their company to repair it?
So through the chair, the Proterra buses, and I only really want to speak to them. Obviously, all of our other buses, we have maintenance staff who are well prepared to deal with our other parts of our fleet. And our new flyer fleet, which are under warranty, are being serviced as needed. So in the instance of our Proterra fleet, there were certain components that started breaking down that were under warranty. Parts of those were not things we could readily repair. The batteries were not things that we had the opportunity to repair, and there were gears that needed to be replaced and remanufactured. Those aren't things that we could repair, excuse me. So with the with part of the fleet that is still functioning, we are actually ourselves repairing the buses and making sure that the small number that do function, that we keep them in use. We are pulling other items from other buses that aren't functioning to make sure that we keep a few buses running. But the main components of the buses that were failing were not things we could repair. They had to physically be replaced.
Got it. And do we have the expertise to do those repairs, the ones that we are doing?
We are repairing them ourselves.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Stacy.
All right, so that's that. We're gonna get the reports either quarterly or more often as soon as it becomes available. And we're gonna establish some parameters and guardrails to protect this from recurring. All right, with that, our next discussion item is 6B1. Commissioner Lopez, you are the prime sponsor of this item.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for placing this discussion item on the agenda. A number of advocacy groups have asked me about the implications of Senate Bill 1134, which is affectionately known as the DEI bill, on the impacts on the county. It doesn't take it into effect until January 1st of 2027, but that falls within the fiscal year of our 2026-27 budget that we're currently reviewing and will take up in September during the first and second budget hearings. Those same advocacy groups have expressed concerns about the impacts and have expressed a desire for the county to challenge or to seek further clarification of Senate Bill 1134. I can tell you that it's incredibly vague, and the consequences of being accused of being either misfeasance or malfeasance and removal of office or being sued by any resident of Miami-Dade County causes me lots of concern, especially if you think we might overcorrect or undercorrect, given the vagueness of the bill. I know our county attorney's office has spent a considerable amount of time on this issue, and because of the nature of the bill and the possibility of legal action, it's best that we all limit our discussions regarding Senate Bill 1134, those discussions in public for that reason. If you have any questions, such as, I've been working with the county attorney's office for months now since the bill was signed by the governor. I recommend all of you to follow up with the county attorney, but I would ask that you all consider a motion to direct the county attorney to research the county's ability.
If you all could quiet down in the back, please.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Thank you, thank you. So I would just move to direct the county attorney's office to research the county's ability to challenge the validity of Senate Bill 1134, or alternatively, ask a court to clarify how it applies to the county and then brief each commissioner individually regarding the results of their research. I continue to feel very uncomfortable about the law. I've read it so many times, as has the county attorney's office, and it continues to give me lots of reasons to be concerned, especially since the law is specific on promoting it directly or indirectly any activity or program that may fall within this law. And so, and that goes for not only us, but our staff. So I think it's important that we get some clarification, and oftentimes the only way to do so is to go to the courts.
Commissioner Gilbert, you recognize?
I agree that we need to find a way to challenge it. I'm trying to figure out the best way. So I guess I have some conversations with need to have some questions about what we do here. Are we asking for a declaratory, I mean, what are you asking us to seek
To have the county attorneys explore the options of declaratory judgment or a challenge of sorts.
Through the chair to the attorney, is that a viable path here? I mean, I have some ways that I think we might want to look at this, but.
Commissioner, we have been reviewing this for quite some time, and we do think that there may be some challenges with that approach. We will continue to look at it if that's the directive of this board, and see what options are available. Our preference would be to do that and to brief each of you individually so you can understand the issues, not just of any potential challenges, to the validity or even seeking clarification, but also we'd like to brief you just on the impact of this legislation on the county's operations on a day-to-day matter. It's our intention to try to reach out and do that with each of you individually in August before the budget hearings if possible.
So, okay, through the Chairman, may I continue? So how this works with regard to community groups is that we won't be able to fund some people because of what their name is or what they do, the population they serve. That group will then be adversely affected. The reason why we won't be able to do that is because of the state law. They should sue us.
Mr. Chair.
I think that that's probably, and we
Sue the state. I mean,
no, I'm saying that the group should sue us. The state would then have to intervene to defend their statute. If they didn't intervene to defend their statute, then we just settle.
so let's not say on the record that we want anybody to sue us. Let's walk this back just a minute, because this is not our doing here. So I got you, Mr. Give me a second. So I obviously there's a discussion item that was requested by Commissioner Lopez. She said her piece. Just be mindful that this may go into litigation at some point. So be mindful of that. I think it's important for you all to listen to what Jerry just very delicately and eloquently said, which is it is her intent to meet with each and every one of us prior to the budget hearing or whatnot, and over the next month, and brief us individually as to what recourses we have, because I think you're right. I think for us to do some sort of essentially lawsuit to the state of any capacity is not risky, but challenging for sure.
Mr. Chairman, and what I was going on is I don't know that we have standing. So that's the challenge. I don't think we have standing. So how we get before court is somebody challenging us. Yeah, somebody challenging us.
So
I think that's how we get before the court.
All right, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think it was Dr. King who said that an unjust law is no law at all. And this is one of the most ridiculous pieces of legislation that could have easily passed the legislature. I think there should be a lawsuit against Miami-Dade County. I think every group out there that's going to be impacted should actually come together, hire themselves one of the greatest attorneys here in Miami-Dade County to represent them, or find themselves a great firm, and sue the county and force the state to intervene, similar to what Commissioner Gilbert stated. But also understand that doing so is going to cause some unease, and I'm prepared for it. The fact of the matter is, there are going to be so many organizations out there who we are responsible in part for, and ensuring that they have a voice in this community, that once this law takes effect and we violate, there's possibilities that some of us can be removed from office because of the teeth that this piece of legislation has. So I simply say to the voters out there, if you're listening, if you feel like you're going to be impacted, if you feel like you need some assistance, I think you should find yourself an attorney. Make sure that you're prepared to go the long haul and sue the county and force the state to intervene.
All right, so I might end up cutting this short. I think it is entirely negligent for any of us up here to encourage a lawsuit against myself, because I am a taxpayer of this county, and that'll be me paying for that lawsuit and anyone else that's a property owner paying property taxes. So Commissioner Gilbert, respectfully, and Vice Chair, respectfully, I think it is entirely negligent to encourage anyone to sue this county, whether it is a philosophical, ideological, personal, or not, whatever it is. I think it's completely Senator Garcia, you're not one to correct. I mean, you are not one to correct. I mean, out of everyone up here, that was. I'm not gonna say what the word is, but I just look. I think as I continue recognizing the rest of you, be mindful that we are not encouraging anyone to sue themselves if they're property owners, because this is. I mean, it's just completely negligent to say that. I understand the sentiment behind it. I understand that that might be a recourse for us to then turn around and get the state to intervene. But we are not encouraging that to be the case at all. That is not a policy of this board. That is not where we are going with this. But Commissioner Regalado, you're recognized.
Thank you. Commissioner Lopez, I appreciate that there's a lot of organizations that want a declaratory judgment. We would not have standing or an injury. We just wouldn't, because there's a million reasons why we would not put someone in a budget. How would you prove that it is because of this? So it's a very complex thing to throw us in the mix. I think organizations that receive government funding should challenge this law and request a declaratory judgment or clarification. I think that is the most viable path forward. To use us as a way to not pay an attorney by using our attorneys is a whole other different thing, but we would be kicked out because of standing and because of an injury. Now, if we were to fund and then we were removed, that would be a different conversation, right? But to date, we have not even established how we are going to interpret this statute. So I agree with you. We've all read it and we have a million questions. It was poorly drafted. Respectfully, for those of you who were part of the legislature, one of the many poorly drafted items that comes from Tallahassee. Poor drafting, it seems to be the norm. So not the exception. But that being said, it needs to bear itself out. And there are a lot of impacted organizations that should ask for clarification. We are not the best suited to do that. Presently, we have to evaluate it, take a position based on our risk, and move forward on our budget. But even then, it's going to be very difficult to prove causation. And our injury and our standing are very different from their injury and their standing. So I appreciate that we want to help, but for us, it's a very, very different situation than for those that are impacted.
Commissioner Cohen-Higgins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To kind of echo the concerns, please don't sue us. I don't know if you saw our county attorney's face when that messaging was being advanced, right? Like, please, to be clear, don't sue us. But I think the message is one that we need to seriously consider. We are the largest county in Miami-Dade, in the state of Florida. We are a donor county, and more importantly, we are a majority minority county. And so it is right for our residents to look to us for leadership on this issue. And they're saying, help us, because this is going to affect us come January. And so I look forward to the conversations that we're going to have. Jerry, I am wondering, because it is a discussion item, I'm not so much interested in speaking of the litigation because I want to quell and reduce it, not increase it. I don't think that's the path forward for a number of reasons. But why can't we, as a board, through either our home rule charter powers or our own policy-making decisions as a body, create something that allows us to maneuver around this the way that we have in so many other areas? So they passed a poorly worded statute that we can craft our own ways around potentially, or can we add something to our home rule charter that speaks to this? I believe today is the deadline to get it on the ballot come November. Is there something that we can write into our home rule charter that speaks to this issue? And if the answer is no, I accept that as well. But I think that when the state passes a law that we are forced to comply with, that we don't agree with, that has consequences in it as great as being removed from office, that we need to get very creative as the largest, most powerful, most diverse county in Miami-Dade, in the state, excuse me, I keep saying Miami-Dade, in this state, to put our heads together to see how we essentially can't protect our community, because that's essentially what our community is asking us to do here, because there are so many that rely on those dollars. So that's a question to the attorneys. I don't know that you have those answers crafted for us as we sit here today, but I have to believe that there is something that we can use via the power of our pen to craft something to help serve our majority, minority, massive county of Miami-Dade. And if you answer and say, actually, the answer is no, then I'll accept that as well and go back to the drawing board. But I want to be clear that I don't support encouraging anybody, community groups, individuals to sue us on this. Our resources are already extremely thin in our litigation in our county attorney's office. We do not want you to sue us, but equally, we are looking at this. We are trying to figure this out. We are trying to advocate and represent our very diverse community. We haven't figured out a path forward yet, but I believe that we're going to be working with you all very closely to achieve that. So is there an opportunity at all, and you may say yes generally, or you may say no, to either pen something that in any way allows us to, to circumvent this? If the answer is no, preemption is preemption. Is there anything we can put into our charter potentially, anything outside of litigation that you all have considered that you might be able to advise us, even if it's generally, and we'll have specific conversations come September or August?
Commissioner, we do not believe that the charter is a vehicle for amending, or preempting state law at this point in time. However, we do understand the impact that this will have on the county's operations going forward, both from the promotion standpoint as well as the funding standpoint and on the community. And we have been meeting, I would say, at least 3 times weekly, some days 3 times daily, because the breadth of this statute is expansive, and it will touch many areas of this county and the way we operate in ways that people maybe have not even considered as of yet. And I just want to pledge to you that we've taken it seriously and we understand what this means to the community, and we will stand ready to speak with each of you about any options that you will have going forward, hopefully before the budget hearing in September.
And final question, and you mentioned the budget hearing come September, because what we adopt in September, I understand that this law does not take effect until January 1st, but we're going to pass a budget in September that may or may not include dollars that may be ineligible come January, potentially. So anyway, a lot of questions. I look forward to working with you, but I just wanted to make clear that I share the sentiment that I feel like we have a moral and potentially a legal obligation to stand up as a county on this issue and make our voices as heard as possible in our lack of support. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I will say that you actually hit the nail on the head on a point there, which is, and I was waiting to let everyone speak, but I'll say it because it was a good segue. Is so, in addition, of course, to the countless conversations with the county attorney's office on this topic that my office and myself has had, the mayor and myself has had several conversations. We've actually rolled up our sleeves, and I think this is a good moment to allow and to say to the community that we are not just taking what the state passed and the governor signed and blindly implementing it. We are rolling up our sleeves, and we're digging deeper and seeing what other services these organizations offer, who they help in our community, what larger groups that are not just one minority group. We're not trying to circumvent the law. We're not trying to find a loophole, but we are trying to dig deeper and see what broader service do these organizations help fund and support in the entire community, not just in a minority portion of it, in order to make sure that we can maintain some of these services. The mayor has been an advocate of that since this was even a discussion prior to it being signed by the governor. And again, we've had several conversations where we've actually discussed this. So again, it is not something that we're just blindly implementing something that the state passed. We are exploring all options, obviously jointly with the county attorney's office. We want to make sure that we run no fouls here. And we are, in this particular case, and some may disagree with this with this one word, but we need to be conservative because they are personal repercussions that the state can take on this body, including, I believe, removal is one of them, right? So we're making sure we run no fouls, but that we definitely diligently explore all options on this. Guys, I've got you all written down. We're not changing subjects until you all go. You don't. It's not like we're not in kindergarten. You know, I got you all. But if you want to kind of address that, because it was a segue to what we've been working on.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and I completely agree with how you've characterized it. And we've been looking out at other counties, other cities, other commissions, other organizations, and what actions they're taking. A lot of people obviously trying to figure out how to proceed. I will, during our budget briefings, share some ideas that I have, not only for nonprofits, but for our own internal operations, ways that we can ensure that community voices can still be heard. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, so I've got Commissioner from District 4. Commissioner, okay, this is like a recurring issue. I know, but you don't look to another commissioner important. You're not, like, it's either you or you lose your slot.
All right, so
All right.
I want us to just take a moment. If you look around the room, look around this dais. This bill affects in some form, in some capacity, affects every one of us. Okay? So this is such an expansive bill. So you may think, oh, it's some, bill that won't affect me, but it does. But it does, because it affects every one of us up here to some degree. That's how broadly this bill is written. And so to that, I want to, first of all, thank you, Commissioner Lopez, for bringing this forward. I think it's important that we have this conversation, and of course, mindful of the conversation, because we do have our attorneys over there, and we do want to make sure that we put ourselves in the best posture possible. So I just want clarity in exactly what you'd like us to try to resolve today or give direction with. But I will say this. We do need to be careful. I mean, we could look at this through many different lenses. And I, for one, obviously, because there's so much ambiguity, I would take advantage of that ambiguity personally. But, as they look at me, but I do think that, to have the attorneys explore and come back to us and individually, I think is the smart first step. That way we get as much clarity and we can have these conversations, because if we do end up in any sort of situation in the future, I want to make sure that we, again, put ourselves in the best posture forward. So, Chairman, I do think, if that was a motion, I'll just rephrase it. I'm happy to second that motion.
Okay, so is that the motion?
It was, I will rephrase it, to direct the county attorney to research the county's ability to challenge the validity of Senate Bill 1134, or alternatively, ask a court to clarify how it applies to the county, and then brief each commissioner individually regarding the results of their research.
So I have an
It's
amendment.
or.
May I?
It's or, though. It doesn't mean it's not directing them to do it. It's either or.
I just want them to research it and then get back to us individually to let us know what our options are.
Yeah, because let me tell you my one concern about going with the route of just going straight to the courts is that, well, I don't know, legally what we can and can't do in terms of standing, but that's for them to figure out. But, I don't want to have them determine for us. Like, I'd rather us create our positions. What if there are, like, they're looking at other municipalities and other counties that are also being affected of this up and down the coast, right, of this wonderful state. So what's going to happen is some may have a more liberal interpretation, and I don't want to then hurt those municipalities or counties, because now we're seeking some sort of rendering from a court that may look at it through a more, as the term was used, conservative lens, and we may now hurt maybe some other municipality in the state. So I don't know. So I like the idea of supporting the direction to explore. I need to know more about it before. So maybe you can restate that to say.
Okay, then I'll restate it to explore the options available to us of the impacts of Senate Bill 1134 and get back to us individually.
With options including potentially.
Yes.
With options including.
All options. All options. I would say all options.
All options.
I think all options should be on the table.
Sorry, but all right, we got a motion. We got a second by Commissioner Steinberg and Commissioner Gilbert, you're still recognized. I stripped you from the recognition because you were talking about lawsuits and stuff. Just get back on it, but
it was a comma, and you assumed it was a period, and then it's like went on, and it was a thing. Okay, so no, I don't want people to come after us for money, but if we create an application process for, I don't know, our community-based organization funds, money that we give out, and for instance, some of the groups that are affected, they apply, but we don't accept their application because we can't under the new law, then they get to seek declaratory judgment against us. That's how you get to court faster. That's just how you get to court faster. I appreciate the suing thing. We can't, it's gonna be hard for us to sue you all. So if you want to get to court before January, I think and we need somebody to tell us how to interpret this, because to your credit, Mr. Chairman, there's peril here for elected officials and for public officials who actually go against this statute. So it's dangerous. I think we create a process, because they won't be able to receive funds under that process because of the statute. They look at it, and I mean, that's now the other route. I don't know if this is possible. We could also just give all of our money for these type of events to the Miami Foundation and let them administer it.
well, I think it goes further than just CBOs, though. I think it's departments. It's a lot more than just.
Well, it's everything, but we could start by doing something like that and see if it's legal. You never know. I mean, we could try doing something like that.
Commissioner.
So I think, but those are options. But I'm not advocating that they sue us for money. I'm advocating that we need to actually get in front of a judge, and that's probably the quickest way for a judge to tell us whether this law is binding or not.
I get that. Commissioner from District 12.
Yeah, I'll be brief. I think we
Please.
have to wait for the attorneys. I'm fine with the motion because we need to get their opinion. But I just want to remind this august body that during the double taxation, triple taxation days of mitigation, and some of you were here, King George, you know who he was, and the commission, there was a bill passed in Tallahassee, bipartisan, signed by Governor Charlie Crist, eliminating mitigation, not making it a one county issue, because that was an issue we had to get around. And the county sued. The county sued over that state law. Eventually, we reached an agreement, King George and I, and mitigation was given up by the county because legally this was a state law. But the county went into the courts. First lost at the beginning because it was in Tallahassee, and then brought it down to a local judge here in Miami-Dade County who had once been a county attorney. So all I'm telling you, I'm not, because I agree with our chairman that these are different times, it's a different world, and I do think that we have to be very smart in the way we deal with the reality of what's happening from Tallahassee. But the fact that if the county has an opinion on a certain law that may impact the county, the excuse that that's not one, it may not be the best option, may not be the one we want to take, and may not be the one you guys recommend. But in the past, you did sue over a state law that was passed that supported municipalities, because I was the one that had to defend the other side and fight you. So I can tell you that's not impossible. Now, whether that will place you in the same position as an organization that maybe is impacted directly, that we can debate. But when you look at these cases, I'm going to ask you, then why the hell did you sue me back in 2006? Because truthfully, that was a state law that was passed, bipartisan, signed by the governor.
One last.
All right, Vice Chairman, I'm about to call.
Thank you.
On the motion, but
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And what I'm about to say is probably not going to be popular, and I don't expect to be the popular kid on the dais. But I am putting the county attorney's office on notice. I'm also putting the state on notice. Hell, I'm putting everybody on notice.
As a personal person, not as a commissioner
Correct.
of this body.
Correct. If removal is what it's going to take to stop me from urging the folk of Miami-Dade County, especially those in my district, who are going to be affected, if removal is the option of the state of the governor, then removal is going to have to be. I intend to encourage my residents and those who I support to break this law. I intend, come on, please, please. I intend, if possible, to fund organizations that support uplifting this community. And if that is making some people uncomfortable, well, I believe those in Tallahassee should have thought it through, because now they're making us feel uncomfortable. And I am not going back to my district, facing the people who put me in office, to represent their voice and their position and tell them that their representative chose to hold on to a seat as opposed to fighting for their position. So I'm just putting everyone on notice. I intend to encourage a different result from many up here, but I'm not going to back down on this one. This is the one where we put the flag into the ground.
All right. We got a motion. We got a second. All in favor signify by saying aye. All right. All opposed, nay. Show it passed. Madam Attorney, or Mr. Attorney, there's a motion that I have, and then we're going to go around the room for motions, but can you start with mine, please? I have two or three. What do I
Are
have?
you going to make it to Naranja? What's the plan?
Commissioner Rodriguez, Chairman Rodriguez moves to appoint Commissioner Vicky Lopez to the Miami River Commission.
All right. Commissioner Gonzalez moves that item for me, seconded by Commissioner Regalado. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, nay. Show it passed. Next one.
Chairman Rodriguez moves to amend the 2026 calendar of the Board of County Commissioners to cancel the board's July 23rd, 2026 CDMP and zoning meeting.
This is this Thursday's meeting. It is, we've got only about like 3 items. We'll be just sending it to the very next zoning CDMP meeting. It's been moved by Commissioner Gonzalez, seconded by the Vice Chair. Yes. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, nay. Show that meeting canceled and the motion passed. Commissioner Bermudez, is that all for me?
That's all I have for you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Bermudez, you recognize for a motion? Motions or appointments?
Yeah, I have 3 motions. You guys going to read one of them?
I have 2 for you, Commissioner Bermudez.
Then I'll add the 3rd one. Go ahead.
Would you like me to go ahead and read the motions
Yeah,
that
read
I
them.
have? Okay. Commissioner Bermudez moves to direct the county mayor, mayor's designee to include the county commissioner district 12 of the membership of the new airport policy and institutional advisory committee referenced in the mayor's June 30th, 2026 memorandum regarding the feasibility of creating a new airport capable of accommodating cargo, commercial passengers, and general aviation activities.
My logic for this is that 90% of the county's commercial and 100% of its other activities, but 90% of the commercial probably is coming out of the airport to not have District 12 on there when all the businesses are in the area are directly impacted by the airport. Obviously, I think District 12 should be included because there's almost all the businesses in District 12, a good number of them are connected to the airport.
So you got the you moved.
Yeah, it's my motion. It's just to be included in that, what's it called again? Membership of the new Airport Policy and Institutional Advisory Committee.
All right, so wait, I missed it because I was being spoken to. So what is it that you want to do? I'm sorry?
The new Airport Policy and Institutional Advisory Committee, which is referenced in the mayor's June 30th, 2026 memorandum, which regards the feasibility of creating a new airport capable of accommodating cargo, commercial passengers, and general aviation activities. The district that is most impacted by the airport, with all due respect to District 6, which is also impacted, is District 12. And I think that we should have a position on that board or whatever it is.
This is which board? Is this the one I create, the CARES Act, or is this the other one?
No. The new Airport Policy and Institutional Advisory Committee. Yeah, the mayor's.
That one's no longer exist. That one, she dismantled.
Nope, not disbanded.
Oh, got it. Okay, all right, that's fine, yes.
Yeah.
That's okay. So it's been moved. It's been seconded by the Vice Chair.
I'd like to piggyback on that and get an appointment as well.
Okay, I think that you are. I think you are on it.
Okay.
Is this too, wait, is this, hold on. Because I was being asked about Naranja meetings and stuff in the back end. All right, hold on. This is my item, right?
No multitasking after 5 p.m.
Yeah. This is where the motions get interesting.
No, it wasn't the committee that.
So this is my directive to create, was this my thing to create? Yeah, there was a mayor's, but it was based on my directive to explore different airport matters, right? Okay, yes, all right.
Okay.
So, and then right now, the way it stands, the way that we did this is that each member that has an airport has a seat on it. Is that how it, what's the current structure today versus what Bermudez is trying to add to it?
It adds, I believe it does have Miami, if I'm correct. It did not have 12. I don't know if 6 was on there. The 6 may be on there. But the businesses in District 12 are deeply impacted by this.
Okay, nothing is being done this very second. Can we table that motion until it comes up, like the next meeting or something? Because I think we still need to discuss with the mayor some details on it. Let's just, it doesn't matter. Everyone could have an input. It's not that. I don't want to happen what Gonzalez just did, which he's already on it. He didn't even know, but he's already on it. But I don't want just, I want, like, it can't become like the Wild Wild West here. So let's.
I'm gonna make it easy for you, and that's fine. I'm willing to wait because out of respect to you. But right now, Commission District 7, 8, 9, and 11 are on there.
Yes.
My argument would be that 6 and 12 should be on there because that big airport, Miami International Airport, impacts these two commissions.
I agree that 6 and 12 should be on there.
That's the only thing.
Chair, through the
I
chair,
just need, yes, Madam Mayor.
I'm very happy to accommodate representation from District 12.
Yeah, and 6 at that point.
6?
And 6. Because 6 has the
Yes,
MIA.
sure, 6 and 12.
The airport's in District 6?
Yeah, 6 and
Yes,
12.
Indeed.
So,
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
okay, so I'm good with that too. Let's bring it back. Let's just do it so that we can kind of see what the right structure is. But yes, it's not a big deal. It should be fine. All right, you have more though.
All right, what's the next one? You want to read the other one?
Commissioner Bermudez moves to authorize and direct the county mayor or county mayor's designee to enter into a grant agreement with NBC Universal or its subsidiary or affiliate to provide a grant of $1,020,000 in legally available general funds originally allocated for film incentives for the production of Miami Vice 85, provided the production complies with the terms of the grant agreement, and further moves to authorize the county mayor or designee to execute the grant agreement and exercise the provisions therein following approval by the county attorney's office for form and legal sufficiency.
Yeah, this is a Miami Vice movie. Okay, don't everybody get excited. And Telemundo, NBC obviously would bring production. I think it's 37 days, hundreds of thousands of dollars. The impact would be over $35 million of stuff to Miami-Dade County. Work.
I'll second that.
All right,
Mr.
it's been
Chairman.
moved by Commissioner Bermudez. Second.
Wait.
If I may,
Clarification.
Okay, so it's been moved. It's been seconded. Senator Garcia, if you're asking to have a part in the movie, we're going to have to discuss that, Senator.
there may be a part in the movie when I kill someone after this. I'm going to kill you this, Mr. Chairman.
You are the filmmaker, though. You are the film guy.
And this is what happens
When
after 5
people
o'clock.
don't have lunch.
I'm starving here. Mr. Chairman, this is part of the Film Incentive Program that we've worked on. Unfortunately, last year we voted to scale back the incentives, and right now I think I have been having conversations with these individuals at Paramount, but I don't think this is an appropriate time to move forward with this until we clarify exactly how this incentive is going to work. So I'm going to go ahead and ask Commissioner Bermudez if you can please withdraw it. And
I'll withdraw it under the understanding that I've already spoken to him, and I think maybe we can sunshine it together. You can get the part in the movie because obviously your movie star looks could get you a little bit further. But the reality is that we need to do it quickly because I don't want to miss the opportunity to bring this much work to Miami-Dade County.
we won't miss the opportunity. We've been having some conversations, and I'll make sure we'll get this right back on track.
I'm fine. I'm fine doing it with you and getting it together.
So, okay, I will say this though. So, to me, my go-to guy for film is Senator Garcia, right? As far as he has made himself the film king, and actually advocated to even move this under Office of the Chair. It was moved over without proper funding, but it's here, and now we're dealing it. But I would, and I see that because I've been, they've reached out to me as well. I'm sure they've reached out to both of you. That's why you're making the motion. That's why you're saying you're having communication. If someone wants to approach the well, if there's anyone here from that's requesting this funding.
I don't think they're here today.
They're not here? Okay.
Mr. Chair, just to be clear, I'm just saying they probably came to me, not because I have the movie star looks of Senator Rene Garcia.
Clearly.
Because District 12 is where Telemundo NBC's at, and that's probably one of the reasons.
All right, if they're not here, they're not here.
It doesn't matter who it comes to. I just appreciate it. It doesn't matter. I don't partake in that. It's one Miami-Dade County. It's just we've been trying to work through some issues on this, and I just would appreciate if we can keep this until the next.
I'm fine with that. My only question, and if you're both agreeing to that, I imagine you all know something I don't know, is it's not like a time frame issue, right? Like there's no like timeline that they're gonna like go somewhere else or anything like that?
Mr. Chairman, when you talk about the high incentive film, they always have to film first, and then they get the money.
Okay, all right. I didn't know that. That's
The
why
only
you're
reason
my
I brought
film
it
guy.
up- The only reason I brought them out, Mr. Chair, is because but if, I think we could talk to them, and I would tell them, they gave the impression, hey, the quicker the better, because you know how it is with the film.
I love when you guys work together. So
That's
nice.
fine, we'll work together.
All right.
So
You have
we're
one more
deferring
Mr. Chair.
motion?
I have one more.
To next meeting, are we deferring it?
Next meeting?
Well, it's a motion, so it's not necessarily the next meeting. You
Yeah.
guys could make the motion anytime.
Yeah, we'll bring it back for the next meeting, we'll talk before.
Mr. Chair.
Then
Have a little sunshine about it.
we can sunshine it, we can sunshine. We need a little sunshine in our lives. The next one I'll read, I would move that this board, this is an urging, I would move that the board urge the United States Congress and President Donald J. Trump to reinstate temporary protected status, or TPS, for nationals of Venezuela, Haiti, Honduras, Nicaragua, and any other Caribbean or Latin American country for which TPS status was recently revoked, and direct the clerk of the board to transmit a certified copy of the resolution memorializing this motion to the United States President, the Speaker of the U.S. House of Representatives, the President Pro Temp of the U.S. Senate, and members of the Florida Congressional Delegation, and direct the county's federal lobbyists to advocate for the foregoing, and direct the Office of Intergovernmental Affairs to amend the 2026 federal legislative package to include this item. It's just an urging, but listen, Commissioner Cohen-Higgins said correctly, we are a majority county. Right now, in the Venezuelan community and the Haitian community is probably going through the most difficult situation when it comes to being able to work here. I know the mayor and Commissioner Bastien will be having a press conference tomorrow precisely because so many people are employed here. So while it's just an urging, I think it behooves this commission to speak out and at least say it's important to us.
Okay. All right, so there's a motion, there's a second by Commissioner Gilbert. Listed as a co-sponsor, add me on to that co-sponsorship as well. And Lopez as well, Orbis as well. What is it? TPS.
Oh, yeah, me too.
Vice Chair, yeah, the dais. Let's wrap it up, guys. The whole, what is it? Give me a good mod. I don't want to mess up a word again, Senator. Give me the whole. That's what I was looking for. You see? Thank you, Orbis. Thank you. Someone had lunch around here. Someone had.
She packed her lunch, people.
Yeah, you packed your lunch. All right, so there's a motion. There's a second by Gilbert. All in favor signify by saying aye. All right, you got one. Bermudez, you got one. You're not batting very well, but you got one.
I'm very honored to have a sunshine with Senator Garcia.
In the sunshine.
Because it's going to be wonderful. District 12 and 13 working together.
All right,
Mr.
Orbis, do you
Chair.
have any motions or appointments?
I have a motion.
All right, you want to read your motion?
Yes, I will have the county attorneys actually.
County attorney.
Monica.
Commissioner Milian Orbis moves to amend Resolution R-1236-25 relating to the amendment to the easement agreement between Miami-Dade County and the Lion Miami Terrace LLC for a portion of Ludlam Trail adjacent to Southwest 8th Street, the easement agreement, to further authorize the county mayor or mayor's designee to, in coordination with the county attorney's office, revise the easement agreement regarding the county's defaults and rights to self-cure, provided that the revisions do not result in any additional obligations to the county.
I like that. Moved by Commissioner Orbis, seconded by Commissioner Lopez. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye, thank you.
All opposed, nay. So the motion carries. Commissioner Regalado, you have any motions or appointments?
Just for the Sunshine meeting, Grand Theft Auto is now going to be, the next one's going to be in Miami, so just throw that on your list of things
It's
to
a
discuss.
real life movie we see here every day here in Dade County.
No, but really, the next Grand Theft Auto, they're picking like sites in Miami-Dade County. So Renee, Grand Theft Auto, pay attention.
Hey, what's this whole thing that people are doing like Netflix documentaries? What's this whole movement? Yeah, that's so cute.
It was really cute.
Was yours about chef? Like, what was the whole the yard signs?
It's
not
like
get too
the,
political,
it's like
but
when you
Mine
all
was
were
about
issuing the
them
little
actually.
babies.
We're just waiting to see my documentary when they stealing my signs. So yeah.
All right. Commissioner Gonzalez, any motions or appointments? Commissioner Cohen-Higgins? Steinberg?
No, I will say though, Commissioner Bermudez, I know that 1 year ago tomorrow, so we're so happy you're with us, and we do like you, believe it or not.
What's the 1 year anniversary tomorrow?
It was 1 year ago tomorrow that he had his health issue.
You know what? It's funny you bring that up, and we're all blessed that you're here with us, of course. But you know, you really came back a changed man, and I love it. I love it. You are the funniest member of this dais, and I mean that. I mean, you give zero cares. You give zero cares, and you just say what's on your mind, and I love it. I couldn't eat it up more. I'm digging it. Commissioner Gilbert, motions or appointments?
I have a motion and an appointment. They can go ahead and read them for me.
Do it.
With respect to the following developers that have been conveyed certain properties through the Miami-Dade County Infill Housing Initiative Program, Commissioner Gilbert moves, consistent with Ordinance 21-80, to increase the maximum sales price from the $205,000 to the current maximum sales price authorized pursuant to Ordinance 21-80 for homes that are constructed and sold to qualified households through and in accordance with the Infill Housing Program for the lots listed in the motion that was distributed by the clerk. It is on file and reflects the 4 folios for 34 Ways Foundation and 11 folios for Palmetto Homes. Commissioner Gilbert moves to 1, authorize the chairperson or vice chairperson of this board pursuant to section 125.411 Florida statutes to execute amended and restated deeds, amended deeds, to the developers identified herein for the properties identified herein, following approval by the county attorney's office in order to effectuate the sales price increase. 2, authorize the county mayor or county mayor's designee to take all actions necessary to exercise any and all rights set forth in the amended deeds, including but not limited to exercising the county's option to enforce its reversionary interest after conducting all due diligence, title searches, and environmental review. And 3, direct the county mayor or county mayor's designee to provide copies of the recorded and amended deeds to the property appraiser, record and amended deeds in the public records, and provide copies of the amended deeds to the clerk of the board.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Gilbert, a second by Commissioner Bermudez. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, nay. We got an appointment.
Yes, I'd like to appoint John Williams to the Commission on Disability Issues.
All right, we got a motion by Commissioner Gilbert for an appointment, Mr. Williams, to the Disability Commission, seconded by Senator Garcia. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, nay. And any motion, Senator, hold on, just one statement. And I'm kind of like butting my not business into something that's not my business, but sort of our business. We have an Aranja Lake CRA meeting that starts in 5 minutes. None of us are going to make it in 5 minutes. I think it's unfair to have residents waiting over 40 minutes, 50 minutes for us to get down south. If the 2 co-chairs, or it's more, it's probably close to an hour. I don't know if that meeting can be canceled by this body. It's a whole different body that scheduled that meeting. It's not us, and that was made clear in the last meeting. To the attorneys and, of course, the co-chairs, Vice Chair McGee and Commissioner Cohen-Higgins, is that something that we can cancel from this dais or reschedule? I'm using the wrong. I'm surprised Senator Garcia didn't correct my terminology.
It was just one.
Rescheduling.
Ideological.
But I don't think we can do it as this body, but the co-chairs are present. I don't know. And by the way, I'm butting into something that's not my, but we're just not going to make it in the, we're not going to start a meeting at 7:30 p.m.
If we don't have quorum, we don't have quorum.
So to the attorneys, do you want to respond at least to my concerns?
Mr. Chair, if you know you won't have a quorum at the meeting, and the quorum requirement for that, I believe, is 5 members, then the meeting can be canceled.
Okay. All right. Well, again, I don't think anybody's going to make it, but it's an hour and a half. You just check MapQuest, or whatever the new map system is these days.
It's called Google. You should have lunch.
Google, yeah. It's Waze. Vice Chair, do you want to opine since it's your meeting?
Look, I don't want to inconvenience. I don't want to inconvenience anyone here, but at the same time, I do know there are. At the same time, I do know there are individuals from the community that are there. I guess my question is to the county attorney, to the administration. Like, do we have to suspend this meeting and then bring forth the CRA meeting right now in order to reschedule? All right. When is the next CRA meeting scheduled for?
Yeah, it's up to the co-chairs of the CRA to reschedule the meeting.
But when is the next scheduled meeting?
We're not aware of that because the
All right,
attorney's
so they'll
down
figure
at
it out.
Naranjo.
All right, so show us now. I mean, we're not, okay. Sounds good. With that, Commissioner Lopez, any motions or appointments? Senator Garcia, you
Yeah,
recognize.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a couple of appointments and one motion. To Montecule's Chantal Brown for the Black Affairs Advisory Board, Alfredo Arcera to the International Trade Consortium Board, Bruce Oroz to the Film and Entertainment Board, Christine Lemire to the Building Better Community Citizens Advisory Board, and I do have a motion that I would like to read for the Children's Trust, please.
Senator Garcia moves to authorize the county mayor, county mayor's designee to negotiate and execute an interlocal agreement with the Children's Trust, the trust, following approval by the county attorney's office for legal sufficiency to provide real estate services to the trust in connection with the trust's potential acquisition of real property and furtherance of its mission. Such services shall include but not be limited to performing all services necessary to evaluate the property, obtaining appraisals and disclosures, and negotiating a purchase agreement, and shall be provided at the same or similarly negotiated rate or fee schedule charged to county administrative departments and or the Public Health Trust.
All right, it's been moved. It's been seconded by Commissioner Regalado.
Sure.
All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, nay. Show it passed. Appointment next, was that everything?
That was it.
All
Mr.
right.
Chair, do we agree on rescheduling of the CRA?
They're gonna figure it out. They're gonna reschedule. All right.
I'm ready to go, but that's all right. You ready to go? Hold on.
Show us adjourned. Show us adjourned, guys.